Pamela Sloan. Here. Rollins Stallworth.
Here.
Linda Cavazos. Here. Greg Malkovich.
Here.
Jay Kenny.
Here.
Colin McNaught.
Present.
Second.
Okay, so him on virtual.
Yep, he's on.
Christina Brockett. Here. Wade Wilson.
Present.
Brian Freeman.
Here.
Rhiannon Sorensen.
Here.
I see her on that. Alex Woodley. Keith Whipperman.
Present.
Dennis Holmes.
Here.
Miles Baldwin.
Here.
Ken Parker.
Here.
Austin Mile.
Here.
And he's online as well. Tammy Haydick. Here. Teresa Burrows. Here. Domingo Rivera.
Here.
Dave Henneman.
Here.
Alan Townsend. Here. Xavier Anthea.
Here.
Trey Lundeen. Emerson Wendell. Elsie Moore. Timothy Jackson.
Present.
Neil Robarda.
Present.
Bart Davis.
Here.
Sean Fitzsimons.
Here.
Kate Segroy. Here. And myself, Tia Wonder.
Thank you. If you would now go to page number 5, announcements, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, everyone. Everyone understands where they're staying tonight. We'll make sure we get everyone over to the hotels and back in the morning without problems. Sean, I, and Kate will make sure that at the end of the meeting, so far, whoever needs to, we'll get you there and we'll get you back. We'll have dinner at Sunset Station. We'll figure out the restaurants during the course of the day. We'll figure out where we're gonna meet and a time, depending on when we end. So it should be the problem there. I'm gonna turn it over to Brock for a moment for building logistics, restrooms, or anything like that.
Yes, so if anybody does need the restroom, the staff restrooms, we do have a couple of signs that are outside the door. When you exit the library, you're going to go to the right and follow the signs to get you into the staff restroom. You will need one of the keys. So there's 2 keys sitting on top of the shelf right there with the El Dorado lanyard on it. Just take one of those keys. I just ask that you bring it back so other people can also use the restroom.
On a side note, started a teaching career and coaching career at El Dorado High School. It certainly does not look like it did in 1994. It looks great. It's absolutely good. Your facility is gorgeous. So thank you for hosting us. Appreciate it greatly. And the other logistical questions we'll answer as they come up, but I thank everyone. Go ahead.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to item number 5 on page number 6, public comment. The time provides an opportunity for citizens to address the board about any matter not on the agenda. Items raised during this portion of the agenda cannot be deliberated on or acted upon until notice procedure of the open meeting law has been complied with. If a member of the public wish to speak on a matter not listed on the agenda, it is asked that the said person please complete a yellow public comment card and submit to the president before the opening of the item. A limit of 3 minutes per person or 5 minutes for the spokesperson of a particular person may be imposed. It is requested that the comments be directed to the board as a whole. Comments that are determined to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, inflammatory, willfully disruptive, or deemed to be personal attacks will not be permitted. All right, we actually have some guest speakers that we will allow to speak. Mr. Morocco, you're up first.
Good morning. My name is Rich Morocco. I'm the president of Southern Nevada Football Coach Association, athletic director at Liberty, head football coach at Liberty. I'm here to talk today about essentially the state football, the playoff structure that's been put forth by the board. You know, I feel like the NIAA board in particular has a perception problem with the community. It's led to kind of the situation that we're in with football. And honestly, it's embarrassing and disappointing and lots of other adjectives that I could throw out there of what's going on. The fact that we've put forth something, you know, well, let me get back to perception is that the NIA board favors one school and maybe favors the North, right? When it comes to decisions that are made. And is that true? No, but that's the perception that a lot of people have. And when you put forth the playoff structure that's been presented, it just feeds that perception even more. You have a 3-team pure playoff structure where, and I don't know what realm of reality, the 3 seed it's a bye to the state championship game. That's insane. And the only explanation for that is because one school needs an extra game. Right, they can't have 11 games, they need a 12th game. Let's have the one play the two. And then you've creatively put a football plan out there where the losing team now gets to go play for a 5A state championship. Which I get it. You're in a tough situation. You have to do something creative. I just wish the creative thinking could have taken place back in October when the principals and some of the people on this board put forth a situation that could arise because of what was going on. You know, and I've heard that, well, it's not really about them getting an extra game. It's, you know, we don't want the 2 and the 3 to play in the first playoff game because, you know, they might throw a game and then, you know, they don't want to play 4-minute finals. So I just find it very ironic that, you know, we're in this situation. You've created a playoff structure that is embarrassing, right? We're going to be. There's a potential, I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but the last place team could go 1-9 or 2-8, and they get a bye to the state championship finals with 32 days of rest from their last game to the state championship game. So, yeah, I didn't realize that, you know,
Oh,
pardon,
Hi,
I get 5 minutes, right?
are you speaking on behalf of what group? You have to tell us what you guys.
Nevada Football Coaches Association.
Okay, go ahead.
So, you know, and my point to this is, okay, how do we move forward from this? Right? What can take place or what should take place? And I think that it needs to be put out there in the public comment that there's really only 2 solutions, in my opinion, of how things could work moving when we get back to this next realignment. And that is a public school, private school, maybe charter school playoff system. And then if you want, you could do like a bowl extra games, kind of how White does at the end, where the champions all get to play an extra couple games. If we continue to, you know, go down this path, I mean, it's not good for football in general. So hopefully moving forward as we get to the realignment cycle and we get back, that we consider allowing other people to have opinions and information with football. I've been doing this for 24 years, been coaching football in Southern Nevada. And I feel that, you know, a lot of times the only input we get is through public comment or, you know, we want to be included, the coaches want to be included in those meetings and these decisions that are taking place. So that's it for my time. Thank you.
thank you. All right. Now we are going to handful of individuals speaking on behalf of Spirit. Would you, Debbie, I'm gonna ask you, would you like to wait for Spirit when they wait? Okay, we'll do that with everyone else. Okay, appreciate, thanks for being here, by the way. All right, if we can now go to item number 6. Oh, online people, I'm sorry. Thank you. Go ahead.
He's gonna.
You have 4 people here that I believe are for public comment. Some of these may be for chair. They haven't identified that they're here for, but I do see. First up, Corey Anderson is in the waiting room. He's not here. He is not here. He's not here.
I have a public comment.
We will roll through all 4. Mr. Anderson, are you available to unmute? Corey, can you hear us? Are you able to unmute?
I can hear you. Gentleman of armor.
You all can, right, get a little bit of feedback here.
I'm sorry, Marty. Are you guys had phased out? Are you saying it's my time's up or I'm ready to present?
Go ahead.
Okay,
Corey, if
I'm
you
here
can hear me,
today
go ahead.
can you hear me? Go ahead. Thanks. I'm here today to present and comment on the Northern Nevada Track and Field Championships. I've been made aware that we're just 16 days away, and we are having host site issues where the Northern coaches have expressed, frustration that they don't know where their championship venue is. This is very much an issue that, like, I understand, and I think is, out of the control of NAA staff. And I just think it's important when we have these situations that arise that affect the sport. And many of you know I've been at nearly every meeting to comment regarding these issues. And if we go back to the winter meetings, you'll remember that NAA staff and Executive Director Jackson proposed solutions, and the issues that he proposed were because of these significant facilities issues. And now here we are once again with facility issues because we weren't able to have the Board of Control approve any of those things. I understand why they didn't. But I think what we need to acknowledge is that each sport is different. I agree we don't need to go to the north to play 2 Southern baseball games or 2 Southern volleyball games, but track and cross country are different. Here we are 16 days away, and we have facility issues in Northern Nevada where we shouldn't be surprised, where they only have a handful of 5A schools to host 3 consecutive weeks of championships, to volunteer. It just makes more sense than we've been saying for years. We should have a divided 4 and 5A state championship that's in the South where we have over 40 venues and we can find a facility. This also simultaneously addresses an issue that we've been saying loud and clear for 6 years, that the 4A doesn't travel and they want to travel in track and cross country. And my understanding is some of the individual sports as well, where they want to be a part of the main state championship. We could have this solution if we listen to the sport-based people to say what they wanted, what's best for their individual sport, not the entire NAA and all sports as a whole. We understand the issues that the NAA can't control, but I think we need to accept that the Board of Control can listen to solutions that we do have. And so now we have Northern coaches that don't have a venue. We have Southern 4A athletes and coaches that don't get to go to a championship where we could have had this all taken care of and done this all in the South, and we could have worked this out. So moving forward, I just hope that we can separate some of these things to take care of solutions that we have for individual sports, so it doesn't affect athletes of all, that we can't get on the same page about whether we're traveling or not traveling or where we can host things. Thank you.
Okay, next, I believe we have Anderson.
Sorry, I think, did you say Alexa Anderson?
Having some audio issue, but if you can hear me, yes, you are up next, Ms. Anderson.
Okay, fantastic. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time today. As stated, my name is Alexa Anderson. I am a graduate of Spanish Springs High School, the school's first female track and field state champion, University of Nevada, Reno graduate and track and field alumnus, North Valley's high school track and field coach for over 10 years, local track and field club owner in Northern Nevada, and today I'm representing myself as the secretary of the Northern Nevada Track and Field and Cross Country Association. First, I want to acknowledge the important role the NIAA plays. The structure, oversight, and opportunities you provide are essential to maintaining fairness and quality across our programs. That work matters and it's appreciated. We do have an opportunity in front of us, though, as you heard from Corey and as you'll hear from Shauna. One thing that could significantly strengthen the relationship between the NIAA and the coaching community is improving communication with our track and cross country coaches associations. Right now, important updates don't always reach everyone. Best practices aren't consistently being shared. Opportunities for collaboration can be missed simply because the right people aren't looped in at the right time. When communication improves, everything else follows. Athlete development, program consistency, and even coach retention, which we all know we tend to struggle with. So what am I asking for? A more intentional communication framework between the NIAA and our Coaches Association, which options could include Inclusion when track and field topics are being proposed. That seems to be a pretty significant area of opportunity. Scheduled opportunities for coach engagement like Q&A sessions or forums. Clear points of contact so coaches know exactly where to go for guidance. These are practical steps, but their impact would be meaningful and they would reduce confusion, improve compliance, and most importantly, build trust. I think we are all working toward the same goal, and that's providing the best possible experience for our student athletes across Nevada. I think stronger communication helps ensure we're not just aligned in rules, but also united in purpose. Our association would welcome the opportunity to collaborate on ways to make this a reality, and I really thank you for your time and appreciate the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Alexa.
I'm glad.
Our next person up is, we have Sunny Valencia.
Yes, I would like to speak. Mine's not about track. And so I think that there was somebody else who wanted to talk about track. And I don't know if you want to keep track in order or if you want me to go ahead and talk about my thing.
Go ahead and start for us, Sunny.
Okay, I will. Thank you. My name is Sunny Valencia. I'm going to talk about my son, but I think that it's an issue across the board. My son is Eli Valencia. He's a junior. He's currently attending Nevada State High School, which is a charter school that offers college credit. We're zoned for Foothill High School. Eli attended Boulder City High School his freshman and sophomore and half of his junior year on a COSA, which is a choice of school assignment. My issue is that the NEC 385 does not allow Eli to play sports at Foothill High School for 180 days, not even sub-varsity, so not even JV, and that is the key issue. I read through the statute, I looked through it, and he's not being recruited, and also NAC 385 does not allow for appeal, and it does not, and then AB, the new bill 184, does not provide for a junior to transfer to another school and have eligibility to play sports unless there's a hardship appeal, which there wasn't, he didn't qualify for those hardship appeals. Eli just wants to play volleyball. He wants to play tennis. He will not be going to college to play sports. No one is recruiting him. He just wants the experience of playing sports and being on a team. He knew when he transferred to Nevada State High School that he would not be able to play varsity at Foothill for 180 days. But we thought that at least he would be able to play JV. But NIAA has said that he is ineligible for 180 days to play any sport at Foothill, even JV. This rule seems punitive. Eli decided to leave Boulder City so he can get college credit for free. And now he has not been able to play volleyball, which is something he loves to do. When you go to a school on a COSA waiver, you can play JV sports for the first 180 days. So he was able to play JV his freshman year until he became eligible for varsity. A student should be able to be eligible to play sports, at least JV, at their zoned school, even if they were on COSA from another school. I liked what Ms. Anderson said about providing the best possible experience for athletes. And for me, I feel like it has been a punitive experience for Eli to transfer to another school where he has a better opportunity for education and he can't play sports. So that's all I have to say. I will, if I have time, I would say that if there's any possibility, I know the season's almost over, to make any decisions soon, that he may be able to finish the season with the JV volleyball team. I know it's probably not possible, but I'd like to just throw that in there anyway.
Thank you. Next, we have Shanna Wilkins. Ms. Wilkins, if you can unmute.
All right. Good morning. My name is Shauna Wilkins, and I am the president of the Northern Nevada Track and Field Coaches Association. And I thank you for giving me a few minutes to speak to you today. I'm coming to you today as a plea for help for track and field. We have our postseason in 3 weeks, starting on May 2nd, and we do not have an official approval for locations of our regional trials meet. We have had multiple locations proposed starting back in June, but due to uncontrollable circumstances, schools have have declined to host postseason for regionals and state in the North this year. A few weeks ago, we were able to select our state location at Hug High School and our regional finals location at Reno High School, but we are still missing our regional trials location for 5A and 3A divisions. As an association, we would like to propose Carson High School as the regional trial location. This has been discussed with Thomas Raymer, our track AD, head coaches Hagar and Britt at Carson High School, and Sean Fitzsimmons. Everyone is on board for this location to host the regional trials on May 2nd. We have our quarterly association meeting this Thursday, and we are needing to prepare for postseason. Without this important detail, it's hard for me as president to guide my coaches in a huge amount of preparations that it takes to take place for each postseason. Our association is working to have all northern schools help with logistics and volunteers at each of these meets. We have Demonte Ranch High School and McQueen acting as co-hosts for both regional meets, and all schools working to help host state at Hug High School. It has been frustrating for our coaches that this decision was not made prior to the start of our season. I would request a chance for the Northern Nevada Track Association to be involved in the decision-making process of postseason hosting sites each year. We also think these conversations have to happen earlier. These decisions need to come before season starts. This would then give the association months to make sure that the postseason track meets are run effectively and efficiently. Having 1A through 5A all participate in the same postseason track meet is a huge undertaking each year, and schools are struggling with this massive task. Many schools are not willing to host postseason because of this undertaking. As an association, we're working to reduce the burden on schools and create a rotation between schools that have the facilities to host such large meets in the North. The earlier this decision can be made, the better. So to summarize, I'm asking for approval of Carson as the regional trials location for the 2026 track and field season, and a seat at the table when discussions and decisions are being made regarding postseason for track and field. Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else?
Thank you. I do have Mr. Frederick. You have joined us by Zoom.
Are you here to give public comments, sir?
Am I good to start? Can you hear me?
Please begin.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Cy Frederick. I'm the high school athletic administrator at Faith Lutheran Middle School and High School, and I'm also an acting member of the NIAA Rules and Regulations Committee. I'm speaking today to respectfully ask the board not to move forward with sanctioning of Spirit. The reality is the NIAA's existing regulatory structure does not align with the functional needs of Spirit programs. The NIAA framework is built on defined seasons and clear boundaries for a reason. It is my belief that when we apply those necessary rules to Spirit, the outcome is a loss, not a gain. The main reasons being, tryout date regulations prevent Spirit from trying out in the spring and instead being relegated to a tryout window leading up to the winter season. Dual sport participation being denied for kids that currently participate in both Spirit and some other fall or winter sport. The regulations are what they are for a reason, and they work well. However, I do not believe they would for Spirit. I believe the best course of action is to decline sanctioning at this point. Thank you for your time and for your dedication to all of our student athletes.
Thank you. That is all I have in Zoom for public comment.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hold on a second. All right, if we could now go to item number 6. The approval of the agenda for the April 14, 15, 2026 NIAA Spring Board Control for possible action. I would also ask that it is a flexible agenda as well. Ms. Crawford.
I move to approve the board agenda for April 14th and 15th with a flexible agenda.
Thank you, Keith.
Second.
We have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. All right, we will now go to page 14 for the introduction, of the new board of control members and liaison. I'll actually turn that over to Mr. Jackson.
Morning, everyone. Thank you. We had an opportunity through our work with the NASC, the Student Council Association. They were able to name 2 members that will be joining us next year as our student liaisons. We invite them in today. The reason we're recognizing them that today, even though they don't roll into the seat until September, is first of all, June, they may be gone. 2, June, we recognize our members that are rolling off. And I didn't want to have rolling off at the same time. So Anna is not available to join us today, and I'm going to say your name wrong. Agus?
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. Agus is joining us today as well. You can see their short bios are in there. Agus joins us from Bishop Gordon High School. He has a diverse range of expertise. He is leadership, is intellectual, I like that, and curiosity driven. So we're very excited for him to join us. He'll be rolling in as one of our student liaisons next year. They are still working on finding the third from the northern area. I do believe that is in the works, and as soon as we know that person, we will bring them forward for introduction before they sit for their first meeting in the fall. But we have invited them to join the meetings earlier than we have in the past, simply so that they can get a feel for how these meetings go. And they can also connect with the students, that are currently serving, so that they can get an idea of what this is going to be about, what their expectations can be met, and how they go. So with that. Ms. Long?
All right, welcome. Welcome. All right, let's go to item number 8. Please go to page 17. For the consent agenda item, and right now, the consent agenda item is the approval of minutes for the February 23rd, 2026 NIAA Special Board of Control meeting.
Wait, Paul, Richard, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. I have a first, Mr. Bossos. We have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you so much. All right, now we're gonna get creative. Let's go now to item number 13 on page 34. For a closed session, I just clearly wanted to ask, sir, if we need to go to closed session.
We do not.
There's no reason. Thank you. Okay. We are now going to go to item number 17. Please go to page 70. For the executive director evaluation and contract. Again on page 70. Okay, what you have in front of you is a lot of information, and I will explain it to you. First of all, on page 71, these were the directions and goals provided by the board last year to Mr. Jackson. I want to thank Mr. Jackson actually for putting a very comprehensive document together, because everything on page 71 through 74, actually 77, addresses those goals and directions for the sake of time and everything. It really helps if you guys have got your packet for almost 5 days a week, that you've taken the time to review these. So at this point, take a look, and if you have any questions, now would be the time to ask in regards to the directions of goals. Anyone have questions? Thank you again. This was very comprehensive. All right, now if you go to page 78.
Can I comment on those?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not going to comment on measuring numbers at all. There's no reason. The numbers are the numbers, whether they are good or bad or indifferent. I'm not meeting 2, meeting 1, whichever the case may be. I would like to comment more so on developing and implementing more clear processes for communicating with the board, page 75. I think that was met at a high level. I think that the communication with the board was accurate, adequate, and timely. I think that's important, especially when we get to the next item, which is establishing the state facilities for the next 3 years. I have not made it a secret that that is my goal to do that, but I want to make it known very clearly that I'm running into barriers every single time I try to do that, that I cannot overcome. And the barriers that I'm running into come from our own body. If we do not set a calendar for 3 years, we cannot set facilities for 3 years. And if we continue to face the realization, or do not face the realization that facilities are costing more and more money, And we have to work with facilities that are available and financially suitable for our needs. This goal will never be met. So in essence, it's set up for failure. And I'm concerned with that. I have on my desk right now an offer to host wrestling for the next 3 years at no cost to the association. I know full well that if I bring that forward to this board, the outcry will be loud. I have a facility requested from the University of Nevada, Reno for next year, all the way across. They have requested every state championship date and whether we'd be willing to go there. But I know that if I bring that forward, the outcry will be loud. The other issue we're really dealing with as well, that I think the board needs to know with item number 5 is this. We have schools willing to offer to host, but we are now being priced out of facilities in the South at our high schools. The cost through Facilitron is getting to be ridiculous. In our current budget, we are setting at over $103,000 in Facilitron costs. And we haven't hit the big one yet, which is baseball, softball, which will see over 250 games in the course of this postseason. So we need to make sure that we are aware of that. And I want to make sure that that is put out there very loud and clear, that while I'll continue to do that as a directive, I will not stop. Meeting that directive will never occur because there are barriers in the way that is presented. I will always work to increase revenue, but those are the two I really want to stress with the board. I want to make sure they understood where I was.
Good. Mr. Whipperman.
And can I ask, so from Facilitron staff, are we talking about personnel? Or the facilities charges in Facilitron specifically at the schools? I think that can be waived. My question again is it about people or is it about the facility itself?
It's the number of people we're required to bring on when we host our events.
And that only exists in the South. We
Yes.
see that many people in the North.
They do not charge us for that.
The North doesn't charge you for.
The only charge we received in North for basketball was an additional security I requested. The overtime that incurred. So when we host an event at McLean High School, it is inclusive of the security there, unless we request additional security on top of it.
Okay, that leads me to another question. So Rollins is your association picking up those costs in the North that we're not in the South?
Our department's not picking that up, and it's just a charge that the school picking.
So the schools that are hosting are paying that's what.
Yeah, I don't know who's paying that bill, but we are not.
Okay.
Yes.
Usually staff volunteers on that campus are usually volunteering there. It's only a few of them are getting paid.
Thank you very much.
I can tell you prior to Facilitron, that the only cost associated with the schools, the southern schools, PCSD, was that of the workers, the budget that was given by the NIAA and security, right? But ever since the district, right, Facilitron, there's been a associated cost to the NIAA.
And if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Sloan, it was half the cost of
Security at the time.
yeah,
Correct.
we paid the full bill for security.
Correct. We'll go to Teresa.
So in the north, we don't charge for our facilities to be used. We only get our workers and they get paid. Not a lot, but they do it for the kids from that perspective. So 4G.
I do want to point out that I still pay the workers in the South as well. So like a tournament manager still gets paid on top of that extra cost as well.
And that's what I'm trying to ascertain. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. Is it the schools that are hosting at the district are unwilling to waive the additional fees? Or, but if it's people, the money is already coming for the people we don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
We're not involved in that. I think that's Facilitron. Yes.
Yes, Pam, could you explain what the Solotron is for those of us who don't know?
You know what? I'm gonna lean on one of the principals because they're actually
It's a
more involved.
facility man, I'm sorry, keep
Go ahead.
for the record, it's a facility management online program. That the district essentially manages and schools sub-manage at their level for approving different events. It comes from everything simple as mom and dad want to run their kids volleyball tryouts in the gym at night, and there's a calendar that they can sign in. And there are charges, schools often will waive many of the fees if it's something that's connected to the school, so that's what I guess I will have to follow up with Tim to figure out where that challenge is, because fees, a lot of those fees can be waived, and I'm not sure that if we get in that situation, talking to the principal of that school, a lot of those fees can be waived that aren't personnel related, which Tim is telling me we're paying. So I mean, I think this is a solvable issue based on what you're telling me. I think.
So, we don't pay a rental fee for the facility. These are the fees that are, so whenever I'm just gonna use a football game on Friday night.
Mhm.
Whatever the staffing of security and, campus security monitors and custodial is, we pay that fee. That's what we're paying. Oh, and then on top of that, we pay our ticket takers, our ticket seller, our tournament manager, the trainer, and everybody else that is involved with it.
And in the north, what they're paying for their custodians and all of those.
Yes.
That's the difference.
That's the difference.
Thank you. That's
Yeah,
what
I'm trying, I want to make sure you got that.
No, that's why I kept asking questions, because it wasn't making sense to me. Thank you.
Yes, Tim.
I was just gonna say the same thing, because you pretty much, like he said, you can waive.
Almost
I
all.
think it's the fees because of our campus security monitor and our police got such significant raises. It's probably
They are costly.
more so the cost, I
I
would
can
say
say
that
that.
actually.
Anyone else? Yes.
Yeah, I think, we maybe want to explore a little bit more about that, because I mean, I guess the northern schools having to pick that up doesn't feel fair either, right? So like where they have to like absorb the cost for that. So I think it's just like worth exploring. Just a couple comments on what was stated. I imagine we're gonna have an opportunity for like more like evaluative feedback at some point in this conversation. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just do want to comment, like, I think if you have, Jackson, if you have state championship facility opportunities, I would encourage you not to shy away from sharing them just because of the possible like outcry from the public. I mean, it sounds like you have a plan that you want to present, so I would encourage you to do that. And then let the board do what we do, you know, one way or the other. And then my second comment was about number 3. I just want to push a little, just very slightly, I think in a sense of like, I do appreciate the monthly emails that we've received. I think that's been very, very good communication. I do think the release of a public, the press release process has been a challenge for sure. I think we as board members are finding out lots of things through press releases that I think we should have probably seen prior to the press. So I just want to throw that out there. And I think that's mentioned later on, but I do very much appreciate the monthly communication. I think that has been really strong. But I would like to work on, and I know we brought up to make sure the board is fully aware of things coming out to the media before they go to. Thank you.
So Washoe County, Carson, Douglas, private schools. We have night custodial, so they're there till the end and they, you know, whatever event goes on, they don't get extra pay. Unless they go their own hour. To be talent.
Yes, sir.
Teresa, what about weekends? If there are weekends that are obviously off. I'm just trying to figure out how to solve this problem in the south, if this is the problem we can't solve.
And flex.
So you.
Okay,
flex
you
that
guys,
out, you build
we're
it.
extending the agenda
I
here.
apologize. I'm trying
you.
to figure out what the problem is that Tim was brought up during his,
Okay.
I agree. Thank
We
you.
can talk afterwards.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you. All right, now if you would please go to page 78. You go to page 78, 79, and 80. These are the responses from the voting members. If you look at the categories across, if you do the math, they don't all add up. But not everybody indicated a score. All right, and again, I want to emphasize the fact that these were the voting members' results. If you go to page 81, I just took each one of the standards, administrative, calculated them, and there you have it overall. And on 82 and 83, I've taken your comments. A lot of them were the same, but in different versions. So I simplified things, and these are the comments that were made by board members. So I'm gonna open it up for comments. If there is none. Again, hopefully you guys have had time to take a look at these. This is not.
Column number 4. So I think, just a curiosity, on page 81, TT, that's the
Total,
total. Oh, okay.
Total.
All right. So how does this translate into I didn't understand this last year and I probably should have asked then, like, how does this translate into the actual evaluation? Is it just based on, they're wrong, it's not good.
wait, let's take our table away. How did you, I'm sorry, what did you?
How does this, like, what is the actual evaluation? Is it this page on page 81, like a summary of the numbers, or is there a score, an overall score that we're supposed to give in each category? You know what I mean? Like, when I read like administrative, for example, I see 34% 4, 40% 3, like, does we calculate that as a score, or is the evaluation actually on page 81?
Well, the actual evaluation is page 78 through 80. And this is just taking it to a different level, I guess, and taking, because this is past practice, what we've done.
Right.
And if, you know, and also as I explained in the last meeting, this evaluation has changed within the last, well, when was it, Lydia? You were on the committee 2-3 years ago. And if, you know, we could always change it, but that's what it was. This is the actual evaluation, 81, just put everything in categories. If it's not relevant, then, but that's all it is.
Okay, yeah, I think it's kind of, it's an interesting approach, right? Because it's hard, like me as an employee receiving this evaluation to necessarily like set some goals for what I want. I want more numbers going on the left, right? But like, I think you should consider creating a score in each category overall based on the data that we got here. So it's a little more clear and concise of like, in administrative, it's a 4.5. Or I use that because it's not on the scale, but like as an example, right? And then in budget, it's a 3.5 overall, right? I think that might be a more valuable use of this data, because it is kind of hard to follow and figure out the exact trend here of like where the specific growth or maybe needed. I mean, yes, you can see some of like the scores in the lower categories, but so that would be my push, I think, for us just moving forward. I would like to hear the staff part of it too, and like to the end before I give my feedback, but I just wanted to throw out the.
And I think
for the public reading this, it's just a little hard sometimes to understand, like, what is the like evaluation, you know?
I think going forward, that's a conversation that we can have. And if we need to go in a different direction, we can do that as well. Because the evaluation does come from the board, like I explained, it was modified. This is nothing the way it was about 5 years ago. So once again, thank you for that feedback. 82, 83, our comments that were made. Any other comments before we go to staff, or we can wait till the end? We'll go forward. All right, as you see, as of last year during the evaluation, it was recommended that staff also was included. And the reason why I separated the two, I'm gonna be honest with you, is because I thought it was the best for the voting members to have their voice heard, because we hiring and then the staff, I believe going forward that we should probably include the liaisons, because you work alongside with the NIAA basically on a day-to-day basis, like Rollins and I do. And I think your voice too needs to be heard. Maybe that will be a recommendation going for next year, because I think everyone's voice around the table should be heard. All right, so once again, staff is on page 84, 85, and 86. Staff results, same thing with the overall, and then comments made by the staff on 88, 89. Would the board like to open up for discussion at this time before I go to the directions? So go ahead, Kate.
I just want to make one comment just for the general public reading this, and I assume it might be similar for what the board had put in. We have a section that has like evaluation comments. And so like I noticed one of my goals is listed as a comment. And so I want to make sure it doesn't come off as something that I don't think he's doing well and that needs to do better. And that's just like a goal to continue to do, because he is doing this well and I want to continue. So I just want to make that clear that it looks like some of the goals and directions were also kind of lumped into the comments, which is fine, but I just want to make sure that's clear that while it's a goal, it doesn't necessarily mean he needs to do it differently or better. It's just a continuation of something he's already doing.
Right, that was amended to get to the board for, information and stuff. Yes, Ellen.
Ellen Townsend, Coordinator of Officials. Building just on what Kate just said, I noticed there were a couple of my goals that got in under comments, and so you've already mentioned that. To Tim, I told him those mine. Just so that their goals not, construed as something that wasn't getting checked.
Okay, any other comments before we go to the directions goals? Okay, if you would go to page number 90, and from what I did, I combined everybody's suggestions, things a little bit. Number one, continue to explore, secure, and maintain state championship facilities for the next 3 years. Adhere to the approved calendar to avoid last-minute changes that affect the approved north and south locations. Continue building relationships with potential donors to expand your efforts beyond what is currently being done. Direction number 2, collaborate closely with the NIAA legal counsel to ensure that regulations, procedures, and policies are followed during border control meetings, level 2 hearings, committee meetings, and other relevant events. Additionally, work with legal counsel and lobbyists to strengthen the relationship with legislators and promote the NIAA's role and responsibility, aiming to enhance public perception. Number 3, create a culture of open communication, integrity, accountability among board members of schools, strengthen regional relationships and equity by actively fostering more positive collaborative relationships with schools statewide via quarterly listening tours and documented joint initiatives to ensure equitable representation and support across all regions. During these conversations are important to board control meeting and appropriate committee meetings to show the stakeholders you are listening to their concerns and take them seriously. Number 4, to enhance communication and transparency. Establish a protocol requiring board review of external press releases and other urgent matters. This will ensure the board is fully informed as stakeholders frequently communicate with board members. This approach allows them to share valuable insight about stakeholder interaction and the potential effects of addressing these issues. And number 5, as a new realignment committee is assigned and meetings are held, the NIAA staff must take a more active role to ensure that established regulations and procedures adhere to as outlined in the Nevada Administrative Code. Mr. Jackson, any questions?
Just a couple. Again, number 1, I do believe is tantamount to failure, no matter how hard I try. I want you to know that, but I will continue to work on that. But I do believe that's going to be an issue. Because until we get to the point where we understand that venues will appear not in geographical regions, but in financial situations, we must be willing to be flexible and hear that. The situation we're dealing with in track is a prime example of that. But I will continue to work on that. Number 2, goes without saying, I do believe that we have started laying the groundwork for that very well in our meetings with them over the Education Standing Committee on Education, which I'll report on later on, and with the Sunset Committee, which the board should be taking very seriously, as there is a potential there that they need to be aware of with that. So we'll continue to do that, fine, and well, as we do that. Number 3, always about communication. I understand that. No matter how much we communicate, we can always do it better. So we'll work on that. And I will, I've made a note to myself now, unless it's a pending operational issue, any press release, we can work on having that released to the board prior to its public release, and we can see that come to fruition rather rapidly. Realignment, I will say that it's laid out by regulation. We'll follow the regulation and we can meet that. And we know that this next realignment will be interesting to say the least, as we're coming off a 3-year alignment and other issues that are taking alignment as well. With that.
Thank you. Thank you. No, correct me if I'm incorrect. I would like to take a vote on the executive director evaluation and then transition to the next one. Is that correct?
Sure, you can do that. Yes, you could.
Okay, thank you. Yes, wait.
Wood Coastal Region, I just have a question on number 4. To enhance communication and transparency, especially the part about, sending press releases to the board for approval before they're actually done. Being in a position that I am in my day job, I have a board that I have to, report to. And I get interviewed quite frequently, and if I have to go to the board for approval to say what I'm going to say in an interview or at a press release or something along that I'm quite burdensome and cumbersome and time consuming. So I think we have goals that are established as a board, and the directives is given to our executive director. He should have the autonomy to be able to say that within inside the goals and the things that we are doing here, to be able to give those press releases without board approval, I think. I mean, that's just my personal opinion, and maybe I'm off base with this one a little bit, but anyway, that's just my opinion.
It's not asking of. Absolutely.
I think, the way paragraph 4, the second sentence, read board review of external press releases and other urgent matters. That's an open meeting law issue. You can't have board review. You can ask that he send it out before he sends out the press release, but you guys don't get to review it and comment on it. That would be a complete violation of the open meeting law, because no one has any more authority than any other member that sits up here except for the president for administrative purposes. So how do you get to weigh in? You would be disenfranchising the other 11 members of your public body. So I think for the executive director to send it to you is fine, but for you to review it, weigh in, that's a complete open meeting.
That's not BS.
Okay.
It's just the review. I mean,
It's having him tell us about.
Yeah.
This is what
No,
I'm gonna say
right.
before I give it
Absolutely.
up.
It's just an FYI.
Okay.
And I've worked for the last 4 executive directors, and that has occurred.
Yeah.
You know, that's all it's just the review, just
Okay.
so we know what's going to go out.
Okay.
And that's it.
I
That's
agree
where
with
the
that.
word
I was
review.
just, maybe I read
Oh,
too
no.
much into it,
No,
or I
no.
was concerned about it.
Mr. Cavazos.
Thank you, Cavazos Region 4, and I see where Wade is coming from here. I think the word review kind of implies that we're going to be like approving it, et cetera. So if it said something like informational, because we get information that's sent to the trustees on school board, but we're not approving it. They're just informing us of it. So I don't know, I think the review just kind of sort of led us down the lane of implying that we're gonna approve it. I agree with legal counsel that could be an open meeting law issue. Thank you.
Mrs. Profit.
My comment or question doesn't have to deal with this topic, so I don't know if you want to check with the others first to see if there was something else they wanted to say in regards to.
Mr. McNutt, did you want to?
No.
Okay.
You have something to say?
Is there another word or phrase?
Yeah, I was just drafting the language here on paragraph 4. I would suggest that you adopt language that says something along the lines of establish a protocol requiring that the board receive external press releases and other urgent matters before they go public, or something of that nature. I think that's what you're asking, that hey, we see it before it goes public.
Absolutely.
So.
Okay, we'll get together, and then do we need to bring this back to the next board meeting, June?
No, you
We're
can
good.
adopt it today
Okay.
based off of that language. We can-
Okay.
It's all, but everyone has to vote for it and
All right.
approve.
So give me that language again.
I would say something along the lines of establish a protocol
Okay.
requiring that the board receive external press releases and other urgent matters before they go public.
Prior to release.
Prior to release. There we go. Great.
Okay, I think I got it. We'll get there. Go correctly. Yes, Ms. Crockett.
Okay, so my question goes along the lines of the Sunset Committee, because Mr. Jackson, you had brought up, I think it was when you were reviewing the goal number 2, right? When we're talking about public perception. And you said that that's something that we should be aware of and to take seriously. So I just wanted to open up this time, I think, to kind of talk about it a little bit more so that we can also make sure that our goals and directives right within here can help align with what's to come. Because from my understanding, this is the first time that the NIAA has been asked to present to the Sunset Committee. And I don't know if everybody knows what the Sunset Committee is.
So as I've stated, the Sunset Committee is very important. Sunset Committee is part of regulation. I want to say 438, but I don't want to quote my number. It may be incorrect there. But what that committee does is it's designed to have oversight and make recommendation to to anything that is regulatory and stand. So in other words, we fall under the NRS through the NACs. We then go to the Sunset Committee, and the Sunset Committee looks at our operations, what we do, how we function, how we're budgeted. And they can decide many things. One, they can say, hey, you're doing a great job, continue to do what you do, go forth and be fruitful and prosperous. They can look at us and say, there's no need for this committee anymore. You don't need to exist. What has happened, what you were created for no longer exists. We don't need you, we will sunset you. You will go away. Or they can look at it and say, well, you're doing this, and we have a committee over here doing this. Why are we doing it twice when we can roll this into one consolidate? The thing I want this board to understand is there's no other body in the state of Nevada that does what the NIAA does. There's no other regulatory commission, no other regulatory body that does high school athletics. So it's very important that when we present to them, that we present a very good, solid presentation of what this body does and what it serves for the state of Nevada, the students of Nevada, and our members. So I'm very concerned about it because I want to make sure we do a great job of working with this one. We're waiting to get guidance on exactly what they're looking for, which will come after they have the first sunset meeting. There are multiples of these. Ours is in May, the 22nd of May. And we'll have a better idea of what they're looking for as we watch these meetings occur. And we want to make sure we present them with information. It's very important because what I don't want them to think is that we are a body that they could roll in with someone else or that don't need to exist or whatever the case may be. So it's very important that we have a good relationship with the legislators as we go into it and that we're prepared. So I'm very concerned that we make sure we get this right. We got to hit a home run. We can't go up and hit a ground rule though. We need a home run on this. I think we hit a home run with the Joint Standing Committee Education. We provided them all the information they wanted. They asked great questions, and I felt very positive after that hearing was over. I want the same feeling at the end of this one, but this one has a little bit more of we've never been in front of them before type of feel to it that we haven't had before. So I think creating that open culture with the legislature is very vital, and I think we are doing a good job with that, with our lobbyists and the communication and the welcoming environment that we attained at the hearing for the Joint Standing Committee on Education makes me feel very positive and optimistic of it. But at the same time, when you're positive and optimistic, that's when you get hit in the back of the head with the shoe you didn't see coming. So I want to make sure we're prepared.
No, thank you. Like I said, I just wasn't sure if everybody was aware of what that all entailed.
Yeah, Colin not reaching for, so a couple, first question is there not an opportunity to take the feedback I gave and bring back something to vote on that's a little bit more clear what the evaluation is? Like just my question is, do we have to do this today?
You need to
Vote
reevaluate.
on what this is. I would prefer, I think it would be stronger if we were giving an actual score in each category as opposed to a series of tallies. You know what I mean? So I guess is that an option? Number one is the question. I guess that's a legal question, like what our timeline is it due today, that kind of thing.
Consistent with the executive director's contract in Article 12, as I read it, that he is entitled to his evaluation in the spring meeting, which is the spring meeting. So I think you have to make a decision today.
Okay, so actually we have to do this, that's fine. We are gonna do public comment before we vote on this, right? That'll be like logistically, I think people, I don't know exactly, I don't know if people are here, but I think some people are here. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I will just raise. We may want to ask too, because other people came in late.
I don't have a card for any of them. It's for that. I don't know. We're trying to get to it at 10 o'clock. No one else turned in a card to me since this morning. It was related to sure.
That's, so if there's, I guess if there are members of the public that want to speak, they need to come to the yellow card.
Everyone that's here, you need to make a public comment. You have to fill out a card, hand it to me so that we know what you're here for.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to make sure in case anybody wants to comment on the side of it, that's something we make sure we're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So, but I will make some general comments across the board here, speaking on behalf of principals in Clark County School District. I think first, I think there is, you'll see on the executive director evaluation, many of the twos and ones came from me and came from my conversations with principals in the Clark County School District in the South. I think there is a broad, unanimous feeling of not feeling supported by our executive director in lots of different avenues, whether it's appeals for behavior of other member schools, insofar as the kind of decisions that are being made, by both this board, but also by the executive director. I think there's lots of examples of that I've heard over the last few weeks. When principals found out that reminded that the evaluation was on the agenda, I think there was a lot of frustration expressed from principals in the South. I think there is a really strong feeling, all to zero, that we do not feel very supported by our current executive director. My specific concerns, and I think one of the directions or goals that I would like to see in this evaluation, is I think there is a little bit of it's unclear what the board is responsible for and what the executive director is responsible for. And I mean that to say, for when as it concerns this evaluation, I think that Mr. Jackson needs to kind of dig in a little bit more as to what is within his purview versus ours, right? So for examples, in the last year, where I believe that has been violated, right, is the press release sanctioning lacrosse that exists with this body, not with the executive director. The selection of state wrestling venue exists with this body, not with the executive director. The press release naming the Hall of Fame people, right, that exists with this body, not with the executive director. And then most recently, which I believe was mentioned earlier, the modification of the football playoff structure in the fall, I also believe rests with this body, not with the executive director. And so, those are just 4 examples where I believe the executive director has overstepped his responsibilities and usurped the authority of the board. And so I think it is important. I would like to maybe see a direction here. I don't know if we need to learn that or just make it a little bit more clear what those two, where that line is, because I believe in the last year alone that the executive director has overstepped his authority 4 times, those specific 4 times I mentioned that I know of. And so, just speaking from principals in the South, right, I think there's a general frustration and lack of feeling supported by our current executive director. So, I again included the evaluation scores as needs improvements and in some cases satisfactory, because I think that there is a lot of growth needed in the next year in order to rebuild the relationships that have been damaged by those are the principals in Clark County. So thank you for doing it.
Thank you. We don't have any public comment
I
at
have
this
nothing
time.
in my email. I don't see anyone online. Unless she's bringing me a public comment for this item.
Too late.
It's too late.
No, I'm kidding. Come here.
I'll wait for the end then. Okay, so tell me when you want me for this one, right?
Go right ahead.
Morning, everybody. The formal of the board meeting.
Give me 1 second. I can't do all the.
Introduce yourself, please.
Good evening, Madam President, of the board, at the levels here as a high school principal for Clark County District. Just a couple things for the board to speak for you or the myself. Okay. Speaking for myself. So just a few things for the board to consider and Tim, in your evaluation, I think there's a lot of schools, the majority of public high schools, just to be honest, have lost a lot of faith in the NIA and the board to do what's best for our schools and our students. When we have concerns that come up, I still have one outstanding from the beginning of January. It hasn't been settled yet. So timeframes of serious concerns when you're having other coaches call my students racial slurs. I expect the NIA, the board, to act in the best interest of our students, and I have not seen that in the past few years. So frustration with that. Also to the board, I would encourage your goals for Mr. Jackson to be more specific. The one specifically, creating a culture of open communication. Number 3, integrity, collaborative relationships. What is your expectation of that? Because as public schools in the South, if we've lost faith in our executive director, what are our specific asks that the board is asking of him, and what do we want to see in the next year, 2 years, 3 years? And I would encourage that for all people. It's very vague. They leave a lot of room for interpretation, and we need action. Sports looks very different now than it did 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and I'm not seeing that represented in our executive director or in NIA. Just ask you to consider those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Yeah, with Postal Region 3, I would just like to say, as I went through this evaluation, a lot of, we have given him, directives, to come back with different things to this board. Every single time he has brought something back to this board. Board may not have liked it, or the board may not understand it, but he brought it back. He's doing what the board has asked him to do. This board has, to a lot of extent, and people might agree with me, this board is wishy-washy. You make a decision, then all of a sudden you realize what the ramifications are, and then we want to change our mind midstream. That's not how good governance works. Once you make a decision, you go for the time frame until it's done and completed, and then you start and go again. Realignment is a good example of that. If you look at the ratings that the board members, us as board members have given, if you combine 4 and 3 for the board of control, he's got 79%. That's over 75%. That's 3/4 of the way to 100, right? That's good evaluation. That's a good evaluation in my opinion. And that's all of us on the board of control that get it. Yeah, we have some that have personal or maybe not personal, but have had situations that haven't gone their way, that haven't they don't agree with it, and that's okay. We're not here as a board to agree on everything. We're here as a board to govern, do the best for athletics, for the kids in the state of Nevada. We have an executive director that goes out and does what we ask him to do. And I think Tim has done a good job. I've been involved with NIAA in one capacity or another for a lot of years, through coaching, through being on the board, being a school board member, and I've known the last board executive directors quite well and have worked with them extensively. And I always believe that you give direction and then you allow them to go do their jobs. Sometimes want to micromanage as a board, and whenever you try to micromanage as a board, it doesn't go well. We have to allow our executive director to go out and get things done on our behalf. Give him the direction. Could our goals be a little more detailed oriented? Yeah, they can, and we can work on that in the future. We can get more detailed oriented. If you want to be evaluated, be a superintendent in a school, look at some of their evaluations. Some of them are like 10 pages long and very detail oriented. And so you can get to that point, but this is the evaluation that we've agreed on. This is the evaluation that we have said we're going to bring forward. And in my opinion, Tim has done the job that we have asked him to do 100%. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath.
Calling our region for, quick question, clarity purposes on page 81. What is the number when it's under administrative number 34 is 28? What does that number mean?
If I can respond, because I was figuring that out as well. I think when Pam put the total number of people who gave a score, she added all of those up, and that's what that total came to.
That's exactly.
And she used that for a
So,
percentage.
Yeah.
so everyone who gave a 4 counted as 4. Everyone who gave a 3 counted as 3. Everyone who gave a 2 counted as 2, and 1 counted as 1. Right? So to me, I think that the math on this is imbalanced.
No, it's, well, yeah, everybody, like in column number 1, or like, you just added them up. It's weird.
Right, but if I gave a 4, I got 4 votes towards the eval. Right, if I gave a 1, I got 1 vote towards the percentage online. Right, because this number should add up to 12 across.
But
Correct?
not everybody answered. in
Fine,
a
but it
response.
shouldn't add up to 80. Right, is the point I'm making. Because then I think when we look at percentages, to Mr. Polson's point, like he's bringing up the fact that, there's a solid percentage in the 4s and 3s. But again, if people who gave a 4 got 4 votes towards that number. So, right?
No, if you look on the communication, like the 9, that's on page 81.
Yeah.
6 individuals gave a 4, 3 individuals gave a 3. So 6 and 3 out of that's the 9.
It's already locked out.
Is that what you're?
No, so, yeah, I'm just.
Because like under leadership, there's 11 standards. That's what that came from.
So it's the total number
Individual
of votes.
Yeah, you don't get 4, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
3 and 5, 8, okay,
Yeah.
I understand, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that's clear, because I think that there was some confusion about that. Obviously, I was a little confused about it, so, okay, so just a quick comment, I would hesitate assuming personal layers of this, I think that's kind of a dangerous, path to go down, and, like I said, one of my comments were made in regards to the feeling of the principals in the South, right? So I just do not appreciate an attempt to say that it's like a personal attack, because that's not the case at all. But I will say this, I think it's also important for this board to consider that this board is not representative of the population of schools in our organization. So what I mean by that is we do not have a proportional vote based on the number of schools we have, right? So I speak for a lot of schools, right? But I get 1 vote, right? Same with, all of us, but I just want to make sure we're clear that yes, there is a higher score here. But if we asked each individual member school to give a vote here, I think we would see much different results. And so I just think it's important to know that when we consider this evaluation, that the 12 on this board is not representative of the proportion. I mean, frankly, there are members and whole groups of schools that don't have a vote, right? Or the ability to give their, the second largest district in this in the state as an example, right? So I just think I just want to make sure it's clear that we all consider that, that yes, I have 1 vote, I gave my contribution. I don't think I'm alone in the comments I'm making, people sitting up here. But I am representing a large portion of our membership. So just want to make sure that's good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Dennis Holmes, Superintendent Liaison. I appreciate the process. And that's what this is, process. And part of our process is divided by our executive director. And I personally think he does a very good job. Good, difficult job. And leaders lead. And they get out in front and do what they have to do. I sometimes, even myself, I forget our job is policy, regulation. That's it. And then to work collaboratively with our executive director. And I have 5 board members that I have to answer to, and Occasionally they call me and want to meet, talk about things individually, and that's great. That's a collaborative way to solve issues or gather a better understanding, because I have certain initiatives and they question them and they should. But we come together, we sit down and we work them out, and that tends to be pretty effective. There are 17 superintendents throughout the state, one executive director from the charter schools. I'm on the lower end. We have 650 students, and Clark has 270,000 students, but we each have one vote. And when we come to the table, we still have one vote. And we do really well collectively. But we all see things differently, because I see 650 kids and Mrs. Ebert sees 270,000 kids. So I don't know. I think, and this is my personal opinion now, I think we, as board, shortchanged Mr. Jackson. I think he's understaffed. And I think he needs a central location to conduct business. And I believe that, again, my own opinion, that it's up to this board to assist in those two things. I have a third belief, but I'm going to save it for a while. So on governance, and I want to be respectful, listen to Mr. McNaught later today or tomorrow. But I think that location and an adequate, I'll just use the word adequate staff, are necessities. And I appreciate Mr. Jackson's humility. They'll take the blame for things that go wrong, but he'll never take the credit for things that go right. And I think sometimes we forget to give him the credit. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Appreciate that, Mr. Holmes. Any other comments? I am actually looking for a motion to approve Mr. Jackson's evaluation with the revision to number 4 of the directions book.
We Bolson Region 3, I move to approve the evaluation of Mr. Jackson with the revision of goal number 4.
Thank you. We have a first, we have second, yes, sir.
Calling out Region 4, is there an opportunity to include number 6, what I brought up about like ensuring executive director follows policies and procedures set by the board? Sorry.
Mr. Lombardo?
Well, there's 2 ways you can do it. You can ask Mr. Wilson to see if he'll accept a friendly amendment to his motion, and then Mr. Kenny would have to approve that. If they did not agree, then you would have to submit your own motion to add that and see if you got a second, and the board would have to vote on that. We can walk through those processes afterwards, but I think the best place to start is asking Mr. Wilson if he's willing to accept that friendly amendment.
What's the amendment?
The amendment
Can you explain a little bit more there?
Yeah, that was just to my point of the fact that I feel as though the executive director has overstepped his authority in those 4 instances I gave. So I'm looking for some direction to ensure that we basically stay within our lane. So I think that like what I would be looking for it to say, I didn't, unfortunately, I didn't like graph it before, so let me just like go quick. I would be looking for it to say, ensure the executive director follows the policies and procedures set forth by NAP.
That's already in.
It's already in his contract to do that.
There's no reason why we can't include it as a goal. Well, I mean, then if that's the case, the contract's been violated in all 4 instances I gave, right? So, I mean,
You should be very careful to.
the request I am making is, can we add are you willing to add number 6?
Mr. Bolton?
Kate has something to say. I'll listen to Kate.
Okay, Kate, go right ahead.
I just have a point to kind of bring up about it. I think before you put something into his evaluation as a goal, you need to be very clear about what is that line, because you mentioned some things, but then if you do look at reg, 154 says the executive director shall represent the association and interpret policies and regulations adopted by the association, members of the general public and the media. So if he's representing the association, does that not give him the right to do something with the general public and media, you know what I'm saying? So I just want to be clear that if you're gonna put something in a directive and then you're gonna say those four are examples of where he overstepped, I want to make sure that's true. Does that make sense?
Sure, I don't know that that's necessarily an agenda.
Like Hall of Fame,
right?
Hall of Fame, it's not.
Yeah, so I don't know, that it's not really an agenda item to like address that, right? I mean, I get what you're saying. I'm not trying to overstep that agenda item. It's my opinion that I would like there to be some directions about following the policies set forth by me. That I know is in the contract, but would also like it in the directive.
Thank you, Mr. Folsom.
With respect to Mr. McNutt's request, no, I am not willing to, amend my motion. For the basis of, I believe that what you are requesting is already in his contract, is already something that is given, that he has to follow those NATs, he has to follow. And I understand that you may feel that he went outside of his purview as executive director, but I do not feel that way. Me as a board member sitting where I'm sitting, I don't feel that he broke any of those and did anything such as you stated. Understanding with respect, you feel that way. I just don't see it that way.
It's fine. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Going further, we can actually add this to the agenda item. We could, just no, I'm not this, no, per conversation. No, Kevin's all. Rob.
Yes, Rollins, or Vice President. Colin, the issues that you brought up regarding some infractions by Mr. Jackson. Do those rules and regulations apply to board members as well?
I don't know if that's necessarily relevant for what we're talking about here.
The point being made is that I want to place something on our president that's not placed on us as board members.
I hear you, but I'm
That's all I'm
not sure if
saying.
it's relevant.
Yes or no?
Yeah. It's not an inquiry on a board member, right? This is the executive director's evaluation, so I'm not gonna go down this like questioning tactic of me, right? I think I made the request, it is denied, let's move on.
Let it proceed.
Yeah.
All right, let's do a roll call. All in favor, say yay. That's roll call.
Roll call or?
Roll call,
Okay.
please.
Okay.
All in favor, or again, all in favor, say yay for the contract, I mean, for the evaluation.
Pamela Sloan,
Yay.
Ron Stallworth,
Yay.
Linda Cavazos,
Yay.
Greg Malkovich.
Yay.
Jay Kenny.
Yay.
Colin McNaught.
Yay.
Christina Brockett,
Yeah.
Wade Wilson,
Aye. Yay.
Brian Freeman,
Yay.
Rand Sorensen.
Yay.
She is, if you could type in your answer for 17.
Yay.
I have to mute her, I can't do both. You can give a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
It is on her.
So that, what is that?
Yay.
Thank you. Alex Woodley, same thing. Yay.
Give Thumbs up.
Keith Whipperman.
Right.
Okay. Motion passes.
Thank you, 10-2. Okay, we're gonna go forward. The second part on number 17 is the current contract and proposed contract for future fiscal years. I'm actually going to turn this over to Mr. Jackson.
So, being this is the last year of my contract, I'd like to go into the last year of my contract, knowing what's going to happen after that last year, which I think is common practice. So I would propose to the board, I would like to offer an extension of the current contract for up to 3 more years. And with that, I'll turn it back to Ms. Slump.
Ms. Sloan, sorry, is it, what page is that on?
It's not.
It is not.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
Again, I just, we had this conversation.
Thank you.
So I would like to open it up to board members.
Could we have Mr. Jackson repeat that?
Sure. I'm going into the last year of my contract. I'd like to know what's going to occur at the end of next April, which is would be my last board meeting as the executive director for my current contract. Knowing that, I would like to offer that I would have my contract extended for 3 years after that. So a 3-year extension on my current contract.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
No change in anything in the contract.
Mr. Gupta?
I'm not Region 4. I would assume you can assume my thought on this. I would be opposed to that. Representing the principals of the South, all of them in the Clark County School District. And so for what it's worth, I am in opposition, and the Clark County School District principals are in opposition of that.
Mr. Paulson?
Wade Bolson, Region 3. I move to approve a 3-year extension to Tim Jackson's contract.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Not Region 4. I do, again, want to just remind this board that we are ignoring the voice of the majority of our organization. We continue to do that time after time, sitting here, ignore 70% of our membership and the voice of it. And so high school principals across the state, right, are the ones we need to be listening to. They are the ones on the ground doing the work, right? And there are many sitting at this table who are not in the schools doing the work that we are. And 70% of our, I believe is the number, I might be wrong, but a majority of our high school principals are asking this board not to do that. We are once again asking this board to listen to us. And once again, are being ignored by this body. I just want to make sure that everybody hears that. That is the voice of the high school principals in the Clark County School District. We continue to be ignored by this body. And I just want to make sure before you vote, you consider the entire membership of our organization.
Mr. Paulson?
First off, I think as the Region 3 representative, I represent the most high schools in the state of Nevada. I have 12 school districts. The only ones I don't represent is Washoe County, Clark County, Churchill County, Douglas County, and Carson City. I represent everybody else in the state of Nevada. I have not received one call from a high school principal complaining about them or our executive director. Do they have problems with the NIAA? Yeah, they have problems with the NIAA, but it's all either regulation, eligibility, sports, who's in our league. It's all about those kind of stuff. Who is eligible, who's not eligible, why this, why that, but it's not about Mr. Jackson himself. So since I haven't heard anything from any of those, and I don't know how many schools I represent, but I know it's over 50. And so I would say that that's a vast majority. That's 1A, 2A, and 3A. Almost every school. So in my opinion, Mr. Jackson's been doing a good job, and I move forward with this.
Mr. Whipper?
I just want to remind everyone that after it's very public that we had a large majority of schools in the 4A and 5A in Southern Nevada choose to go independent because of the feeling unheard. That's very telling fact. And I just want to make sure that's on the record.
Ms. Cavazos?
Do we have a motion and a second on the floor right now, or
Yes.
who made the second? I think
Rollins.
Okay, so this is not an agenda, it's a request, I believe, from our executive director. So right now, Mr. Jackson, you're under a 3-year contract, and that will be up in April. So in requesting this, was there any consideration given possibly to requesting a lesser amount of time? You're saying that you're requesting a 3-year extension, but, and I think I heard you say, please correct me if I'm wrong, with no changes, in other words, with no significant revisions to the plan.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Would there be any appetite for consideration of a shorter length of time?
With all due respect to the board, I feel like the last 2 years I've done everything to keep my job and haven't been doing my job. And I don't want to do that. I think we're getting our boots on the ground. I think we're making the changes that are necessary. And I think it's time for us to continue to move forward. And with that, I do not want this to be brought up again. It doesn't need to be. And with that, I would say respectfully, it's a 3-year extension as well.
Okay, and I appreciate your candor, Mr. Jackson, and I do want to be fully transparent that that was a question that came in from someone who is viewing the meeting from the south, and so they want me to ask that. So thank you for your answer.
Yes, Tim, how often do you meet in front of Clark County principals?
Try to go to every meeting that is Sloan hosts with all of them. I'm sorry, let me correct. I apologize. That's with the athletic administrators and athletic directors.
Washoe County being the second largest school district, how many times have you met in front of their principals?
I met with the athletic administrators and athletic directors.
Have you ever met with principals in the other outlying districts that have one school?
There were a few one-on-one that had, but nothing organized or structured.
Okay. And the NIAA and this board represents every single school in the district, including the 70% offered by Clark County, correct?
I would like to point out that it's not 7%.
Okay.
Okay, it's 29.5.
29.5%.
Yeah, 29.46 exactly. But I do meet with the charter schools. I do meet with them at their monthly meeting. Mr. Henderson included me in those. But I do try to meet with many entities, but it is athletic administrators and athletic directors.
Yes.
And then we also have the inter seasonal meetings as well as the beginning meetings. So in other words, I meet with anybody who wants to meet, I'm willing to meet, and I do attend the monthly superintendent meeting where I'm on their standing agenda. Now, if I were on the standing agenda, I would be at any meeting they want me at.
So based on the comps number, representing 7%, I'm sure he's mentioning public schools only with that number, maybe, with the 70%.
The public schools in the state of Nevada represent 56.59%.
Okay. So the NIAA body deals with a lot of other issues outside of public schools in Clark County.
Yes, sir. We have 129 member schools.
Thank you.
Ms. Brown.
I just wanted to make the quick comment of, I know obviously there's been some more recent actions that have expressed right opinions of where things are. What I see, and I'm hoping with these goals that we just approved, and then again, the reminder of within contract, we need to make sure that we're all following what's within our regulations, within our procedures, within NAC, right? That we're also looking towards where athletics has been heading, because, and I think a 3-year extension for me is a little too much to say, yeah, let's do another 3 years. I'd like to really see what happens within the next year of how you're looking at the face of athletics and how it's been changing over the last 5-10 years, right? With just the way the schools are made up, with the way regulations are changing, with the way legislatures passing other governance pieces that's dictating what we do, and how you're navigating those waters to help create that sense of that unity and that camaraderie amongst the entire state of Nevada. Because I think that's where a lot of frustration lies within, especially, and I'll say in the South, obviously, because that's what I'm around all the time, right? And that's who I get to hear from all the time. There's just been so many changes within how athletics is executed amongst the different organizations within the state, right? That all falls within the NIAA. And how are we as the NIAA responding, because we're doing the same practices we've been doing for the last 20+ years. And I'm not sure if the same practices we've been doing in the last 20+ years is the right way to move us forward with all the other changes that continue to happen with things that happen post-secondary, all the NIL things, all the things I know that Mr. Rombardo, which I really appreciated that you spoke about with how student athletics has been changing, and it's changing more and more rapidly. I just see us doing the same thing we've been doing, and we're not making the changes or addressing the issues that are current or that will be coming up because of all the other changes that have happened.
Thank you. Mr. Gordon?
I just wanted to kind of backtrack on representation board and voting members and just kind of bring us back to NAC. Again, 9385B.108 voting membership. As a representative on board as a voting member, you are representing a county. Does not say public school districts within that county. You are representing all the schools within that county. And that is further kind of explained when we're talking about the representatives on the board for the parents and guardians. It even specifies of these three people, you cannot be an immediate family member or employee of school district, first or private. So that language is already in that NAC to specify that. And so I think when we're talking about representing a region and we're voting and we're saying things like that, we're not representing all of the schools in that region. That also is staff we've discussed as, you know, maybe there's something that we could change in the NAC to make it a little bit more representative, because as it's been mentioned, we do not have anybody that's verbally saying that they are representing the public and charter school within the region. And so just to kind of throw that out there as well.
Mr. McDonald?
A comment I'll reach for. I know we like to kind of shoot through some of the things that I'm saying here, but I think when we think about student population, that is the math might math a little differently. So I think that's just want to throw that out there that I'm not necessarily talking about the talking about the representation of kids, period. And so I just think that some of the education received frequently on this board. But you know, I think we just think about the representation on a student level, period. Two questions I have. One, are we gonna permit public comment on this? I don't know if public necessarily knew that we were gonna do this. So maybe that's why they didn't submit a yellow card. Are we allowed to be public comment on this?
I would need a card.
No, we're taking public comment on this item, and it is properly noticed on the agenda. It specifically says the word contract.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I just don't know if we.
It's my legal opinion.
I hear you. No, sure. Well, that's disappointing because I think there's the public that would like to speak and would have taken that opportunity because we're voting twice in this agenda item. It seems like we would take public comment before an additional vote. Second question I have then, considering the public and the want for public input, does this have to be today? Is there anything in contract or an act that requires this done today?
Travel first, we have a second.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just wondering if it has to be done today for the board members, maybe thinking that we have to
Yes,
vote today.
Mr. Lombardo.
Well, so the contract, section 12, paragraph B specifically states that the executive director shall be evaluated at this meeting, the spring meeting. And then below that, as a subparagraph, it says, after the evaluation has been done, it doesn't really say after the evaluation is done, but that's the way it reads. I'm paraphrasing here. It said the board can do one of three things. If it finds that the executive director's performance is satisfactory or better, the board may extend the contract. That's what you're considering right now. You already accepted an evaluation that says he's been satisfactory or better. So now you're considering whether or not to extend it. That would be consistent with the contract. Just quickly, I'll go through the other, actually there are four options, sorry, but I'll go quickly through the other options. Option 2 is if it was unsatisfactory, that doesn't apply. Option 3 would be unsatisfactory and award termination. Obviously, again, it doesn't apply. And then the fourth paragraph is that Mr. Jackson decides to not proceed, if I recall correctly. But then all of that is done at the annual spring meeting. So it seems to indicate that this is the appropriate time to do it.
Madam Chair, this is Alex Woodley.
Mr. Woodley would like to speak. He's online and I don't know where that person went to turn off the bulb.
Let me do both, but I need to mute ours, so I can give you a thumbs up, Alex, when we're ready to go, but I do have to mute my audio to you.
Okay, can you hear me? If not, I can type.
Try again, please, Mr. Woodley.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I'd like to call a question. I believe we have a motion and a second. I know we're having discussions about something that has nothing to do with the actual vote with regards to a representation. I think if we have a motion and a second, I'd like to move the question for a vote.
And, I just gonna weigh in with Mr. Lombardo again, where you're saying that it would seem appropriate after we approved the evaluation to then look at that. And then what I was clear on is when President Sloan introduced that Mr. Jackson then had a request. So the request for the contract extension is actually part of the approval, or these two separate entities, and one is on the agenda and the other one is not on the agenda. Am I correct on that?
No, I think the agenda is,
Together?
yeah, it's just simply, Mr. Jackson has said, I'm in the last year of my contract. And so I'm asking for a 3-year contract. This board can do what it will with that pursuant to this agreement, but the decision appears to have to be made during this meeting, because it says that it's appropriate to do so in April, and the agenda item only has to give public notice of what is occurring, and it specifically says on there, executive director evaluation, contract. So it's so the notice is appropriate. It doesn't matter if it's a request from the executive director or a request from the board president or a request from Mr. Olson.
And the reason I'm asking is again, because, you know, we do have people watching, that's what we want. We want people
Sure.
watching and being transparent. And I am getting questions and asking why public comment is not being allowed on that, and that there was some misunderstanding of that this was going to be, that was not going to be on here specifically stated out, or they're not seeing it. So I just wanted to have that on the record, because they're not understanding why public comment is not being, in other words, they're not understanding how it's rolled out, the request together with the approval. I didn't word that very well, but I have more than one message, and so I'm trying to kind of condense them.
Well, NRS 241-020 discusses how public comment is done, and what it discusses is that you have a general public comment period. We conducted that earlier. You can do comment periods at each item. We've already done a public comment period this item. If the chair wants to take more public comment, that's up to the chair, but it's not required by law.
Thank you. For Chair's discretion.
Yeah.
Well, I think in this situation, since we have so many people here, if there are individuals that would like to speak, I would welcome it. We need a card.
No, you don't have to have a card.
You guys just come up, Craig, you guys just come up to the podium.
The card up.
And you can just fill out the card afterwards. If you would please, state your name and the school in which you represent.
Thank you for this opportunity, Greg Coleman, High School. I'll keep it short. Thank you for this opportunity, and I think making the correct decision to let the public speak on this item, on what I think is clearly a separate item on the agenda, especially since the contract was not on the agenda. If the contract had been in the agenda along with this, I think it would have been appropriate to have only had one public comment opportunity, but since it wasn't, there was no way for us to know that it was going to be put on there. In fact, you would have to know exactly the time that Mr. Jackson was hired by this board to be able to go find the first contract to know what his contract was, when it was gonna be renewed, all of those kinds of things. So there was no way for the public really to be properly noticed about that. I'm not gonna talk about what his job performance was, those types of things. But I think it is for context to know that, hey, maybe since 30 high schools did just kind of give a vote of no confidence through the realignment process, that maybe we should slow down and think about, hey, do we want 3 years? Should we look at less than 3 years? Should we think about what do we want to do at this time instead of just saying an automatic rollover? If we wanted it to be an automatic rollover, that's what the contract should say. And it doesn't say that apparently. That's why we're talking about what are we gonna do from a renewal process? So that's my suggestion. If you decide if it's the board's will, hey, let's let Mr. Jackson know what's gonna happen at the end of this contract. I think it's a fair question, Mr. Jackson. I don't blame you for wanting to know that. Hey, let's look at other options. Doesn't have to automatically be 3 years. A 1-year extension might be appropriate. I also question may in the contract, if that's what it says, does not mean must. This board does not have to do anything. They may, that does not say shall. May does not equal must. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and the school you're affiliated with, please.
Raymond Ortiz, principal, Las Vegas High School. Thank you, board members, for allowing me to speak. I'm not just here as a principal, I'm here as the sounding board for the parents and students at Las Vegas High School and several other high schools as well, although I don't speak to them. But we can sense a shift and a change in what's happening in high school sports. Now, I don't know what's happening 1A, 2A, 3A in the north, that's not my field, but for Southern Nevada and having to echo Mr. Cole's comments, many, a few dozen principals decided to make a move and voice their strong distaste for the direction that scholastic or high school sports is heading. We are noticing that there are other branches of high school sports. Several principals just went independent in one sport, but we can go and see what's happening in many other sports. And, you know, for the executive director to just state that he spent the last 2 years defending his job, not doing his job, and then making a bold declaration that he wants another 3-year extension upon that. That's not the next 3 years that I'd like to see for my athletes, certainly not my current freshmen that are seeking to take part in varsity sports for the next 3 years. So for someone to just make a declaration based on something that's happening in the South, I understand the people from the North, you know, maybe they don't speak for what's going on here, but there is something certainly going on in our community that we are not fully satisfied with. And we have come to the board, or our representatives have on a number of occasions, and seemingly been talked down, talked around, harassed, threatened, bad dog, you know, for lack of a better phrase, by, you know, outside entities. And we're just not satisfied with the current direction that the NIA is going as led by the executive director.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, please fill out the card.
Morning.
Morning.
Thank you again for letting us speak today. My name is Tracy Kim and I'm a proud principal at Shadow Ridge High School. And I just wanted to concur with my colleagues that I think maybe just taking some time and seeing how this is going to unfold in these unprecedented times may behoove this board rather than just automatically extending for 3 more years. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Hi, sorry, this time I'm speaking on behalf of the principal of this level. I am the high school people lead in the Clark County School District. I'm here to formally state that all CCSD high school principals are opposed to the 3-year contract extension for executive directors and the jobs. It is deeply concerning that the board would even consider such a long-term commitment when there is a total disconnect between our NIA leadership and the schools that serve the vast majority of Nevada students. Our track coaches earlier today in the whole state expressed on the same concern. I want to specifically address the comments about how many schools, where we're talking about the board has to acknowledge that CCSD public schools represent the overwhelming majorities of students in the state of Nevada. Despite this, the critical issues we face in the South Specifically, the deepening inequities and division between charter, private, and public schools remain unaddressed. And I will also say that I do not believe they are a statement, but I don't know any of you, so I'll take that for what it is. In addition, the lack of engagement from the executive director is frankly unacceptable. He is never in front of the high school principal. So to say I will be there when I am invited, it should be the opposite of that. We should not have to invite our governing body to support us. That support should be a foundational requirement of the executive director's role. Throughout the realignment process, an issue that created major concerns, Tim Jackson never once reached out to having meaningful dialogue with CCSU principals that were most affected. To echo the sentiment shared today by Principal Brockett earlier, we need the NIA to move us forward into the future. I already said earlier, we feel like we're operating 10 years ago. So those of you that have been on the board for 10, 20, 15, 30 years, while I appreciate your expertise, we need you to get on board with the future of athletics in the state of Nevada. The need for better communication, accountability, and a face of the NIA that actually advocates for its members has even been validated by several board members in their own evaluation comments today. I urge you to listen to the constituents that are speaking to you today and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a call for the question. I believe we need to get going here.
Before you do,
Yes,
I need
sir.
to create a record, just for the record, item 17 specifically says executive director's evaluation of contract or possible action, but then says President Sloan will review the 2025-2026 executive director's evaluation, current contract, and proposed contract for future fiscal years. So the notice is clear, it's complete, it's unequivocal. The open meeting law is very clear that you don't have to put every possible outcome on the agenda. You just have to put enough so that the public would know. And it is obvious that proposed contract for future fiscal years is notice that this would be discussed. That's item number 17 on the agenda.
Page
So,
7.
I don't. Yep, and I just want to create a record.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Once again, Mr. Woodland has called for the question. We opened it up, public comment. I believe now it is going to a vote. I want everybody to understand that Tim is going into year 3 of his contract, and the request is for an extension beyond those 3 additional. Tim, we are going to roll call vote. All in favor, say yay. Those opposed, please say nay.
Pamela Sloan,
Nay.
Rollins Stallworth,
Yay.
Linda Cavazos,
Nay.
Greg Malkovich,
Yay.
Jay Penny,
Yeah.
Colin McNaught,
Nay.
Christina Brockett,
Nay.
Wade Coulson,
Yay.
Brian Freeman,
Nay.
Ray Ann Sorensen. What's that say, Bart?
Yay.
Yay.
I don't have hands to unmute her. Can you tell me what she wrote in there?
Said yes.
Alex Woodley. Steve Whitman.
Nay.
That's 6-6. No motion. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we will now go to. Let's go to item number 16, spirit sanctioning. Please go to page 59. All right, this, on page 59 should actually read, not that the executive director evaluation again, it should read the board members to review the current spirit sanctioning approved at the January 2026 board, a control meeting and potential adjustments timelines for implementation. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Jackson.
And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Whitman.
I think I kind of want to wait to hear what Kate is going to put in with some of the regs before I will say that there have been some concerns from the chair and dam coaches in the South that we're not quite ready. My initial thoughts were essentially to push back to 27, 28, as I had said in my initial motion when I brought this up, and I am all in on chair being sanctions board, but that's what this was about. I would ask that respectfully we hear what has come out of the meetings with Kate first. Is that possible to do that before we go for this? That is the thought process, was to hear what Kate had to say on all of the
Or
regular.
do we want to go to public comments first? Is it correct?
I think a couple things. One, we should do public comment first on this item. Two, the workshop for those regulations is scheduled for once, so we can't publicly discuss those and make any decisions on them, but I'm more than happy to talk about the process of those regulations and all of that. I can do that if that's okay, Mr. Lombardo, without going into actual votes on those. And yeah, I can do that, but I think public comment maybe first.
Since we have a flexible agenda, can we move this item until after that or no?
Mr. Jessica.
Actually, we shouldn't, because if a decision is made here on this item, it will impact the regulations in the workshop. So it would be counterproductive. And it would actually, we need to do this in this one.
Okay, understood that. I think we should hear public comment if that's okay, Mr. Johnson. No, that isn't something.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, Ms. Dowdy, able to bring you up? Yeah. State your name, if you would, please, and the school organization, if you would.
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. My name is Deb Downing Solari, and thank you for letting me speak this morning. Boy, coming to the heels of all of that, I feel like we need to lift things up here a little bit. I'm a past 2-decade art school, high school spirit coach chair dance in Nevada. I passed All-Star Gym owner, and now currently I'm the NIAA spirit interpreter in Nevada. In this position, I interface with Nevada spirit coaches on a daily basis from all over the state. I'm here today to speak to the value of moving forward with spirit, cheer and dance becoming a sanctioned sport, and also bringing back our Nevada Silver State Spirit Championships. By doing so, there will only be 14 states remaining in the country that have not done this. Louisiana just recently jumped on board on the same movement, and they are working to sanction lacrosse and spirit actively right now. I'm a huge proponent of moving forward because our coaches have very vocally spoken supportive. I've spoken to many, quite a few actually board members privately, and I too feel like a bit more time in figuring out a lot of the details. The main sticking point really seems to be season. All of the other things are really workable solutions, things that we can make happen. The season seems to be a sticking point because we do want to mirror sport as much as possible, but I do think we all agree also that spirit is unique. We have a 75+ year run of how we've done things, and that's a hard pill to swallow, to have to change in so many ways. We know we have to give and take. We understand that. But there are no other sports that mirror what we do in terms of longevity of when we have tryouts, when we compete our teams, all of that, to keep the safety piece in there. Spirit leaders cheer and dance. We've been waiting for a very, very long time for our sport to evolve, to come to this place, this venture, and I believe that the time is now. So I appreciate your support in moving forward with this. So thank you. And I'm here if you have any questions. I have taken many questions over the past months, years actually. And so I do know many things. There seems to be a lot of misinformation that's out. And after I have conversations with those people, and they're like, oh, I get it. I didn't understand that. You know, and so and much of which has been with our dance community, them not realizing that we have our annual meetings every single year, and that they are invited also because in Clark County, the arts, they're part of the art community, where in the other parts of the state, we are not. They're cheer, just like cheer coaches, right? So they attend that meeting at the end of July, and I come down south, I go to the north, and I go to east in Elko. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Frost.
Good morning, board. I'm Laura Frost. I'm at current El Dorado High School cheerleading coach, where I've been the cheerleading coach for 9 years now. The current timeline for sanctioning competitive spirit is not simply accelerated. It is functionally disruptive to competitive equity. I can't see, and established structures for the cheer and dance programs we rely on. One of the most significant concerns is the conflict with the national level competitions. That most prominent events, including nationals, do not align with the proposed winter season. Under these restrictions, our student athletes would be unable to participate in these events as representatives of their schools, effectively removing opportunities that sanctioning is intended to preserve and elevate. Additionally, there are clear contradictions in the current timeline. The NIAA has advised against holding spring tryouts for competitive teams, yet shifting entirely to a winter-based model does not reflect the reality of how these programs train, build teams, and prepare complex routines for high-level competition. We are also operating without critical information. Key details regarding contest limits, competition structures, and out-of-season participation have not yet been finalized. Without clearly defined parameters, it is not possible to ensure competitive equity as the boundaries themselves remain unclear. Finally, there is a concern regarding fragmented oversight. Moving forward too quickly increases the likelihood that schools may unintentionally violate transfer or eligibility rules, particularly if required updates through platforms such as Activate and Final Forms are not implemented in a timely and centralized manner. For these reasons, it is essential that we take the time necessary to establish clarity, alignment, and fairness before moving forward. And we're asking the NIAA to hold off on formal sectioning until rules and regulations are clear and concise.
Thank you. Jennifer Lopez.
Thank you, Jennifer Lopez. I am here with, for El Dorado. So good morning, members of the board. A primary reason to consider slowing this process of sanctioning competitive spirit is to ensure the safety of our student athletes and to address the current lack of clear and consistent communication across all programs. At this time, the NIAA is still in the process of developing its official guidelines related to safety protocols and supervisory standards. These guidelines have not yet been distributed to member schools, leaving a gap in understanding and implementation expectations. Additionally, there remains a significant knowledge gap regarding new requirements, including the mandatory NFHS cheer and dance safety core. Without clear direction, adequate time for training, programs may be left to interpret expectations inconsistently. Creating safe competitive routines and allowing flexibility to meet the diverse needs of the different programs requires thoughtful planning and preparation. Moving forward without finalized safety guardrails increases the risk to our student athletes. It is essential that we establish consistent communication and shared understanding so that every coach, regardless of the district, is operating under the same safety expectations before stepping onto a competitive floor. We are asking the NIA to hold off on formal sanctioning until a more stable, beneficial framework is in place.
Thank you. Lindsay Washington.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Lindsay Washington. I'm the athletic director at El Dorado High School. We're here today to discuss the proposed sanctioning of competitive spirit. While we support the inclusion of cheer and dance, we believe the current timeline for the 26-27 pilot phase is unnecessarily rushed. To be clear, our position is not based on Title IX compliance or gender equity. Our concern is that by rushing the rollout before the regulations are finalized, we risk hurting the programs we intended to help. We are asking the NIAA to hold off on formal sanctioning until a more stable, beneficial framework is in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Courtney, please say your last name for me.
Swindside.
That's what I said.
You got it. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Courtney Swindside, and for the past 12 years, I have served as both the director of dance and the dance team coach here at El Dorado High School. Today, I would like to address the need for a thoughtful and collaborative approach to sanctioning competitive spirit, ensuring that coaches have a clear voice, proper representation, and the opportunity to guide this process before any final decisions are made. We must address the need for a clear, collaborative voice representing our coaches throughout this process for sanctioning competitive spirit. While the memo references an NIAA Spirit Committee, there are still important questions regarding its current structure, representation, and level of engagement. At this time, it is unclear whether a formally seated committee exists
that includes active representative coaches from across the state. It is essential that such a committee is established and empowered to ensure that the individuals directly responsible for implementing these programs have a meaningful role in shaping the policies that govern them. There is also concern regarding the timeline of decision making. A participation survey is not scheduled until after the April board meeting, which raises an important question. Why are we moving towards sanctioning before fully understanding the level of interest and capacity across programs? Additionally, without a postseason or state championship included in this pilot phase, there is no competitive urgency that necessitates immediate action. This provides an opportunity to be thoughtful, intentional, and inclusive in our approach. We respectfully urge the board to delay formal sanctioning until a representative committee of coaches is established, given the opportunity to vet these guidelines and clear, consistent communication that can be ensured for all programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Or do we have anybody online?
You have one who is just joining us.
Okay.
Yeah. I believe he's in the room now, so we will meet again. The TV off.
We have Thomas Reiner.
Was the athletic director. Hear us if you would.
Sorry, I barely heard my name. I just got the link. My name's Thomas Rammer. I'm the athletic director, and I'm representing the coaches here at Carson High School.
Go ahead, Tom.
T, are we good?
You appear to be frozen. Try one more time for us.
Tia, can you hear?
Yes.
Okay. Carson I formally opposes this proposed reclassification of spirit quads to sanction sports status as written. And we equally oppose the position that programs who decline sanctioning must become clubs. Neither option is acceptable for us. The current NIAA proposal has two specific problems we can't get past. First, the 5 competition limit would end our access to events like the USA Spirit in Anaheim and Orlando. Events our students have competed in and trained in and competed for years. Second, sanctioning would create eligibility conflicts that students on spirit squads from participating in other sports. That is a right they currently have, and that will be taken away. The club alternative is not a solution. Our programs currently receive district funding, coaching stipends, facility access, transportation, and academic oversight. Clubs get none of that. Moving us to club status doesn't fix anything. It strips our student support away. Sorry, kind of wrote this out so we wouldn't make a mistake out of it. We understand there may be a path forward. If the board believes changes are needed, we ask you to look at the CIF model. We've talked to them with their traditional competitive cheer model. It allows for the tryouts in the spring. It allows for them to participate in the fall and have an extended season that ends in January. If districts give autonomy, it has no arbitrary competition limit. It works. That is our compromise, and we're willing to have that conversation. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Continue. That all being said, we are also having Wi-Fi issues. Back here, we've talked to, I've dropped once, thankfully it came back on. So we didn't miss anything, but if that's gonna continue, we are gonna have a problem locating.
For those of us that are online, I am now halfway through page 61 of the packet that can be found on our website. Again, I'm gonna pick up.
Yeah, hang on 1 second. We need to take a break to get this resolved. Is there a reason? Is that gonna happen?
I can try hardwiring stuff in to make it more consistent, but from a Wi-Fi perspective, there's not a whole lot of Wi-Fi plans.
All right, let's continue then. Thank
Okay,
you.
so again, those online, if you guys want to join me on page 61 of the packet, I'm halfway through. Further, several locations of the regulation are unclear or not explained by the policymaker behind the regulation. First, there is no clear outline of consequences of participating in out-of-state competition, i.e. the penalty for going against a specific portion of this new regulation. Trinity has no way of knowing what happens if they do not comply with this regulation as a non-sanctioned sporting activity, not subject to the same rules as Spirit. Second, the regulation does not speak to the impact it has on other sports within a school, i.e. whether cheering outside of, thank you. And that was from Alex Belto or their firm for that school. Page 63 was just given by Mr. Reimer himself, so if you want to review that, here it is. Okay, and then you guys did get some handouts today. A lot of them are gonna look the same. Some of them are, one of them is not. So the one given by Washoe County's school districts, regional is probably on that 4th page there. Superintendent, there we go. So that one is from Lauren Ford, it's slightly different. But those other 3 that you're gonna find there for the principals, the athletic directors and the cheer coaches are identical. So I will go ahead and read that one and just understand that those are 3 parties under the same letter, okay? Okay. This public comment is on behalf of the parties I just stated of Washoe County School District. We support our cheer coaches, athletic directors, and the athletic department of Washoe County School District. We ask the NCAA Board of Control to consider the following input from our group. We watched the rules, regulations, and policies committee meeting on March 2nd, and it was evident that cheer does not fit to the current NAC. Cheer coaches in Washoe County School District Athletic Department reviewed the NACs discussed at the March meeting, and we have concerns with the push to make the decision to sanction cheer and believe that this rush was done without the proper consideration of unique cheer. We did have a representative on the cheer committee, and we have certain discussions held by the Rules, Regulations, and Policies Committee were not discussed with cheer coaches across our state during these committee meetings. We respect all cheer coaches across the state and agree that our coaches and athletes across the state should be recognized. Points that were discussed with the NCAA Rules, Regulations, Policy meeting we agree with. Cheer needs to have a tryout in April to ensure 80% team participation in Varsity USA Summer Camp. Varsity USA is a nationwide company that does not need to change their timelines to meet our needs as a state. This summer camp is necessary for both coaches and student athletes. 80% participation is required to compete for a national title. Safety concerns if we're unable to participate as an official team. Ordering uniforms to ensure the proper fit must occur before the first week of May. Competitive cheer has events that occurred outside of the NIAA winter season. Our cheer teams compete nationally based off the national standard. For example, large team, small team, code, etc. We ask the NIAA Board of Control to honor this type of competitive standard for consideration of state championship and cheer. Instead of trying to put cheer into NAC when it does not fit, the Rules, Regulations, and Policies Committee are looking at the need of cheer across our state for the next year, April 2026 to April 2027, to develop rules, regulations, and policies that have the necessary safety, national competitive standard to honor cheer coaches and athletes across our state. The cheer coaches and athletic directors, principals, and Washoe County Athletic Department do not support the run to change the cheer and to place cheer into the NAC as discussed by the Rules, Regulations, Policy Committee meeting on March 2nd. We ask the NIAA Board of Control to consider the input from our group, our 100% agreement across the district on this issue. Take the next year, April 2026, April 2027, to develop rules, regulations, policy that meet the necessary safety, national competitive standards to honor the cheer coaches and athletes across our state. Okay, I am gonna take simple then.
Yeah, great job, team.
Thanks, guys.
Tia, would you like for me to read one for you, Tia?
I've got this. Now I'm in the zone.
She's doing
Okay.
so.
Ready? This is from Lauren Ford of Washoe County. Public on behalf of the Washington County School District, your superintendent who oversees WSD athletics based on my review of the current WCSD processes and communications with WCSD cheer coaches, athletic directors, principals, and the Washington County School District athletic committee. I have the NCAA Board of Control to consider the following input I obtained through foregoing reviews and communications. I watched the NCAA Board Regulations and Policies Committee on March 2nd. And it was evident that cheer does not fit into the current act. Cheer coaches and the Washoe County Schools Athletic Department reviewed the NAC discussed at the March meeting to have concerns with push to make the decision to sanction cheer and believe that this rush was done without the proper consideration of the unique needs of cheer. Washoe County did have representatives on the cheer committee who have concerns that discussions held by the Rules, Regulations, and Policies Committee were not discussed with the cheer coaches across our state during these committee meetings. We respect all the cheer coaches across our state, agree that our coaches athletes should be recognized following one discussed at the NIAA Rules, Regulations, and Policy meeting, and we agree with. Cheer needs to have a track able to ensure 80% participation. Varsity USA Summer Camp, Varsity USA is a nationwide company that does not need to change their timelines to meet our needs as a state. This summer camp is necessary for both coach student athletes, 80% participation required to compete for a national title. Safety concerns, if we are unable to participate as an official team. Ordering uniforms to ensure proper fitness to occur before the first week of May. Competitive cheer has events that occur outside the NIAA winter season. Washoe cheer teams compete nationally based on the national standard, for example, large team, small team, co-ed, etc. I ask that the board of control honor this type of competitive standard for consideration of state championship and cheer. So I'm trying to put cheer into the NAC, given the foregoing concerns issues. I believe it is prudent for the NIAA Rules, Regulations, and Policies Committee to consider looking at the needs of cheer across our state. Take the next year, April 2026, April 2027, to develop rule regulations and policies that meet the necessary safety national competitive standard to honor the Nevada cheer coaches and athletes. From the conversation I had, cheer coaches, athletic directors, principals, and Washington High School District athletic departments now support the rush to sanction cheer and place cheer into NAC as discussed by the Rules, Regulations, Policy Committee meeting on March 2nd. We asked the NIAA board to consider this input from our group to the next year, April 2026, April 2027, to develop rules, regulations, and policies that meet the necessary safety, national competitive standards to honor cheer coaches and athletes across the state.
Yeah.
That it? Hang on. See, is that?
That's all I have right now.
Okay, Mr. Roy.
You sure? Okay, cool. All right, Kate Square for the record. So I just want to go over a couple of things, put things on the record, make sure that this information gets out and passed down the line. There's lots of misinformation out there. So just a quick timeline. September, the board talked about sanctioning. It was directed for us to come back as a staff for the January meeting to bring a proposal, information, and follow our NAC, our new NAC about sanctioning. So we did all that. If we go back to the January board meeting, you will see a 10-page report conducted after we had created a spirit committee, which is representative of each region of the state. Administrators, principals, and coaches were included in this committee. People that are over districts that are involved in this, Deb is involved in this. So this is a very well thought out group, fully representative of everybody that does exist. And you can see those people around that if you go back to that 10-page report. A survey went out before that report that went over all of the details, again, following our NAC of what we need to inform the board of doing this, doing the sports, student surveys were involved, future interest was involved, all of those logistics, financial hurdles, everything was included. You can see that in the report. January meeting, you'll see the report. February, the spirit committee met again because in January, the board approved moving forward for 26-27. Immediately got the committee back together to go over all the regulations that would be affected. So ones that we currently have and any that we would need to create. The February memo went out to schools because that information was then going to be coming down the pipe to the board, all of the regulation changes. And if things went as the proposal stated in January and the regulations that we had proposed for that meeting in March for the rules and regulations, nobody could do tryouts in the spring. And we know that that starts to happen in the spring and those communications go out. So that memo that everyone saw that apparently is the only thing anybody saw, is just a tidbit to inform schools that we're not paying attention to board meetings and the surveys, all the things that were sent out that, hey, hold the brakes on the spring so that you don't run into any eligibility issues. So I'm glad that at least that did make it to the right people, but everything else is out there. We do have a clear timeline of everything we've done. March, the rules and regulations meeting is where you will see all of the regulations that were discussed in committee brought forward. And obviously, we're here now, the April board meeting to review those regulations. After this, a follow-up survey was communicated through the memo that we would then look if everything moves forward as is for next year. A follow-up survey would be conducted on who is in and who is out, and then we would determine divisions and what postseason looks like and all the other factors postseason. Based on our timeline for the new regulation, would not happen until year 3, which is full implementation. That is by regulation. So in order to follow that 1, 2, 3 year pilot year does not have the post, just as a tidbit there. I strongly believe in, based on a lot of individual one-on-one conversations, public comment I've heard, committee member from the Spirit Committee, Rules and Regulations Committee, board members, people that I've had discussions with on this. I do not believe this is necessarily a timeline concern. I think it is more of a concern with it not fitting in the box and not liking what it would need to look like to be a sanctioned sport in the state of Nevada. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. I don't think time is going to change the answer to the questions that I think we have legitimate answers. I've done a lot of research on this. I have talked to other states on this. I have looked at NFHS data on this. This is not necessarily a timeline issue. So I want to just talk a little bit about what the pros are, what the cons are, and then what our conversation in the rules and regulations meeting was, if you didn't hear that. So the purpose, why are we trying to sanction Spirit? What is the goal here? The things that I've heard, number one, that the students that are not physically at your schools would be allowed to participate by regulation. So that would change district policies. This, I think, can be fixed. So if that's something that you want, I think this could be fixed by district policy. The district could change that and allow students outside of your school to participate in that as an activity and not a sanctioned sport. The second thing, postseason state championship, having more recognition, having the ability to have a state championship. We have an option of being able to sponsor, which many states do. Actually, the majority of states do this. They just sponsor a state championship. They don't fully sanction it as a sport. 34 of them do this. Only 16 states actually sanction it as some form of a sport in their state. And all of those actually vary drastically as well, which I'll talk about. So that is an option where you don't have to sanction and we can still do a state championship for the recognition piece. 3, labeled as an athlete. I know I can speak for the Clark County School District. I worked in it. I was out of school. We treated our cheerleaders as athletes. They were expected to meet the academic eligibility requirements. They were eligible for Athlete of the Month. They were eligible for all of the different things that are they have available. I think that's more just a school decision, and a way that you could do that is just through your school to give them more opportunities for those type of things. Recognition in college. I think we're actually at a disadvantage if you sanction, especially if you're sanctioning under the what a sport is in the state of Nevada, with the recognition piece, because there's going to be fewer opportunities outside of the season for your students to participate nationally and out of state, where they get a lot of that recognition for college. So I think that is actually a detriment to sanctioning. And then Title IX proportionality. I know this matters for our public schools. More female participation and expansion of more female opportunities. You cannot get there without sanctioning exactly as the other sports in your state. So while this is a pro to sanctioning, if you don't follow what our NAP says and the way that we put together the regulations, you don't meet that pro. So if you want to go outside of one season, that's fine, but you're going to negate a possible pro. So I just want to kind of make that clear. Hopefully that makes sense. And I can talk a little bit more about that, but there are very specific structures that Title IX will look at on an individual basis for Spirit, and it has to be ironclad. You cannot have anything that does not match your normal. So if you go out of season that's a non-starter, automatically will not qualify for Title IX. I know this is not every school. I know it's not a concern for every school, but it was one of the pros that was brought to me. So unless anybody, and please feel free at any point to chime in with other pros, those are the 5 main things I heard as to why we want to sanction. I feel that we have a lot of other ways to meet those 5 pros. Mine's the Title IX piece, because without sanctioning, you can't get it. But if you want that pro, we have to follow the way that we put the NACs together. So on the flip side, just want to talk real quick on some cons. If we are going to try to make this fit into the box of athletics, the cons are we are putting a tight constraint on the season. Now you're only allowed to do 1 event outside of your season by NAP, just as every other sport. So you do 1 after the season, you know, a national championship somewhere around, say, something like that. Cannot hold your tryouts in spring or fall. That's obviously a huge setback. That is the main thing that we're hearing as an issue. Now, it's been brought up in previous meetings, public comment, that other states have done it and they sanction it. Not really. Those 5 states, there are 5 that operate outside of a single season: Alaska, Idaho, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, West Virginia. They are states that sanction both the activity side and the competitive side. Obviously, they do not qualify for Title IX. They are operating basically how we have in our state, just not in a more formal sanctioned state as we have. We have regulations, we have everything that follows what those other states are doing. We just don't consider it a sanctioned sport, because in our state, sanctioned sport means X, Y, and Z. Okay, all of them have, and I've spoken directly to Idaho. All of them have basically 2 sides to their sport. They have a required activity side, which is just like their sideline fall, with the competitive side. So really, their competitive season is still winter, still only competing 1 season. Cannot require summer camps. That's obviously a negative. You can still have them, you just can't require your students to do it in order to be on the team, which obviously is a huge disadvantage. Can't require the sideline participation to be a part of the competitive team. So you risk losing possibly your sideline team if you can't force them to do it as part of the competitive side in the winter. No more competitions that are landing outside of the winter season. So even those within the season, they may need to submit routines and stuff prior to season starting. So that's a challenge, because a lot of times you can't get into that particular national event if you haven't submitted your routine by September before the season starts. So that's another disadvantage. We obviously have a long-standing tradition for a lot of our schools to go certain events outside of the state, and that's going to now be a disadvantage where they're not maybe able to go to those. Requiring transfers and eligibility standards, that's increased compliance monitoring, both for school, the district offices that operate, and the NIAA. A lot more manpower is going to be needed because we have a lot of spirit participants. Contest limits imposed. Currently, we don't have a limit on contests. They can go to as many as they please. This obviously will need to change. If we're sanctioning, just like every other sport, there has to be a contest limit. You can no longer cheer competitively into a winter sport. We've heard from smaller schools, even some of our not smaller schools that just struggle for programs in the winter. Some of their goals programs would be lost. We saw that in the report in January. Tighter winter for uniforms, learning routines, safety certification, music, registrations, hotels, and travel are out of state. All of this is a constraint if you can't get your teammate until November. Safety is the biggest concern I've heard. Okay, and we completely understand that. So in saying all this, I have a couple other ones, but truly in saying all this, I want to make it very clear: the work isn't done. The conversations have been had. We are hearing it loud and clear. This does not fit. The problem is, why are we sanctioning it if we are not going to get any of the pros? If you're not going to get the pros in sanctioning it and you're going to get all of these cons, why not instead sponsor the state championship like the majority of the states do? That gives many of pros. We're treating you as an athlete, get a state championship, you're getting recognition, you're being labeled as an athlete in that sense, you're getting the recognition for college. The only thing you're not getting is Title IX. However, if we don't sanction exactly the way that we propose these regulations, we're not getting Title IX anyways. So I'm not really understanding the purpose of the sanctioning if you're not going to sanction it exactly as it's sanctioned. We're talking the regulations. If you did have a chance to look at them, they begin on page 39. I won't go over them until the workshop if need be, but this is what was proposed. This is not what is agreed upon by the Spirit Committee. This is not what's agreed upon by the Rules and Regulations Committee. And it's not what I believe is what's best for our state, for Spirit either. But this is what it looks like to be a sanctioned sport in our state, to possibly qualify as a sanctioned sport for Title IX purposes, and to be considered a sport. Because if we don't, and we go anywhere else from this and we're calling it a sport, we're going to run the risk of every other sport coming to this table and asking for 2 seasons and all the other things that all the other amendments we're making for Spirit. We know it doesn't fit. And that's why I think the majority of states just offer the state championship and they let them operate in the way that they should. I want to also just give just a little, just pay attention to in this, I don't know what page it was on, but if we do move forward, let's see, if we do move forward in this direction and you look at pages 65, 69, and you want to move forward with sanctioning Spirit, we did also create guidelines for non-competitive cheer and dance. And this is to continue to protect the safety piece. We already have all of these in place, like the cheer and dance safety that has always been required by our cheer and dance coaches, whether it's competitive or sideline. So this just kind of goes over what non-competitive sideline looks like. And I'll say one last thing in closing. One of the things I hear most is, okay, cool, that's fine, you guys can sanction it, but we're, we don't want to do it, we're just gonna operate as a club. That is actually not possible unless you fully disconnect from the school, can't use the name, logo, name of logo, mascot, anything like that, funds cannot go through the school, insurance, you have to become your own business. American Legion A, you are fully outside of the school club in order to do that. So it's not as easy as just saying, oh, we're just operating as a club, we're not gonna do any NI competitions. You're going out of the state and trying to do competition and you're operating under the name of your school and your mascot and using any funds from your school, you are operating as that team and now you're in violation of regulation if this passes as is. I know it's a lot, but I want to know, I put a lot of work in this, I talked to a lot of people, and I fully understand this is not what's best for Spirit. We get it, but this is what it looks like we sanction this for. I'll leave it at that.
Right, I just, before I turn it over, I just want to make a couple comments. Number one, if you recall, we initially started this conversation, it was brought up that we do a state event. That was it. And I believe we approved that. Then we came back to the table and then all of a sudden we go to a pilot and that was to go forward. So apparently it wasn't approved. But the state event, but I also want to I'm reading a report from a school. And I want to clarify a couple things. It reads, the driving force behind this proposal appears to be a timeline compliance concern and charter school participation question originated Clark County. Not true. Number two, direct Clark County to resolve its Title IX and charter school concerns through district processes. Two things. Number one, every public school sitting around this table, sitting in this classroom, sitting in this room, you need to be aware of Title IX. And you need to understand the three-pronged test. You need to understand the whole thing because this is not just a CCSD issue. And we are not the driving force because, again, 4 executive directors I've sat at this table with, this conversation started with Mr. Thompson. If you recall, how many of you were around when Donnie Nelson was around? He too brought this to the board. This is not CCSD, okay? So with that, just so not.
Appreciate that, President Salcom. Now, Region 4, thank you for addressing that. I want to start by just saying, Kate, I am incredibly impressed with the level of work you've put in on this, so thank you. It is incredibly clear. It has been clear, but even more clear just how much work you've put into this, so thank you. And I appreciate that because we put a lot of work on you, but a simple vote translates into a lot of work for you, right? And so I appreciate that, like, it is very comprehensive, very clear. So thank you. I think that what I hear a lot of concerns as well, right? I think the crux of the issue, one of the things that I keep hearing appears to be the time of the tryouts, right? As far as the sanctioning of the sport, I am in favor of it. And what I hear from our like gurus of the North and South is, and I don't want to put words in their mouth, but what I keep hearing is that they are also seem to be in support of sanctioning in some way, what that looks like, right? So I would just say that I think we right. I don't want to like put words in the mouth. So I can't engage with public. I'm sorry. That's my opinion. But anyway, my point is, I don't know that we always have to, I think we can look at long-term how to modify the box so that spirit fits in it, right? And then I think to your point of other sport, baseball, softball, basketball coming and saying we want to do the same thing, I think that's our job to say no, right? Like we're not necessarily trying to open the door to have football 3 seasons, please. I don't want to do that. But I do think we're taking something that exists and like trying to give the recognition it deserves, the opportunities it deserves, et cetera. I don't think there's any reason why we can't work to modify the box, right? And I've heard what you said, like, and so I appreciate that, but I would just urge this board, like, we can think creative. We don't have to do things the same way we've always done them, by which I'm hearing you say as well, that's what would need to happen in order to make this work. I think there's a conversation of let's figure out how to make that work. Let's move the sanctioning back a little bit, right? But maybe also have that state event in the short term, so we can kind of do both things here, right? Like, so, I would be in favor of, and I'm not going to make a motion because I want other people to talk, but I would like to potentially make one of considering like pushing the sanctioning process a year. And next season, directing the NIA to host like a state tournament type thing. Right, so that way we can get some immediate recognition for our current athletes while we work out the box to fit cheer.
Thank you. No, I listened to the rules and regulations meeting, right? And I know you kept going back to the Title IX piece, and I completely understand that. If this is the rules for the sport, right? And if we're looking at cheer to be considered for Title IX, we have to follow the same exact rules. Completely understand that. My question is, I have a couple questions, but my first question is, could we look at sanctioning spirit not for Title IX purposes?
Mr. Jackson.
You wanna go? Go ahead.
I mean, you can chime in too. I don't, it's not necessarily all about the Title IX piece. I just think when you're talking sanctioning sport and you have all of these sports, that it should be matching in the way that it functions. And I get it doesn't function exactly the same. But there are no states currently that operate the competitive side of their spirit outside of one season. That includes tryouts. And I can go over those as well. So Pennsylvania does operate in 2 seasons. However, they have specifications as to what that looks like, and nothing that happens outside of the season actually is part of their competitive team. Same with Florida, their actual season is October to February. Like, these were names that people brought to me. Arizona is not a sanctioned sport in Arizona, they just sanctioned a state championship. Texas, not a sport. California, Mr. Reimer brought up California. California has something called stunt, that is spring season only, and is the only thing that they consider the actual sanctioned sport. Their traditional competitive spirit is not considered a sanctioned sport in their state. So I think I get everyone's point that, like, okay, let's be pioneers in this and let's be creative. Absolutely, that's fine. But I just want to be careful when we're doing something like that, that there's no one else that operates in this particular way. The majority of states, like I said, they just operate with a state championship. They're sponsoring the non-competitive side of it with the competitive side, and then offering the state championship. That's like the most anybody's doing. No one is going outside of 2 seasons and allowing because if you're allowing tryouts in spring, you're then essentially starting your season the spring before and then allowing participation all the way through that. And that is just not how sports work in our state. But, you know, it's not my decision. I'm just giving my observations of every other state and what people around the state are saying.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, is it, Ms. Burrows, I promise I'll get your plan.
I think if you take out the Title IX argument from everything Kate just said, sanctioning the state championship meets the need where we are currently. And I agree that if we push that forward a couple of years, then I'm saying, what I'm saying, instead of trying to build plane in the sky, we know that state championship caliber events need to occur. We all agree to that. There's no question. So sanction the state championship event now. And I continue to look at what the sport would look like as a sanctioned body in Nevada moving forward. In other words, I believe, listening to all the cases presented today, take out the Title IX argument. Everyone has said, we want state championship. And the NIA can sanction the state championship without taking everything from one side of the book to the other side of the book currently. We can still look to put it on the other side of the book, but at least now we've moved forward to step 1. Moving, as you said earlier, moving forward, we can take that first step. To me, that's a very large step because it reinstitutes what we currently are missing, but had prior and was very functional. That would then eliminate the need to say, you can't try out in April, you can't order your uniforms in April, because now we know what we're looking at. Then if we move that forward one more step, then what would it look like if we took it and followed the model of Pennsylvania, which has that standalone 1 season all by itself while still functioning out here? That state championship doesn't.
Since this is a tardy lockout, please close your doors. Do not allow students in your room without a tardy background. Again, this is a tardy lockout.
So what we could do is we can still maintain that state championship and move forward with sanctioning of the sport and the state championship, for that can occur right there in its season. In other words, not saying we're going to cheer 2 state championships because they're not the same sport. They're not the same thing. You see what I'm saying there with that? So I think what it does is opens the door to what Mr. McNaught had just said. Listen, we need to move down this path. We can continue. But we can also continue by moving forward with what we used to have and reinstating that. And not saying this is gonna disappear, just saying it's gonna be in addition to. It's no different than the NASC stuff that we already currently have in there right now. It would continue to maintain, and it would not require a complete overhaul in 9 months. It would allow us to continue moving down this path, reinstate what used to exist, and maintain what our schools are currently doing. Does not put an additional financial burden on anyone but the NIA. We got to fund the state championship now. But that's here or there.
I'm all for cheerleading being called a sport because it is. They do very physical things. On page 63, 64, Thomas Reimer wrote a letter. It's in. So ultimately from there, one of the things is if we sanction a state championship right now at their status, a cheerleader can be a cheerleader and can play a sport. Is that gonna go away because now they have a state championship that's being sanctioned?
No, it would not, because it previously existed, and if you look within the cheerleading regulations that currently exist in the handbook right now, it says their state championship, they're not, they must be sanctioned by the NIAA. We currently do that through DEB. DEB is our sanctioning body. We have DEB do that. We can continue to do that. We go to the NASC conference and we present an award. That does not negate, it doesn't violate any regulation on the athletic side, because it's on the NASC side, the activity side. So we would not be in violation at all. We would be awarding a state championship. If a school decides to treat those students, and I believe they are athletes, then it would be an athletic state championship. Letter bearer, they can do all the things they're currently wanting to do right now. But it doesn't take away the ability for a kid to be a cheerleader and a basketball player in the same season, or track and a cheerleader in the same season, or any other time of the year. And everything can continue to develop until we get to that point. But what I think I'm seeing us go towards is more of that Pennsylvania model, which I like the Pennsylvania model. They have the cheerleading on the regular part of the year. They can still do that state championship, which I'm referencing. But then within the, we're using winter, I'll say winter. Within the winter season, they have a very dug out, identified sport that they sanction on the sport side. It doesn't change what they're doing on the cheer side.
And the other thing Thomas mentioned is the CIF traditional competitive cheer model. Did you look into that, Kate?
So I touched on that in I just kind of told you guys about it. So stunt is the only thing and is a spring sport in California that's considered a sanctioned sport. CIF model operates for their traditional. They just hold a state championship in January. And they are not, that is not a sanctioned sport, and their state only the stunt side is. So they can do contests just like we do, like they can do contests in any season. There's no game limits from what I can see. As long as the contests are between after September 1st. So most of the states operate actually how we operate. You don't have the state championship piece. Most of them have their sideline and you can do that whenever. And then they have the competitive side, and you can do that whenever, and you can go to as many contests in and out of the state. That's how most states operate. And then they also sponsor state championship, right? California is trying to get Title IX numbers by just doing the stunt piece in spring, but also operating with just their traditional, like, competitive cheer also. So yes, it is.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Dennis Holmes, State Superintendent Group. So just for clarification, we have already approved this, haven't we? And are we potentially walking this back?
Yes.
Okay.
We were changing.
It's been brought back as an action item.
Then brought back to the national,
Consider.
potentially adjust the timeline.
Okay.
If I'm understanding, that's what we're requesting. So in other words, instead of saying we're gonna move forward with it as a pilot next year, we're going to adjust the timeline.
Follow-up manager. So are we going to go back and revote? Possibly that. The procedure, original motion.
Which has to do with this.
I guess just want procedurally how we move forward.
I also think that procedurally with the new regulations that we have for sanctioning, this is going to be voted on by the board now.
Correct.
Without going back and rescinding the previous one. Because if you remember correctly, we put in the new regulation item for sanctioning, that the timeline can be addressed at the discretion of the board. So Madam Chair, so I'm just trying to put everything in order here and see how this potentially could pan out, not only procedurally, but what do we end up with? Does that make sense?
All right, did you have something? Okay,
Okay, thank you.
let me go, Mr. Whitman.
Well, first of all, I just took all of my notes that I was making to say. One, Kate, I want to say thank you very much. I really, really do appreciate the sheer amount of work, because cheer and dance are fundamentally different than anything else we do in the state. They don't, the box, it's a totally different box, which sort of touches our box. So thank you to you two in the committee. I am not backing off the fact that I think these girls are amazing athletes and I think they should be recognized. But at the same time, I don't want to punish kids in doing something that we may unintentionally do. To Colin's point, what the reason I brought this up again was, and Kate, I hear you saying that no amount of time may fix some of these things. But in the honor of not wanting to give up yet on this dream, I would, for our kids, I would really like to suggest that we push back. And if you remember at the first meeting, I had recommended 27, 28, and someone else said 26, 27. I think we needed more time because it is such an intense move. I would recommend that we, what Mr. McNaught said was, which was to push back to the 27, 28, to Mr. Jackson's point, initiate the state championship, and then see if some of the fundamental issues can be addressed between now and 27, 28, while still recognizing our student athletes in this thing. That is my recommendation as the person who put this on the agenda. So I don't know, it looks like there's more comments, so I didn't want to make a motion yet, because it seems like there's still more conversation.
Ms. Brockett.
I just had a clarification question, because I know when we talked about previous NIAA state championships for cheer, since Spirit did include cheer and dance. Thank you. Would the NIAA championship be for cheer and dance then?
Yes.
Spirit
is the sport.
Spirit, so there would be like a cheer division, a dance division, or however.
I'm not.
Thank you, Doug.
Point for the record, I made eye contact to make sure I was correct. Thank you, Deb.
Mr. McNaught.
Just a question, and I'm sorry I missed this, but why did the state championship thing go away?
I'm gonna turn to Mr. Jackson.
Why did it go away?
There were a lot of reasons. They ran for 7 years successfully. We had, 37 teams in a division, everyone was represented, 1A, 2A, 3A. Really the goal at that time was to have the NIAA take over. The association was the event producer. We had association that focus in our state with ongoing meetings, nonprofit status, it's very above board and long running. Okay. After that 7 years, we wanted the NIAA to pick it up, and I just don't think that the board was ready for it. Terry McNutt was our fearless leader. Many of you know Terry McNutt. She was the queen. I was one of her minions, one of her many board members. There were probably 20 of us, and we helped put on those state championships that went from one end of the state to the other, alternated year to year. It was cheer and dance. It was awesome. Well attended, very well attended. It was just awesome. But we wanted the NIAA to take over because our posse of people, we were, to run that kind of an event year after year after year was arduous. I mean, we wanted the NIAA to pick it up, but I just don't think you're ready.
Well, I don't think we're ready to staff it yet either, but I don't think we're close to being prepared to staff and run it, but we are able to reach out and form a committee again.
Yeah.
Get that planning committee for it, and I think that would be very good.
But I mean, we have a few finders. I've only shared just a piece of it with Kate. I mean, the score sheets, everything in place, the judges that we brought in from around the court. Jim Lord was one of our first judges that helped us out, and we did it right. It was done very well. Very did an outstanding job. And our board.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I was just curious, it seems like a system that worked and so I'm just curious. So I think that is definitely something that we should support. I will yield my motion request to my colleague from Centennial. But I I definitely think that both can exist here and we can figure out how to I like the just Pennsylvania idea, like let's explore that concept a little bit more, make the box fit. Cheer. Thank you.
Thank you.
When calendaring the state championship, would that hinder them from going to Orlando or going to major events? Because that's where kids are seeing more for cheerleading is at those events. That's where they get a lot of their scholarships, opportunities and everything else for college. From that, if it turns into a sport and they still have the state championships, just sport state championship type thing, would that hinder that as well? If it does, then most cheerleading coaches would say no.
Well, my first thing is this, as has been proven at those 54 meetings I've been at, if I make the wrong choice, we'll hear about it. So if I make the wrong date choice, we'll hear about it. So that would be one of those questions that we would definitely bring together, with people who are in the know. Like I said, I just said winter just because I didn't know. So we'll make sure we have it in the know. The second thing is, that's the first thing we've got to make sure we clarify. They may be called the same thing through the vernacular, but they would be existing in two separate worlds. And that's key and very important that we make sure that vernacular is clear and concise, just like we just had right now, talking about dance. We've got to make sure we're using the correct vernacular and we're educating everybody on what those words mean. So I think that's one of the things that would have to be cleared up, but I do not see it being in conflict. I don't see a reason if we reinstate the state championship as we were talking about, and it comes in as a sport. Why can't those two things exist in a symbiotic relationship? Because they are technically two different things. One is an activity, one is in the sport, in the athletic realm. We've maintained, I don't want to call it a wall, but we've isolated and separated. And I think effectively, and it can be effectively done.
Well, I think dance and cheer are a sport.
Right.
They're like very impressive. Ultimately from there, and then treating like a sport, they go to 2 national championship events. That's like just going to a tournament. So there shouldn't be any conflict in their season that way.
I don't see that as a problem. I think we'll be able to get to that.
I was gonna make
Okay, hang on.
I'm gonna make a motion when other people are done
Okay, let me,
speaking.
because you were before Kate. Kate, go ahead.
Apologize. I think Miles was actually.
Miles Alden Lonnie, out of my realm a little bit. When it comes to a team competing in a bowl game or a out of season, is that not something that the executive director give for?
So what happens in those situations, we've had a couple of them, Minogue's golf team last year, Gorman's basketball team this year. What ends up happening is the entity that's running the event reaches out to our office to me and says, here's what we're going to do, here's how we're going to do it. Would you allow your students to participate out of season in this event? And it's a yes or no. And it's basically, well, not to, they're following the NFHS rules, it's sanctioned, yada, yada, yada. So, but in the case that we're talking about now, cheer, that does not have to occur because they can just go to it because they are not out of season. Now, if we move to the model where they are in sport, then it becomes a whole different ball of wax. So currently, the model that we're talking about right now, if I understand this correctly, they would be fine. There would be no problem and what we would do is make sure our state championship for the NIAA does not fall on the weekend of anything. It'll be on the weekend where there's nothing. Definitely not Super Bowl Sunday and definitely not the NCAA championship for cheer and dance.
Okay, anyone else before I go to discipline?
I think just to wrap it up, if you do not sanction it as a sport, there are no limitations as to, what they're participating in. We would also create an opportunity for them to participate both in their winter sport state championship as well as their spirit state championship. We would not put that on the same days as anything else so that every student has the opportunity to do both. So I just want to kind of clear that up. I think my last thing that I'll say, depending on how this vote goes, and I just want to make this clear, if this board chooses to move forward with just pushing the timeline back to 27-28, we as a staff need very clear instructions on what different information that you need from me outside of what I provided. And like, all I'm hearing is we want to do things as we always have, and I don't know why we can't just do things as we always have and give you a state championship, because I feel like that's all I'm hearing, but I might be missing the point. I want to just be clear, so I'm not wasting any more time on this. I want to know exactly what you want. What is the purpose? What do you want? And can we get there? And I will do everything I can to help and assist in that. And if it's simply that the committee didn't do a good enough job of communicating with the state, and we need to invite everybody in the state's coaches to come and talk about it, I think message is going to be the same message. I'm not trying to be pessimistic about this, but I don't know that I'm going to hear anything different than I've already heard. And if it is to just go against what we do for all sports in our state, then that's fine, and the board will choose to do that. And, you know, I don't have to say in that. I'm just the person doing the research and giving you my information that I put together. So I will go do whatever you need me to do. Please be very clear with exactly what you need me to do from now until 27, 28. The last thing I will say is, regardless of that, I think we continue to talk about the regulations, because that process we know takes a long time. So I would probably state that we still talk about those in the workshop today to get feedback from the board to move forward. For what you envision for 27, 28, if it feels necessary.
Anyone else? Before I go to Kate. And I agree with Kate, especially going forward. Mr. Wilkerman.
We heard loud and clear earlier in the meeting that listening to our constituents' support, there's been a very significant push to potentially not rush this decision. I've heard that down south. Again, Kate and the committee have done an amazing job. I don't yet know that I think we should give up on this. So Kate, to give you very specific direction, what I would ask is if we push this back to 27, 28 with maybe even the potential of not doing it at all and only going with the state competition, because I think that should also be part of this, is we go with that route and we go to the state competition. I would ask Kate, I can't speak necessarily for the north, but I know in the south, I'd even be willing to host a meeting where cheer coaches can come and hear pros, the cons. This is what it looks like as a sport. This is what it doesn't look like as a sport. This is what we can overcome, and this is what we cannot overcome. To your point, right, there's a box. Again, I say again, cheer's box is different than anybody else's, right? So there are certain things I think that people understand is we can overcome and we can't. And I think maybe hearing that from you directly might be helpful. So again, I would assume that people in North would appreciate the same thing, but I don't want to speak for the North. I think that would be really, really helpful when I heard in the South. And at that point, Kate, we decided, hey, we're not willing to the job, did a very good job of the pros and cons and saying, hey, the cons are not worth this. We could still recognize our girls. Then maybe we come back to the board and say, hey, the decision, or it looks like, again, it would be board decision to bring the vote back to say, hey, sanctioning is not the way to go. Sticking with a quality state championship is the way to go. Then maybe we do that. I don't know yet that I'm ready, but I think that would help a lot of people, myself included, to understand. I did listen to the meeting. I still have some questions that I think I need answered more directly. So that's what I would ask. Is that specific enough?
Open meetings statewide or regionally somehow where people can get input.
Appreciate it. Then I would like to make a motion to potentially push the, push the sanctioning of cheer back to the 27, 28 year, while also instituting a state championship run cheer competition event through the NIAA, starting in the 26th.
Or the 26, 27.
Which season are we specifying?
We need to change it. We're Spirit 8. Sorry.
Spirit, yeah.
Okay, no, just make sure I have the right name.
Sorry, point of clarification for my own motion. Do I need to tell you when that would occur? Or because it's not in a particular season, does that give us more flexibility, Tim? So I said we don't pick a season. Pam, you were wanting me to pick a season. Do we need to do
No,
that?
I was asking that.
Okay.
More specific. Sure.
Got it.
Years.
Did that motion make sense after all of my, thank you.
Okay, we have a first. Mr. McNaught, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Let me ask your opinion. Do you believe we need to go to roll call? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you so much.
I'll say this.
And again, Kate, thank you for the work you put in.
Probably should put in, thank you.
Okay, if we have lunch here, can we still have a lot of items. Can we limit lunch to a half an hour?
Yes.
And please be back by 12:50.
The conversation.
What? Right there?
Yes, we heard that.
The public.
Oh. The big sister's gonna come out.
Yes.
I got you, Kate.
All right,
We'll take that.
all right, everybody, we're gonna go to item 25. Please go to page 158. This is a NEC 385B.44 football maximum participation. This item is for information only. The discussion is Segura.
So I'm gonna start with public comment. This is from Kevin Haig from Lincoln County, from Lincoln County. He's the head football coach. It's just bear with me, it's not really written out like the public comments. So this rule proposal is trying to solve,
I'm sorry. Following up, for President Slims. It's not an action item, so there's no public comment, right? Just procedurally, just wanted to check. I thought only action items had public comment. I'm not trying to not let this person talk. I just don't want, I don't want us to. Okay, but we are only allowed public comment on action items.
Well, it depends. The chair, okay, so the open meeting law does not require public comment on.
Why,
Yeah, it's required on action items. It's at the option of the chair for non-action items. However, we should be consistent, so at least consistently.
Again, I just wanted to bring that up. Again, I don't even know what they were gonna say. I have no objection to it, but just wanted to throw that out there.
And I would say years past meetings previously, we've allowed public comment practically on every item. Okay, stay here, please.
okay, this proposal is trying to solve the problem of our classification not being able to field JV programs. I want you to understand the reality. Roster size, 30 kids. 20 kids get significant live game reps throughout the season, 10 kids do not. This rule would allow us to give our 10 kids, 3% of our roster, the ability to properly develop. Example, 12 full-time varsity kids, flex players, 12 full-time JV kids. They're playing 4 JV quarters and then now can play 2 varsity quarters if we have injuries or fatigue late in the game. 6 true flex players. We can play these 6 kids 2 quarters in a JV game to provide depth and allow for fatigue injury management. These kids would be contributors at varsity level, either starting at one position or first backups on depth chart. Their ability to play 4 quarters at varsity level is crucial to maintain our varsity roster. This rule is not for the 6 true flex players. It's for the 10 to 12 kids that aren't going to get significant game reps, unlike those other 6 are allowed to flex. The just rule now states that any kid that plays JV can only play 2 quarters of varsity. I understand this is to discourage coaches from loading their JV roster with JV games and still have those kids for varsity, but this wording is counterproductive to what the rule is trying to achieve. Saying kids can only play 2 quarters of varsity if they play JV is only adding up to the varsity roster, not creating new opportunities to field the JV team. I understand that making changes to participation limitation open the door for more problems since the coaches want to approach this rule with the same intentions I do. I support this rule change because it can be beneficial for the proper development opportunity athletes if it is implemented correctly. Align with current NAC rules, regulations, and policies as closely as possible. Make this a 2A classification specific rule. We can properly track participation and injury trends as well as development and participation improvement. This turns out to be beneficial and improves program participation. It could be looked at to make a roster size rule instead of a classification specific rule. Programs that field 35 plus kids can comfortably field a 20-man varsity and an 18-man JV without hitting quote unquote flex players. Any rosters under 38 run the risk of player overuse, excessive fatigue, and could have injuries increase. And then the board, just if you haven't seen your email, I did forward a policy that was put together by a member of the 2A from Battle Mountain, who has kind of been the driving force behind this. The conversation actually came up last year in one of the rules and regulations meeting in like the springtime. So it's been kind of a year of conversation. was pushed back a little bit while we were working on some other regulations, but we brought it back. The rules and regulations committee did discuss, the regulation change that you see in the packet on page 9. And we, basically, as the committee, we decided that we really wanted to just push this forward to the board as a discussion to see any thoughts. Nobody really felt that they wanted to put forth a, you know, a motion to move this into like the workshop phase. So we just kind of want to talk about it. So I'm gonna let Ken discuss a little bit about Mr. Carter from the 2A perspective, kind of the reason behind this and a little bit of conversations he's had, and then I can talk about some additional updates that we were kind of talk about in that meeting, regulation wise as well. So I think if that's okay, Madam Chair. Go ahead.
Yes, this was brought to me, in last year, and then again this year by Mackenzie at Battle Mountain regarding our JV status, specifically in South, we do have a real low number of JV teams. So we've had several ADs and coaches reach out to me on proposing 6-quarter rule to allow some fluctuation within that 5 days. The NAC has, being able to get some more, some set of JV games solidified and concreted in the schedules that the schools are losing. So their indication is that they want to propose 6-quarter rule to not cancel JV games, not have that limitation on a Friday night, the following Monday, Tuesday, be able to post a JV game to get those kids that have standing on the sidelines reps, getting on the field, playing. As far as Needles is concerned, we're in between head coaches right now that I know our previous head coach was for this. We try to do our best in the area that we are at. And still like some 8-man games that happens for some kids to get on the field. Their situation is they want to put those kids ready to get into the varsity level so they're not going from not playing to playing and not understanding that contact part. We had a meeting yesterday, and NIAA staff was on it. There is a 6-quarter proposal that was put out, and okay, was to send that out. That way everybody had it. We went through that proposal. I had a lot of questions regarding it, as far as the next participation, how you're going to track it. Tracking form was produced on how to do that. We went through that. We broke that down. Questions that I had as a league rep, standing in the middle there, understanding the consequences of playing too much versus the pros of adding games and having kids play. So there's back and forth dialogue regarding that. Mackenzie did go back and do an update on a lot of the things that I brought to attention regarding some sort of violations. If these were going to, any violations were going to take place, who's going to be in charge of that tracking? The game day jersey numbers, football has a lot of those individual rules regarding numbers, positions, and how you're going to track that kid. And that's kind of where they're at now. Mackenzie did end up redoing the proposal, sent it in, make some corrections that we brought it. We want to make sure it's out to you guys for discussion. I know there was a poll sent out earlier this year. I'm not sure the date. Northern and Southern League teams were polled on it. I believe 2 did not vote. It's in your packet as well. 8 yes, 2 against, and 1 was undecided. There are comments in your packet regarding the positives. The poll was sent out regarding would this increase JV programs, help keep JV programs, or none of the above. And those questions and those comments are in that packet for you to look at it as well. I know the NAC has issues to be changed, violations to be changed, so it's up for discussion.
Okay, to bring to the record before questions, I just want to highlight a couple things from that proposal and what we also amended. One of the things is in subsection 3 for 444, where it says 7 consecutive days. We kind of discussed this, and scheduling wise, it made more sense to be consistent with 5 consecutive days, as any player can currently play within a 5-span. Reason being is you're playing sometimes different divisions. 2A might be playing like their JV might play a Thursday game against a 3A's JV team, and then their actual scheduled varsity game is the next Friday, or whatever the case is, where, you know, we didn't want to go to 7 days, because then scheduling could get a little bit tricky. So just to be consistent, we were more suggesting to go from 7 to 5. And then the penalty piece that Ken brought up, we also thought adding a subsection 5 would be beneficial. I drafted some language for it, something of the effect of what violates the provision of subsection 3, be subject to the following penalties: A, 1-game suspension of the head varsity football coach, and B, a 1-game suspension of the pupil. So they wanted to have something in their policy where if break this rule of penalty, and I said it's really important that we also put that in regulation if you want the NIA to enforce it. Otherwise, we just need like a legal enforcement. And the other piece that I was not aware of until our meeting was actually that their JV and varsity do sometimes for the 2A play on the same night. So we would also need to change a second regulation that's not listed here, which we just found out yesterday. NAC 3 by B386 dictates this is our multi-level participation rule. So we would have to add a new section in there that would state something of the effect of people who participates in class 2A for football. It's a sanctioned sport, may participate in no more than 2 levels of competition of that sanctioned sport during a day, so long as the participation regulations outlined in 444. So that would be something we'd also have to change, because that regulation specifies that you cannot play in more than 1 game for football in the same day. So we'd have to change that for the 2A classification. And just to give real brief on why this is just being proposed for the 2A, the 1A traditionally does not have the size to really field a JV. Potentially down the road, maybe that would change. So, you know, obviously changes would happen. And then the view is basically that 3 to 5A have a significant number of kids on the campus to pull from, where they're able to at least field their varsity JV. And the purpose really of that JV is to help build for the varsity team. So that's the most important, being able to at least have a JV. So, yeah, opening up the discussion.
Mr. Holmes.
Dennis Holmes, Superintendent Liaison, speaking as the Bergen County School District Superintendent. I think there's some good things with this, but I have some concerns as well. Number one, more kids in sports and activities, the higher your graduation rate. Number two, I'm all about numbers. And if we can have 40 kids participate versus 39, I'll take 40 any day. Now, here's where I come back with some of my cautions. I don't know that the NIAA wants to become the court police. And this is not a student problem, this is an adult problem. And so I think we need to differentiate. So if there's a suspension, who serves it, the coach or the kid? The kid just did what the adult told him to do, right? So I'm gonna, because I can now, broaden this a little bit. I also have issues with last weekend, but the weekend before, we had 3 softball kids and 2 baseball kids who chose not to play in their season sports because basketball was running tournaments and had I don't know, some, you know, showcase tournaments. And so kids were forced to step out of their in-season sport to play in a showcase sport, which I love basketball as much as I love the rest of them. But that to me shouldn't happen. They're in their season, they should be able to stay in their season and not have to make those difficult choices. So where does all that go? I kind of like some of this, and I think to find ways to support more kids and more activities makes sense. But I want the kids to pay the price for bad adult decisions. And I also wanted to think thoroughly about how we develop JV programs, because yeah, just in a couple years of observation, some have and some don't. The haves have the advantage, and the have-nots typically don't have that advantage unless they have that elite group of kids coming through. So I think there's a little bit more to it. But I like path. But I think we need to answer some of those questions as we move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just to clarify on the tracking piece, they did discuss that. We didn't really talk too much about that, but it would be a leak tracking system, and it wouldn't be us kind of managing that. And then when violations, they're all having access to this document. And if there's any violations, they'll report it to us, and then we'll, you know, step in there, but we won't have to manage this.
Yeah, different way. So part of the tracking system that the players' information on times played or the time spent played will be required at a specific timeline. 24 hours after the game, they haven't decided, just getting that work, that layout out for that Monday morning going into that week. That way every coach, he had the access to it. And a check off before the game, coaches meeting, knowing who the players are. And that sort of layout of parameters regarding the breakdown of their proposal.
Mr. Whip?
I think it's great. Again, I agree with Dennis. The more kids that are involved in sports and athletics is good for kids. Are we worried at all about this within the ask will come at 3A, 4A, 5A so that I can put a kid to play Thursday night JV football, hedge my bet and have it to play. And again, I think this is great for small. I don't live in that world. I have a very large program, so I'm worried now that we're gonna a bunch of coaches are gonna say, well, that's my only concern, and maybe I'm off kilter, or I'm seeing some head nod, but that's my only
Okay,
concern.
I'm gonna go to Mr. Jackson, then Mr. Fulmer.
I've always said exact same concern. My concern really stems from this experience of watching us have ball field level in flag football and basketball, and watching I need to have kids play a quarter in varsity or two, and then turn around and play for 3/4 in the JV. And until we got some very good clarification from from the NIA back in the day, we actually had issues where a kid was playing a freshman game, JV game, and a varsity game in the same night. And without hesitation, coaches apparently hanging the NIAA freshman championship banner in the gym was very important that year. And it was an abuse of child, my
I'll
estimation.
take it down, too, sorry.
Yeah. I will tell you this, the one thing I do like about this, I grew up in a 5-quarter state. I played in a 5-quarter program. I coached in a 5-quarter program before I moved to Nevada. I like the multi-quarter with stipulation. I like the fact that it gives kids an opportunity. The one thing about football that is unique to that sport, and anybody who's played can attest to this. Until the first time you get hit playing that game, you do not know how to explain it to a child. There's no explanation that says this guy is going to line up and he's going to run at you wearing all that gear as fast as he can. He's going to hit you as hard as he can, and he wants you to get back up and do it again. Because that's what football is. It's a contact sport. You can't simulate that in practice no matter how hard you try. But at the same time, what we don't want are kids that are freshmen and sophomores standing on the sidelines for 2 years. The first time they experience that is as a junior, because that will kill your program quicker than anything, because they will quit. They have never experienced it. Last point, and this is in support of this, but I'm in support of it across the board, 1A through 5A. Because football right now is currently the only sport we do not have a regulation or a stipulation that allows multi-level, like we do every other sport. And I think this would allow for that. Perhaps could help our developing programs in 3A, 4A, and for something 5A that need to develop their programs to put some kids in situations where they're not getting hit for the first time as juniors in high school.
Ken, I'm gonna jump in before you. Is there any discussion of a 5-quarter rule as opposed to 6?
No, it's really just been a 6-quarter rule. My understanding is because of our sizes and all that, the 6-quarter would give us another quarter to work with. Rather than just one.
Thank you.
Wade Polson for the record. I think that as we go through this, and I agree with everything that Dennis was talking about. But I think we should add the 1A in with the 2A here. On page 60, there's an additional comments and feedback that 1A should be included. I think we should. Not everyone will have a JV program. In fact, probably very few of them will have a JV program. But if we go into a 6-quarter rule type thing, you could actually have half of a JV game. We travel long distances. I mean, we're going 300 miles, 200 miles, 150 miles, to play one game, right? You go up one game. If the other team happens to have 25 kids in an 8-man scenario, we have 25 kids in an 8-man scenario, you can play two quarters of of your freshman and your JV and your little guys and let them get in there. I think that is what Tim was talking about in building your programs. I think it'd go a long way to allowing that to happen if we can get that. So I would also include the 1A into this scenario with the 2A.
I think speaking as the 45A South liaison. Sorry, I think speaking as the 45A South liaison, I know people think because we're bigger, that automatically means more participants, but it doesn't. We have schools that in the 4A, and I'm not 100% sure about 5A, that are not building freshman and JV teams as well. So I agree with Tim. I think it should be 1A through 5A and not limited, because we're trying to save our program too. I mean, I can think of 5, 6 high schools right off the bat that only have our. And if with this could probably potentially save a JV program as well.
Thank you. Miles?
Miles Baldwin, 1A. I piggyback off of, what Wade says there. There's probably 5, 6 teams in the 1A that would be able to do this, but if they want to schedule it, you know, a tone o'clock going to Virginia City, for instance, that's a long drive. They get the young kids in the game, and then they get, you know, I'm all for it for the 1A, similar to how we've operated 1A for I don't know how many years with volleyball, basketball, that's been adopted by the larger schools now. So I think the 1A is absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Anthony?
Xavier Anthony on the record. Just a couple of things. I'm gonna have some similar comments. If we do some simple math, kid that plays all 6 quarters for 9 games is actually playing 13 and a half games. So I don't know if there's a safety concern there. I know that some of our large schools, so to Andy's point, 4A, 5A, we have schools that don't have JV programs that struggle to field B teams or just happy to have a varsity, but this could help alleviate and have 4 JV teams. As soon as this was stated by Ken, I immediately said, yep, I can hear Dallas calling me now.
Yeah.
As a 3A school wanting to do the same thing. I know that I've already heard from some of our schools, our large schools, that their backup quarterback at the varsity level can't play JV because they want to save them for varsity in case their starting quarterback gets hurt. In turn, at least to get some reps JV 2 quarters and then still have that flexibility to allow them to play on the varsity. So just sharing both of those.
Mr. Henneman?
Dave Henneman, Chart Liaison. Maybe there's one way to find it also as a school that you only have like 25, maybe 30, even start a season. We have freshmen going out there playing varsity football, which is, you know, a lot of parents are very scared about their kids doing that. And we have kids that don't even go out for football to their junior year because, and I get it, because their parents don't want to play varsity as a freshman or sophomore. And I know if we had this at our school that was able to do that, we'd definitely be able to field a JV team that they have to support.
Thank you. Sean?
John Simon, staff. Yeah, to echo along with what's been said, the best thing about this is it does save JV programs. And I know some of you don't live in that world. Like Keith said, the 3A usually has freshman football, usually. The 1A usually doesn't have JV. The 2A is kind of in the middle there. And what this will, if passed and whenever, like Dallas, for example, Moapa, his freshman football team would play a 2A JV team, but it was usually on the bye week of that 2A varsity, because in the past you'd have to, like X said, you'd have to say, well, we could play a JV game this week against Moapa's freshmen because we don't have a varsity game. Obviously, seniors aren't playing, but you know, all the other kids will. Then we got to track the game limits of the kids and that kind of stuff. So that goes away if this happens potentially. And if you ask any 2A coach in the state, the retention level of getting those kids back after a 9th grade year where they are, and I've heard the parents talk to me about it, where they feel like they're just a tackling dummy in practice all season. And then they're really not getting in the game unless they're up 30 or down 30. And there's not a lot of, you know, there's not a lot of there's a lot of parity, so you're usually not gonna be in those positions, being up 40 or down 40 for those freshmen to get in, and so the next year they want to go on football, and I think that's been happening here. And so it's more of an issue of let's get more kids involved. Thank you.
Okay, let me ask you, and I am gonna lean towards you. Did you guys talk about the safety and the potential of concussions?
Yeah, get part to it, absolutely. That was a real big discussion we had at the end of the meeting yesterday. And my suggestion was, or our suggestion during that meeting on the tracking system, tracking some sort of injuries. And we don't track any injuries now, which is hard to base it back on. I mean, we can get that in our schools, but there's no official tracking for football now. But if we did add to this, in the addition of the quarters, we track those injuries, we could get an idea on that. Yeah, the fatigue factor, isn't just the two levels in one day like basketball or baseball, softball. It is the contact rate. That was discussed heavily for quite a while, and I think it's definitely a big thing to discuss, especially if it's going from 1A to 5A, on how that is going to be managed, documented. That is my personal feeling, is the documentation of this, who's managing it, who's overseeing it, who is making sure these numbers are correct, is very important to help with that aspect of it. And no budgeting of that, where a kid does get put in the 7th quarter and gets a
Just like in baseball, we have pitch counts.
pitch counts. Yeah, GF or limits. Yeah. So yes, that was discussed in the proposal that the Kate sent it out. It does go through a lot of the maximum time, you know, the safety of it, all their violations, sign offs, check offs at each game, where each coach is going to sign off prior, just like pitch counts, baseball, softball, or baseball. So yeah, that was discussed.
Mr. Jackson, anything more to add? You've given your recommendation. So go ahead.
No, just looking for kind of direction on where to go next with this. I can draft language based on suggestions. Bring it back.
Has this gone through rules and regulations?
Yes, they were the ones that suggested bringing in just a discussion item for the board. They didn't make a motion on the actual bring yet. They just wanted to kind of bring it.
Okay, so you've had that conversation.
Part 2A. I do want to thank you guys for all your input, and I do want to ask you that if this is something that is really going to be considered going from 1 to 5A, your input is highly accepted as well. This document that was brought up with Mackenzie did a lot of work on it. Take a look at it, look at the tracking sheet. If there's a better one out there, find a better one. So it's not just something that we necessarily have to say this is what we're using. If Legacy comes up with one, or Lincoln comes up with one, it's the best, whatever we can to help track the best. And so, but I do appreciate your input on it.
Going forward, just a quick question to the group. Would we want to entertain 1A, 2A, 6 quarter, 3, 4, 5, 1, 5 quarter, or just something to throw out? Mr. Whitford.
Sorry, so the tracking would be on some of the form, but who's tracking? Coaches are tracking, league is tracking, how are, that's the only thing that was my own questions. If no matter what we do, 2A or 1A, 5A, how are we tracking?
Was she pointing it?
Want me to speak?
But she was pointing.
Maybe I missed that.
She was pointing.
Make good Mr. Jackson, actually.
When it goes off, quiet. because we do it
Oh.
back up.
Okay, so right now they are working through the process of tracking the discussion of a Google Sheet, a Google form, some form of tracking. Currently, we have tracking systems in place in the state for baseball, for pitch counts. Work very well with the coaches, monitored by the leagues. Any violations are reported to us. Also, the board will hear today, we'll let them know now. Bart, I don't say we, but Bart and one of the coaches in the South, are one of our bowling coordinators actually, that helps bully. We are piloting currently right now in the 5A Southern Baseball, a pitch count app. It's online through their phone. At the end of the game, they put in the number of pitches, it's reported, we tally, it's a whole system, and it's wonderful. We're beta testing it right now, with just one division. So we also consider something of that nature. The cost to do that is very minimal and overall, but there's definitely methods in place right now to monitor, but it's also a tier. So in other words, it's not something that the NIA staff has to monitor every day, it's something the league can do, the commissioner can do, the coaches can do, and they monitor themselves in a reporting mechanism there.
So with your vision that coaches would be monitoring themselves and then reporting.
Yeah, which is more effective than we're doing currently right now with the level participation in basketball, volleyball, soccer, and all those. It's actually, what they're proposing is a lot more, closely monitored than what we have in place for them.
Okay. Just to add to that, to your question, the proposal was on their managers, non-play calling coaches. We addressed that, discussed it. My opinion was the last person the last hands it leaves is a head coach. So he does see that, and it does go from the head coach to the next coach, not from a manager to the other team, or in that aspect of it. If there is somebody due to staffing numbers, they are tracking that, it goes to the head coach, and then that person's gonna sign off. It's not gonna be someone else. That head coach needs to be on that, in my personal. Thanks, Ken. Appreciate it.
So, Bert, do you have anything to add?
No, I don't think so. Just looking for what you need from us moving forward, I guess, if there's any direction. Other than what's been happening.
Hey, board, where would you like to go with this?
We need motion to move forward.
Yes.
This is just a discussion.
Okay, so they want to know, yeah, discussion.
Yeah,
Yeah, so.
I.
let's go. And then-
No, go ahead, Wade.
Yeah.
Go for the record.
I think that we need to pursue this and to look into it, the possibilities of it more. And bring some of the documenting of how many plays the kids are playing quarter wise, the tracking systems, those kind of things. And let's see what it looks like. I think it's gonna be very beneficial to it could for all levels to be able to bring up their freshman and JV levels and move forward with building their program.
Mr.
Dennis Holmes, superintendent group. I would just add, ask to that conversation that you, included about, stepping on each other's feet and, unintentionally, but, intentionally forcing kids to make choices between in-season sports and out-of-season sports.
Any other comments? All right. So the recommendation, I agree with that, is to pursue this, bring it back, with additional information. Thank you very much. Thank you,
One last
Mr. Parker.
thing.
Yes, sir.
If anybody has any information, feel free to email myself, Kate, and NIAA, and forward it over, and we compile and have more conversation. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Safe travels to the right?
Yeah, we got it.
All right, let's go to item number 9 on page 23, the financial report. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right, I didn't write 1 o'clock. All right, let's go to item number 14, go to page 35. Okay, Ms. Segura, let's go.
Okay, so if you're looking at page 35, we're actually gonna skip everything related to spirit and we'll bring that back potentially at a later date. So we're actually gonna start on, you can see here, words. NAC 385B.056, everything above that is actually related to spirit. So that'll be just flip the page. That's gonna be page 50. Okay, so all the regulations went through the proper processes, went to the rules, regulations, and policies committee, and were passed by that committee to come forward to the board. On page 50, NAC 385B.056 is zone of attendance defined, right? With an addition that is the region within the state of Nevada established by board of trustees or governing board. Obviously, you have 17 public school districts, easy peasy, they have, their borders are within the state of Nevada. This is really more related to charter and private schools. I will be very transparent in that we had a level 2 where this actually came up and was an argument because the student did not live in the state of Nevada and was attending one of our private schools in our state. And we're trying to argue eligibility based on that. The school did allow them to enroll there, so technically the school was saying that they were within their zone of attendance. This brings up a lot of other concerns. Currently speaking, our regulations, which are treated equally for all types of schools, state that if you move residentially from one zone to another or from out of state into the state and you attend school, you're eligible based on proving your residency. If we have a regulation that is allowing private or charter schools in particular to call the whole country their zone of attendance, you now have students who could be living anywhere and have to be now, when they move to us, fall within a different regulation. They would fall within a regulation that says you're now moving from within the same attendance zone, and there's a different penalty for that type of transfer, if that makes sense, because I know it's a little confusing, but we have to be clear, either your zone of attendance is within the state of Nevada or it's the whole country. And if it's the whole country and we're treating it that way, then all of our regulations about, residency and stuff kind of change, and that's not how we have historically treated those types of transfers. So we felt it was important based on what happened at level 2, which was fine, it all kind of worked out, but the legal argument was fair and made sense, and so that's why we suggested to just clarify that your zone of attendance, whether you are a public, private, or charter school, has to be within the state of Nevada. So that is that change. No reason. These are all unrelated, so I would just say, Ms. Sloan, that it would be a vote on each individually.
That is correct. Okay. Any further comments, questions? Looking for a motion? Ms. Brockett?
A motion that we approve with the letter O, you on the zone of attendance as it is written.
On page 15.
Yeah, on page 15.
Okay. First, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Approved, thank you. Ayes have it. All right, Ms. Correct.
Page 51, these two regulations do go together, so we can do them separate or together, but they do kind of talk about the same thing. Both of these regulations are in regards to submitting agenda items to the board. And so 124 is just adding language at subsection C, using a process approved by the association. And if you look below 126, you'll see at the end of page 51, 52, a little bit more outlined by Mr. Jackson of what that process would look like and how to submit, so that we have a formal process for this. And then the changes to 126, first would be due to open meeting law, the fact that we had something that stated that a board member could add an agenda item at any time before the meeting wouldn't allow for the proper amount of time for notification. So we just made it so that and then they all just are adding that language using a process approved by the association. So those are the changes. And then the last thing is removing the language in 126. The board may by a majority vote of the members of the board at the beginning of the meeting add to the agenda for that meeting an item, again, open meeting law violation by adding the agenda item that has been agendized and properly notice put out to the public. So those are the changes made there. And then I don't know, Mr. Jackson, do you want to talk about your commentary there about the process?
So, Ms. Sloan has been a part of it now for the last, I believe it's 3 meetings. Mr. Stallworth, when he returned his leave, has been a part of the last 2 meetings. What we do now is backing up from the meeting date. So today is Tuesday. Last Tuesday, you received your full packet. The Tuesday prior to that, Ms. Sloan, myself, Mr. Stallworth, and Mr. Rovardo met and went over the entire agenda and made sure it was correct in the way it was. A week before that, the draft agenda is released to them so that we have a staged process that follows the open meeting law. So anybody that can't, that's why we sent the email to the liaison saying if you wanted it included in the package, you had to have it by a certain date. And it follows that, and we're making sure that we do this correctly and we're following the meeting law and that we have all the agenda items out in a timely manner for everyone, and we don't have any last minute, oh, here, we got to get this. The final posting of the agenda is done when the packet is released. We are still within 4 days of that because it has to be posted 3 business days before the meeting. In case there is a mistake or an error, we can go back correct it, but hopefully the object there is that we're catching it in one of the 3 meetings prior to it being released. But that'll help there. The link for board control agenda submission will be activated upon the approval of this and signed by the Secretary of State, and it will be posted to the board members so that you guys will all have it and then we can follow the process.
Mr.
Not Region 4, just question on the first of all, I think that appreciate outlining this. It's a little unclear to me how this process works, so I think I know it exists, but like I appreciate this coming back. So two questions. Question number one is the ultimate decision for item being on the agenda is the president. Is that right? How does that work?
Under this?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand that.
Yeah, as written here on page 51 and 52, that would be the case. If you look at bullet point 6 on the back, final decision to place an item on the agenda rests with the board president and or the board based on relevance to the board's mission and authority. If it was based on the board, you would have to bring it here and the board would vote, yes, we want to see it on the agenda. And then the next meeting it would be on the agenda. You can't, this board cannot unilaterally decide anything. It must do so at the time of public thought. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just wanted, that's what I want to clarify. So member Cavazos wanted an item, President Sloan could say no. But then what is is there a procedural, I know she was, that's why I use it. Is there a procedure in place for the board to override that if because it feels like in that situation, right, that there's a possibility that the president could be making unilateral decisions for the board. So I just wondering.
Well, that's a fair question in open meeting law and board governance and those type of processes. I do think this board should work on some board governance issues from sooner. Is that normally it's up to the chair to decide, and the chair works with the executive director, or in my past experience, would be the city manager with the mayor, the superintendent with the board president. If the board president says no, or in this case, our chair says no, then normally there's a mechanism where 2 or 3 or 4 members can say, we request that it be put on, and then it must be put on at the next reasonable amount of time. That's a very common way of doing that. That's not necessarily it. Yeah. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. Would it need to be NAC or support procedure? Like,
Well,
because the NAC remains like pretty vague.
It said right here, submitted using a process approved by the association. So you could adopt your own board governance once this reg is adopted. That's how I read that.
Got it. And am I to understand that the process would be the part below it, right? That's not necessarily going in NAC, or is that the ordinance, but not submitting this as NAC, right? Okay. So then my last question associated with this, does each step require approval to move on to the next? So for example, can the executive director say, no, it is not appropriate, and then therefore the agenda item can be submitted?
That's how I read this.
Okay, I don't know who that question is to necessarily, but you don't read it that way. So I just wanted to make sure that, because again, I agree that like it should be able to be like kind of held up anywhere, right? So I just want to make sure that number 2 doesn't imply that the executive director can say no and it's dead in the water.
Yeah.
Right? Yes,
Yeah,
okay.
we should always entertain, if there's something that a board member would like on the agenda, I can say no.
Sure, I just want to make sure procedurally that exists. That's all. Yeah, so but I heard Mr. Navarro say that that's not the way he reads it. So it's just like hey, do you think this is a good time? The executive director says no, okay, I'm gonna submit anyway. Can still happen. Right? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Mr. Holmes.
That's all, state superintendent, Madam Chair, but it isn't that autonomy or authority amongst yourself as board president and executive director withheld to prevent frivolous or self induced agenda. You see what I mean? That I think it's important that you maintain that authority, if you will, because otherwise, if I want to keep trying to convince you that we need to keep teaching my favorite dinosaur lesson, after the 30th time, you're going to be pretty fed up with my repeated request. And so I feel that executive leadership needs to have that autonomy. Help me out. Even council, I kind of heard that as well.
Yeah, again, if you want to harken back to, so Kay and I talked about this, and I think it'd be really nice, reason why it's not vague, but it just says in C, submitted using a process approved by the association, so that's C of 124, 126, using a process approved by the association, and then, paragraph 2 in 126, using a process approved by the association. So what would happen is you come back to the association, and it would be my recommendation from doing this for a while, that you would have a process where the board president and the executive director work together and they decide what goes on the agenda. If they decide no, then I think you should have a number. It can't be a majority because that would violate the open meeting law, but you should have a number 2, 3, or 4. For example, the Washoe County School District, we used to use 2 because we only had 7 trustees. I would think here you want to do probably 3 or 4, probably 4. And then those 4 would say, yes, we all want to see this on the agenda. And then that would override the board president's decision.
Very good, thank you.
But that's up to you to decide what that number is. I want to be clear. It just can't be 6. Actually, it could be 6. It just can't be 7. It can't be over 50%.
And I would think if the dinosaur lesson plan came about, that there would be a lot of conversation that would take place as well, so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yes, it was- Absolutely.
Those of us who've been around.
Mr. McNutt.
I'll be coming before, I'd love to be part of that, so. So I think that'd be great. Yeah, that is my point, though. I don't intend to say like we shouldn't have the authority of the president, but there should be a mechanism in place to allow 3 or I would say 3 feels like the right number of board members. So maybe that's number like, it's like a bullet under 6, right? That would be like something like that.
Yeah, I do want to point out, you're exceeding the agenda. This is a workshop just based on 124, 126. This process that's laid out below, that doesn't come back to you as part of, if these rates get adopted, that would be submitted using the process approved by the association. So just don't make those decisions today. That's not what you're doing. What you're doing today is just determining whether or not 124 and 126 should go forward.
Thank you.
This process below can be cobbled together when these are approved.
Okay, so yeah, so just it being written below, I guess, created illusion for me. So we are not approving that. We are only approving that modification. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay, and I believe at this time, I want to do them separately, so need a motion for NAC 385B 124, submission of agenda item by member school. Looking for a motion.
With Folsom Region 3, I move to approve NAC 385B 124, submission of agenda items by member school.
Thank you. We have first.
Second.
Same. We have a first, we have a second. Okay. We got a first, guys. Any additional questions, comments? All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. All right, we've discussed NAC 385B 126. Need a motion, please? Looking for a motion?
Wait, Folsom Region 3.
Thank
To
you.
approve NAC 385B 126, submission of agenda item by board of legislative commission.
Thank you, Mr. Whipperman.
Keith Whitman, Region 4, second.
We have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Approved. All right, Mr. Burke.
Okay, so I'll bring back in June that policy, the process, and I'll make the amendments suggested, and then we can move forward with that. Next one is NAC 385B 378. Please ignore 1B6. That is for Spirit Squad part of this. This part of this conversation is just looking at 1A2. And this is in regards to contest limits for football. And so currently our regulation allows for 9 football games. You can always purchase your 10 for Hall of Fame. So we're just going to talk within the 9 there. And the suggested addition is or 7 football games and 1 tournament not to exceed 9 full games. And then to go along with that, if you look at NAC 385B 384, the next page is 4. An amendment, if you were to pass that, would also need to happen for this regulation, and you can see that under 2C, in football, one tournament can be substituted for 2 games, not to exceed a total of 9 games. To ensure that, but with that, the rest of that regulation basically allows you to flip flop either way. So you could do 3 tournaments for 1 game, or, I'm sorry, 3 games for 1 tournament, or 1 tournament for 3 more games. And so to avoid that, we specified out that for football, you can only go the one way, 1 tournament or 2 games, you can have 9 games total. So I'm actually gonna turn it over to Mr. Rick, not because he brought this forward, if he has anything to add, regarding the purpose of it.
I'm not Region 4. No, I think you explained it well. I did want to ask a clarifying question. Is 1C3 also included in this change here?
That had already been done, so yeah, that regulation, it's already passed, so the green is the only new stuff, it is ignoring the spirit sweat stuff.
It's in black and white. I mean, save money. It's in-
Yeah,
So that's why I was-
it was recently changed in the past.
Okay, or thank you. That was why I asked that question. Thank you.
Okay, this was a recommendation as well from the Rules and Regulations Committee.
This one was from Mr. McNaught. No, the Rules and Regulations Committee remind me, discussed it, but I don't think. Can you remind me, or, I mean, several of us, I'm sorry, I can't remember, I'm now thinking. I know he asked for it to be on the agenda, so I added the language, but I don't believe we need a vote in RPS.
We just got clarification.
Yes, so we just discussed it. And then it was asked to be put on the agenda to discuss for the board, because you're already bringing this regulation to the cheer part, that's how, I'm sorry, I had to kind of remind you of that. So, yeah, I don't know if you wanna explain further kind of the purpose behind or anything.
Well, yeah, I kind of operate under the economic outreach report, was it still fine?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this regulation is interesting. Mr. Rovardo actually helped me understand like why. Because like in some places we reference tournaments, in other places we don't. Like golf, we don't reference in tournament, but we do have tournaments in golf, but they're like 1 day. So it's like kind of complicated, right? And so I just thought that it would be appropriate here to include that as well for football and I suppose we probably should have done tennis. But anyway, so yeah, that would be my proposal.
Yeah, Wade Polson, question, so is B6, is that staying on?
No, please ignore B6.
What competitions?
That would be,
Gets Xed out?
yeah, that would be removed from this,
Okay.
we're not discussing the spirit.
Right.
And C3 is already approved and been passed and everything, so we're just looking at A2.
The word or on, but. Minor, but.
Yes, and forward on B. That's not. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve NAC 385E.378, striking B6 and 4 from B.
Okay, we have a first, Mr. Rupert.
Before, second.
Okay, any additional comments, questions? Yes, sir.
Football traditionally across all the states does not have tournaments because the physicality of the game, you cannot do them consecutive days or in a tournament fashion. So doing a tournament in football does not exist. So we're breaking the fourth, we're way out of what the national thing is by doing a tournament, because you can't have a tournament. Not talking about weeks and out, because you have to have a lot of time for your body to heal. Sure. And so tournaments traditionally are not done in football because the physicality of you cannot do that over. We have state tournament, which is different, station by state, and it's done a week at a time. But that's a completely different thing because those are playoff formats, different from regular season tournaments. There's no such thing as a football tournament. When you go 7-on-7, it's not physical, you play tournaments. But as soon as you put pads on, you talk about physicality, tournaments are not a normal thing that you have. You're able to host.
Right, and I'm gonna have Colin jump in on.
Colin, not Region 4. A tournament is defined as a series of, at a minimum, 2 games that happen over a 6-day period, excluding Sunday. So a tournament would be acceptable over a 2-week period based on our regulations. It would be totally appropriate.
Sounds like playoff.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
Mr. Owens.
Dennis Holmes, State Superintendent. I hear exactly what you're saying. I wonder if jamboree might be a better word, which is differentiated from tournament formats. Or, and, or there's more to it, so.
Mr. King.
Well, I would just like to know why we're doing this. Can you explain to me why we're doing? Yeah, happy to explain. Okay, not Region 4. I believe that, like, for example, I think that any group of teams should be able to have a tournament if they want to, right? And so we allow it in the other sports. Why not allow it also in football? Is the question I'm asking, right? I think that's appropriate for us to do. If I wanted to host a tournament, Cimarron Memorial High School wanted to host a tournament, and like other schools that are similar to me, that competitive balance wise, they want to be able to compete against each other for some recognition for some student athletes that don't normally get recognition. Why not allow that to exist, right? I think that's a fair ask across the state. I think there are a lot of teams that don't get the opportunity for some recognition, like in a tournament types like format. And so why not provide that space for teams that just to opt into it, is my opinion.
I would like the IW staff to weigh in on this. Mrs. Gore.
Just 2 points. One, I think I just brought up just so that everyone's clear, we still have, which we just talked about, NAC 385B 444, which says that they cannot compete in more than one contest within a 5 days, period. So this wouldn't be in the same day, 2 football games, in a tournament. 1. 2, I did just research this across the country, and to go with Domingo's point, I didn't find any state that has tournaments for football. It's still just to kind of bring that point up, I did some research on it. Okay.
Last one, 1A, I have concerns with the word tournament. Like Dennis, I have concerns with the small schools from our end. Opening that can of worms, saying, "Oh, why don't we have a tournament because of our travel? Let's have a tournament." Yes, it would be the next week, so it really would save on travel. But the misconception by using the word tournament will be there, and we will have. I know Ken left. I know the 2A has a jamboree style, or like Love Lock and Battle Mountain when people went down Beatty and played. That's not a tournament. It functions like a tournament, but that's not a tournament. That makes sense. It's a jamboree. I could see the word tournament becoming, well, no, just as the small school rep. Well, hey, 5A, or whatever they are, they have a tournament. Why don't we do a tournament? Why don't we all do a tournament like you do in basketball? I can't really cause a lot of headaches for us 1A, 2A schools.
Dave, I'm charge liaison, and like the tournament, is it gonna be open to everyone? Like, or is it just gonna be this group of schools can only play this tournament? So this could be like invitational, they're gonna allow everybody to be part of it. I know with football, you usually have to schedule games like ahead of time. Am I gonna like now just say, hey, we're gonna be in this tournament, so this 2 weeks, so then we're gonna have a play schedule? That just tournament is a word that probably shouldn't be used to that. You could do like a showcase. Yay.
Mr. Renard.
Yeah, going out Region 4, I'm not the keeper of the process of the tournament or who's involved in the tournament. That's not the goal here at all. So I can't really answer your question. What I can say though is, again, speaking school like Cimarron Memorial High School, but I'm going to use the principal of Cimarron Memorial High School is going to speak now. We don't have a lot of opportunities for recognition of our athletes because we just compete against a lot of teams that are much more, there is not a competitive balance. They're much more competitive, frankly, just based on the limitations of the zone that I have, right? And so, like, why would we give schools like Cimarron, schools like Western, schools like Cheyenne, the opportunity to find some success throughout the season in like a tournament fashion? They're not trying to, usurp the state tournament. We're not, like, none of that nonsense is taking place. Like, there still is a layer of this that, like, they're have a playoff structure and that's where you win the state championship, et cetera. But like I think we all agree we want students to find success. And I think this creates an opportunity for students to find success. So why not do that? You know, it feels hard for me to understand why we would be pushing back against allowing kids to find success throughout the season. The creation of a tournament in NAC for football allows for that, for a lot of schools that don't have the same opportunities or rules as others. So I think that's just, you know, I would encourage the sport. You know, I hesitate, it stinks that we have to attach my name to this procedure here because I think that is the process. No, I just want us to like, please, as a principal of the schools that don't find the success, please give our kids that opportunity.
Yeah. Mr. Rivera.
And by the way, there is a motion on the table. I'd like to call the question.
Okay. All right.
In a second.
With that said, we have a first, we have a second.
Is he gonna dictate?
Well, because.
Okay, we'll have a conversation.
Okay,
See here, yeah.
because of the question has been called.
Yeah,
The
I
first,
always called the question earlier, we didn't go right to it, but.
yeah, we had like one or two more discussions as we had now. All right, let's go to vote. I,
Just made my vote with that.
for approve, right now, we're looking to approve the 9 football games or 7 football games in one tournament, not to exceed 9 total games. Let's go to roll call.
Okay, Pamela Sloan,
Yay.
Rollins Allworth,
No.
Linda Cavazos,
Yay.
Greg Malkovich. Jay Kenny,
No.
Colin McNaught,
Yay.
Christina Brockett.
Yay.
Wade Colson,
No.
Brian Freeman,
Yay.
Rand Sorensen,
Nay.
Hey.
okay. Alex Woodley is not here, and Keith Peppermint.
Yay.
Thank you. Let's go to number Z, NAC 385B.418. Oh, I'm sorry. We still need to do the one like 384.
So on 54, this regulation goes along with that. So in order to pass the first, I suggest pass the second to follow regulation here to avoid any issues with the substitution part of the tournament. So NEC 385B 384 on page 54. 2C in football, 1 tournament for 2 games, not to exceed a total of 9 games. And that's just to avoid the rest of the regulation that allows the 3 for 1 and vice versa swap.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve NAC 385B.384.
We have a first. We have a second, Mr. Whipperman. Any additional comments, questions? Hearing none.
Can we restate what is being approved on right?
385B.384.
I know that.
State in football, 1 tournament for 2 games, not to exceed a total of 9 games in the regular season.
So if you look at 2A and B, for all the other tournaments, like volleyball, let's just talk volleyball, basketball, right? You can substitute 1 game. For 1 tournament, you get 3 more games, so you can just do 1 tournament with 3 extra games, or you can do the opposite, get rid of the 3 games and have 3 tournaments. And so to avoid that in football, we're putting a specification that you can only do it the one way, and that is you substitute your 1 tournament for 2 games, so 9 games is your total. You can't do more than 9 games, is essentially what we're putting the barrier on.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions or comments?
Oh, I have.
Yes.
So my question becomes with scheduling then. If we're doing that and we have 9 games. What is our schedule? You gotta schedule these games. When is it up for scheduling in terms of?
Mr. Jackson.
Has to be done before the end of the regular season, set by the NIA calendar.
For the end of the regular season.
like every other sport, yeah. So like you can't run a basketball tournament outside of the basketball season. The season ends on the last day of the regular season. That's set by the NIA calendar.
Yeah, but I'm talking, when does it have to be in place to schedule?
No, it doesn't. We have teams that have tournaments throughout the year. Throughout the season.
Oh, okay.
Which is it's a regulation violation technically, but we have it forfeited because we understand the fluidity of tournaments, and we understand the fluidity of the season.
Oh, okay, that's what I was just trying.
Yeah, good.
Wade 3, Wade Polson Region 3, so. If we have a tournament football, does that mean that this tournament that, every school will receive 9 games in this, in each two, or tournaments are usually like single game elimination, double elimination, that kind of thing? I'm just, am I getting into semantics here? But tournament means a certain bracketing type thing. So I'm just trying to understand.
Mr. Jackson.
We have some regulation, I believe, Kate, correct me if I'm wrong, I'll check, but we have a definition of what a tournament is. But it does not stipulate that it can't have losers brackets.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think a clarifying question. Cause it says 7 football games or 7 games, not to exceed 2 total. Still on that Hall of Fame option?
Yes.
that's still
That's
there.
still okay.
Mr. Jackson.
Hall of Fame game cannot count as your tournament game.
Right.
So that would negate that from being.
So it doesn't
So
count as
so what schools can't do, they can't schedule 8 games and say, I'm gonna play in a tournament with 2 games and buy their extra game. 2 games have to count towards their 9, and the standalone game has to count towards their Hall of Fame game. Make sense?
Yep.
Okay,
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure.
yep.
Is the Hall of Fame game at the beginning of the season, or does that have to, I always thought it was the first game.
No, it can be any slot that open that aligns. Okay. And for some teams, their Hall of Fame game, maybe game 10, but the team they're playing, maybe game 9. So they don't both have to be Hall of Fame game. Okay. You're buying or purchasing the option to play a 10 game. Period. That's basically.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second. We'll take this to roll call again. Tia,
Okay. Yes, Pamela Sloan,
yay.
Rollins Allward,
What are we voting on?
3-4, 2C in football, 1 tournament, so 2 games, not to exceed a total of 9 games, so that'll be substitution regulation.
No.
Okay.
Linda Cavazos,
Yay.
and Greg Malkovich,
No.
Jay Penny,
No.
Colin McNaught.
Yeah.
Christina Brockus, yay. Wade Polson,
Oh.
Brian Freeman,
Yeah.
Rand.
Nay.
No, Alex Wood, Keith Whipperman,
Yeah.
655.
Okay, we will now go to C, NAC 3-5B.411.
Gonna allow 418 and 488 baseball and softball mercy rules. This is not getting rid of the mercy rules, but none of our other sports are in regulation. Those are just, or by rule, kind of just our policy. Just pulling them out of regulation and putting them into just our general policy that we have for all the different sports for the mercy rules. It's unnecessary to have that as part of state law. It's unnecessary, it's procedural. So if you look at 56, that would be what it looks like now, which matches all of our other sports mercy rules.
Any questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was reading something.
So we're just, we're striking this language here. And so can we take, baseball, and softball, one motion?
Yeah.
Yeah. I move to approve the strike out of the mercy rule for NAC 385B418 baseball mercy rule and NAC 385B.488 softball mercy rule.
Thank you. We have a first.
Second.
Keith, we have a second. Any further discussion?
Sorry, I just had one question. It is exactly the same language, just, okay, I was trying to compare. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't believe we need to take this to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, the last one, 708.
Last 157, this was actually brought back to the board. It was an item that I think I presented at last, I don't know, at least a year ago. So any security 5B 708 is our maximum allowed participation by a student, which has to do with the number of seasons, sports that you can participate in. And then also regarding, your number of consecutive semesters. So when you enter ninth grade, you get 8 consecutive semesters, regardless of your participation. If you're held back, anything like that, it's just 8, starting from the day that you enroll in ninth grade. We obviously talked about this before, but just to kind of rehash and bring back to light, a growing issue we're seeing nationwide. This is something we're hearing when we go to our NHS meetings from other states as well. The voluntary registering of 8th graders that hold themselves back in 8th grade after having, A's and B's. They retake 8th grade coursework. Some of them take high school coursework, but they're classified as an 8th grader by whatever school allows them to do so, even though they've met whatever requirements state school-wide to go on to the next grade or go to high school. They're voluntarily holding themselves back for a number of different reasons, but nothing that appears to be academic failure. And so what's happening is that's pushing a lot of pressure on a lot of other people to do it because they're now competing against kids that are a year older, bigger, faster, stronger, sports, all the different things. So hearing this from the public, I got a comment on this. I've talked to parents about this. It's a growing issue. So what was initially proposed here is the same language, but I just, we talked about it again at the Rules and Regulations Committee meeting. We had pushed it from that committee to you guys before, but it got pushed back because we didn't really want to get involved in middle school academics. Fair. But what the language basically says is a pupil that's retained during middle school for reasons other than academic failure. So obviously you can look at the transcript and see those kids that have failing coursework. Is enrolled in one or more high school courses during any period of retention shall be considered at beginning the 8 consecutive semesters of eligibility. We think this language is fair because if a family does choose to hold their child back and retake all the same courses in 8th grade, they're not academically getting the benefit from that. But what we're seeing more is the students are being held back and taking a full course load of high school courses, and they're coming into 9th grade as a 9th grader with 6 credits in high school already completed. And so that's really the issue. We would not be managing those families that choose to hold their kid back and just retake 8th grade. That's their academic choice. So we're not really meddling in that part of the academics. We are really just looking at those kids that are retaking high school coursework. And I'll tell you, we had a level 2 this year where this happened. A student was a senior. So it was the first one that actually came to us finally as the senior that was being denied as a senior. Took advanced coursework in his second year, 8th grade, all advanced like honors high school coursework. Came with 6 credits, had passed everything the first 8th grade year, and admitted in the level 2. This was solely for sports, 100% for sports, nothing academic, no other reason. This is why we did it. The kid was deemed eligible because we do not have a regulation that says you can't do that. The school allowed him to be enrolled in at 9th grade. And that was kind of the end of the conversation. So I do think it's important that we have something to protect against at least those students that are doing this clearly for other reasons than academics if they're taking high school coursework. And then obviously, sorry, one last thing, they can always file a hardship. So if there was, let's say that they were a stellar academic student and they didn't want to read to 8th grade. So they took high school coursework, but there was an actual hardship as to why they had to be, held back from going to high school. Obviously, we always look at hardships. So those would be on a case by case basis. But the general rule would be you are deemed ineligible and then you can file a hardship.
I would take the school and rapid. We see this more and more.
And it's just one credit.
Yep. Tammy. No.
I guess this is a question for, because I know how CCSD works. I know that if that happens in CCSD, they are put into 10th grade. We don't even have the option to say as a school district, you're in 9th grade. Like if like you're a cohort, you go straight into 10th grade. Is it like that in other, I know like public, private, or other, like is one don't have that rule?
We do not.
Okay.
No.
That's CCSD.
So it's only CCSD. Yes.
That was implemented, yeah. Mr. Whitman.
Yeah, because the bigger problem, and I know, Kate, what you're saying, the problem is we have a lot of kids that are smart enough not to take a high school credit, have all A's and B's in honors classes in 8th grade. They retain again to be in 8th grade because I'm insert whatever emotionally immature, whatever the case may be, and then try And immediately they're an elite athlete trying to play at the senior level, and they're just trying to get fifth year of eligibility, however you want to call it, 4 years, they want to be bigger, stronger, faster. This doesn't really address that.
Interruption. A car with a license plate 534T07 come to the front office.
It's okay, you don't want to, we're not, the NIAA is not getting into wanting to address that piece, because that's what we've seen a lot of and now they're getting it smarter, right? So the first time around, we were like, oh, you took a high school credit, you're out. Now they're just not taking any high school credits, but retaining for whatever reason. And in most cases, we know it's about being taller in basketball or bigger, stronger, faster. This just addresses just kids who choose to take a high school credit, so that loophole is closed.
I would say, this language was what was considered only because the discussion last time was we should really meddle in middle school academic piece, which that I do personally, and what I experienced both when I was in the Clark County School District and now in my position is that as soon as we locked down on that piece of it and you kind of put some stipulations around that, they just started retaining 8th grade. So they just found loopholes. So I think it's necessary to put stronger language to just basically be you are retained in all in middle school. Except if you had academic failure, then you're out. I agree. Yes, I think that's a good direction to go. That will really stop it, but I don't know how the board would feel. But the language can be amended in any way.
I agree as well. I just don't know that the board feels that way, because we're seeing, I guess I could say we're seeing that where we're from a lot more often. So
It's across the.
Yeah, Wade Colson, Region 3. I had a kid, my oldest, who was born in September. September 24th was his birthday. And we ended up adopting them and bringing them into our homes when they were old, 11 years old, 10 years old. And it was pretty clear when he hit the 8th grade that could not function educationally. And part of it was his immaturity. He was a big kid, but he was immature. And so we held him back, right? If this language goes through, and I agree with the high school courses and stuff, but as a parent, if you see that your kid is immature, some kids are, their birthdays are later, and then they get put to the kindergarten earlier or whatever, and then they come up, are we taking that ability for that parent to make that call? But that would fall under the academic failure portion of this, is that correct?
Yeah, I think we have the safeguard there of the academic piece. So like if it is for academic failure, you're taking coursework, that wouldn't be considered a violation the way it's written. It would only be if they, didn't fall into all high school coursework or any high school in that routine year. That would be, and if that's the case, then it would have to be a hardship where you have to provide documentation to show the need to hold back.
Okay.
Okay, Ellen, you had your card up?
No, it's after this.
Okay. Where are we here? Mr. Holmes?
Dennis Holmes, state superintendent. I'm gonna speak against this language. If parents want a gray shirt and red shirt, their kids, I guess that's what they live in. In this day and age, and I heard it here just a little bit ago, sports have changed. So has the NIL. And they want to play that game, so be it. I don't feel that it's our responsibility at this point, because right now we govern grades 9 to 12. And I think we're on a real slippery slope to extend ourselves into the 8th grade, unless we choose to do so with policy and again, regulation. I'm sorry to continue to harp on that, but that's what we are. And I think at this point, I will, and it's maybe a surprise, but I don't think it's our business yet.
I want to go back to the football and the tournaments. So if we play in Reno, we play 7-on-7 tournaments. just for skill sets and all that type of stuff for that, is that gonna be counted as our tournament?
No.
So,
That's nothing to do with it. This is all. Okay, sorry, Janine.
All right, so there's lots of questions on this one because once again, this is middle school, this has nothing to do with high school. If you pass classes that get high school credit in the 6th or 7th grade. And you still decide to hold your kid back, do those credits count? So for instance, I have a smart kid, I'm 6th, 7th grade, they get high school credit classes because they're smart. And they get to 8th grade and they don't, and they take high school credit, you're forcing them to retake those, but do those high school credit that they've already earned count.
You're saying if that student was retained, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it reads specifically that if you are enrolled in one or more high school courses during any period of retention. So it'd be
Oh,
the
okay,
retention,
okay.
yeah, so if it was 6th grade health or whatever, and then you get held back in 8th grade, that 6th grade health. Or the, high school health they took in 6th grade, or whatever they take it, right? Or computers would not count against it because it wasn't
Okay,
taken within a
that's like-
retained year.
Because that also leads to, what about the kids that are taking college credit? You know what I mean? How is that any different? You're trying to get ahead in your scholastic.
But they can't get extra years of high school, so it would never affect it. You know what I'm saying? They only get the 8 semesters.
No, I understand,
So they
but
can't
they're
do
still only in high school for 8 semesters regardless of what they're. They're still, the time frame that they're in high school is 8 semesters,
Yes.
regardless of whether you like how they got there or not. The time frame they're in high school is 8 semesters. It goes consecutive, right? So it is what it is. I'm just trying to figure out what is the end game? Is it age that you're trying to get rid of? Is it having older people on campus? Is it intermixing young people with old people? Like, what is the end game of setting this rule for athletics? Which is different than a person who does band and just holds back for whatever reason, it doesn't really matter. They still have the same age on campus, they just aren't athletes. And so I'm trying to figure out what is the end game of this? Is it to limit the age on campus? Or is it just to be in control of the family's individual right to decide to hold back or not?
Thank you. Roland, you got your hand up?
Yeah, there's 2 different cases here. There's one with a kid who's in the 8th grade who is taking high school credits, which I think is the major violation here with regards to what we're talking about as far as going into high school the next year. And the 8th grade kid who either doesn't have the grades and has to retain or be retained in 8th grade, or the kid that graduates from 8th grade, takes a year out of school and enrolls in high school the following year. That kid's not penalized. A kid who graduates this year in the 8th grade, doesn't go to school the following year, then enrolls in high school. He's a freshman that year.
You can't play. You have to be enrolled in at least 4 classes the previous year, you can't play it with that.
He's gonna enter, take a year off and enter. He's gonna take a year off and then enter high school that following year.
They have to be enrolled in classes prior to.
The season. You know, they just have to show up, 8th grade graduation school. And show up, and happens in our county. So I mean, I don't think we're going to actually come up with every single rule to stop every parent that's trying to buy this. But the key thing here on this one here is that they enrolled in a high school credit during that 8th grade year. That counts as a high school credit and a 9th grader, but if you don't. I don't know if we can control what that parent does or not, but that should.
So, Tammy, then we don't have you.
I have a question, guys. And then. Okay, the question is, where are we at with the age rule that passed? I know we agreed to it, it went to.
The LCD, I did just check on them recently. They have it, they're aware of it, so I won't speak on anything else of that, but.
But it's at the LCD.
They have it, yes.
Okay.
And I checked for sure. It was about-
Okay, wait,
we also have in here during middle schooling. Is middle school defined as sixth, seventh, and eighth, or is middle school is defined seventh and eighth? Because some districts, sixth grade is still in elementary. So you know, I don't wanna get wrapped up in my socks here, but middle school means different things to different people in different districts. So if it's middle school, are we saying seventh and eighth grade, sixth, seventh and eighth grade? I don't know. That's just something that I could see be a problem.
I mean, I would say for clarity reasons, that maybe the language, if it were to have to be changed from middle school to grade 6, 7, and 8, just to be clear of the traditional middle school, I think that the majority of the state operates under.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Tim and then to Domingo.
The NIA has no regulation over enrollment practices in the district. Now we're dealing with enrollment practices of eighth grade. I think we're stepping into an area we do not belong. This is eighth grade. They are not ours. By regulation, they don't exist to us until they enroll in the ninth grade. The district has an enrollment policy that the school doesn't like or parent doesn't like. That's a district issue, not an NIA issue. We're trying to regulate district enrollment practices, and I think we need to be very careful.
Thank you.
Domingo.
That's what my point was. What are we trying to do? Are we trying to eliminate age things? Because to answer Tammy's question, we've adopted since the rule has changed, to August 1st, you can't turn 19 before August 1st, going into your senior year. And that eliminated, I think we've lost 5 to 7 kids already, that's taking those kids or whatever, you know, they went a different direction. But by rule, if there's a rule and if we're talking about age, we've accomplished the same goal. You can't turn August or 19 by August 1st. You have to turn your birthday. And it's an arbitrary number. And there are other kids that have June birthdays. I was a 17-year-old senior when I graduated, went to college at 17. But I had 2 years by today's standards, you know, like to be in high school for 2 more years, which is crazy to me, but that is what the rules state. So I'm just trying to figure out what are we trying to do? We're trying to get 19, don't turn 20. We try to keep it 18, you can only turn 19. I thought the rule is why we changed it was after August 1st. You can't be 19 or whatever, you can't be 19.
Yes, Kate.
So to kind of clarify, I think once this regulation was decided as the board didn't really want to move forward, and it felt that the age regulation kind of tackled at least that kids were not being able to back twice, that at least did tackle some of the issue. This regulation would kind of go along with that, where they still couldn't be held back twice, obviously, but now your age isn't even the factor. It's what you're doing coming in high school. And I get to 100%. We have different viewpoints on this, and that's totally fine. And everybody have, you know, all their viewpoints on it. But I think the issue that we're seeing is the misuse of academics, right? I mean, we are student athletes, so I do think we do have some jurisdiction to talk about academics when it comes to what students are doing, especially when they're taking high school coursework, because we do govern high school. So I think there is a little bit of a gray area there. Well, yes, they're in 8th grade and the school is allowing them to be obtained in 8th grade, whether it's a homeschool, you know, an online charter, whatever the school district is allowing it. They might be letting them enroll as an 8th grade, but that student is making academic choices to take high school credit. And what we're trying to do with this regulation is say, you can hold your kid back in 8th grade, you can make those academic choices, but when you start taking high school credits, now you're in our realm because we look at high school academics when we're looking at student athletes. So that's where I kind of see there's a little bit gray. We do have jurisdiction to say something about it. I don't know that we can go as far as like what Keith and I were discussing, but yeah, just if you get retained, regardless of what you take, you're out. I think that's kind of the mud area where you don't really want to necessarily get into, but I do think we have jurisdiction to say, you can't do this. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't hold your kid back, but also get all this high school credit is the point here. And we know it's for athletics. We know 90% of them are for athletics. There might be a couple here and there where there's hardships, which I've said, they can still appeal to that.
Keith, for the record, and let me clear, Kate, I don't know that we as a board should be doing that. I was simply saying this is what we're seeing. More and more of this kids doing this whole, they get retained, they tell us for whatever reason, they're 6'2", 200 pound. I have a kid who's gonna turn like 20 in his senior year, and he's gonna still, I mean, obviously we're following the rules, but because he came in before this rule, and so that's really what I'm saying. I don't know if the NIA should be delving into this role or not. And I, of course, I'm a big believer, like Dennis said, I want kids to play sports, but I don't know where our line lies as a board as to like Domingo's point of where do we start, where do we stop? Sorry, thank you.
Well, let's bring some closure to this. Where do we want to go with this? Domingo, I'll let you speak then.
All right, my only thing, once again, is it does fall on the NIA to determine what's happening with parents and their situation in middle school. When you talk about high school academics, that's a totally different thing. I understand that point of it. But if we're just trying to keep age, why wouldn't we just put an age on? You don't turn 20 in high school. That means that would be June of, we all got May now. That'd be June of, you can't turn 19 before June, something. If that's what are we trying to get out of this whole thing? Because right now, it's like you're trying to control the age of school, but now you're also trying to control the fact that parents want to hold their kid back. And that's not our right, or our, shouldn't be our ability to police their decision, what they do. Because to his point, you can sit them out completely and do no school, and then come in and meet the age requirement and do, and it's the same thing, but now they're not even going to class, they're not even doing it. So now if they show up and they're not able to, they really struggle in school because they've been off for a year and they picked up terrible habits during that year, and now we're promoting that side of it instead of at least doing class, at least having something in place. And we're trying to police something that we have no jurisdiction. You know, that's what I said, it's an age thing. That's what our school took us. So that's why we changed the rule to that arbitrary August 1st. Wherever that number came from, there was some regulation or communication that we had or whatever. So I just don't understand how you can win any legal thing when that family has the right to do what they want to do in the elementary, in the middle sector. You know, it's almost impossible because you can't tell me what's going on academically. You might be great, you might be immature, you might have contracted some whatever. It doesn't really matter. It's my business what I want to do. I could have moved out of the country and came back in a year. It's still my business on what I do with my family.
I respond to you, just ask a quick question. So David, you're addressing this with the age. That's correct. You're addressing correct with the age.
Because it, you know, like if I like understood somebody's point, it was like 13-year-old. I'm 13 in the 8th grade because I started early or something. And then I turned 14 in the summer. What does it matter if I go in at 14 or 15? Right?
No, I understand.
As a person, I want my kid to be bigger, stronger, faster, and or they're just goofy. It's okay to have a goofy kid. You don't want.
Okay, let's bring some, thank you. Let's bring some closure to this. Where do we want to go? Or lack of motion? You want to pursue this? Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to give some background, kind of try to answer Domingo's question back since his questions are valid. We've had maybe about 6 parents, Domingo, I don't want to quote exactly, come in front of our school board, and they're appealing that their kid is now being placed in 10th grade because they have those high school courses and they were held back. And so in checking into every single one of these kids, which we're allowed to do because they bring letters, they bring all kinds of stuff as reference for Joe, as every single one of them was an athlete. There were no non-athletes that were being retained, were being held back. So I get what you're saying, big supporter of parental rights. So again, survived 5 kids in the CCSD, they all graduated in all different ways. They all had different talents. Some were athletes, some were not. But we are, I wanted to go back to what Kate had said, that we're addressing the misuse of how these folks are using this. And this wouldn't be for kids that, I think Wade brought up a good point from saying, you know, there might be kids that maybe it's not ready to go on and they make a choice to retain them. But every single one that has come in front of our board to appeal, their kid being put, just that they're 15, they're being put into sophomore instead of freshman. Every single one of them was an athlete. And in checking into that, there was quite a bit of overwhelming evidence, so there was no academic reason. It was for sports. So it's kind of between a rock and a hard spot. It really is between the individual rights and if they're misusing this, because a lot of people, there's a lot of parents that are not misusing it. They're doing it for valid reasons. So I don't think it's a really hard question to answer. It really is.
The difference here though is that in this language here, the kid has taken a high school course. I think we need to stick with that. If we're gonna vote on that if you take at least, if you're being retained in the eighth grade and taking high school credits at eighth grade school, being retained for your second year, you're taking at least one credit. I think that should be the rule, and I think that's what we have here, and that's a good starting place for us, because I don't think we can touch a kid who is being retained in the eighth grade and taking all eighth grade classes again. So I think as long as we have the verbiage of at least one or more high school credits during that eighth grade year, I think that's a good rule. I like that. And it gives us a little bit of credence with regards to, hey, you didn't have to take one credit, why did you take that kind of thing?
Mr. McDonald.
I'll make a motion, right?
Yeah,
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve NAC 385B.708.
we have a first.
I'll second.
Okay,
Thanks, Paul.
we have a first, we have a second. Let's go to vote. Roll call, please.
Pamela Love,
Yeah.
Paul Sauer,
Yay.
Linda Cavazo,
Yay.
Greg Malkovich,
No.
Jay Kenny.
Yeah.
Paula McNaught,
Yay.
Christina Brockett,
Yay.
Wade Coulson,
No.
Brian Freeman. No. Rayanne Sorensen,
Nay.
No.
no Alex, and Keith Whipperman.
Yay.
Okay, that motion passes. All right. Give me 1 sec. Talk this, apparently, Colin is out. So he was actually going to read it tomorrow. 8 today, and we'll probably very interesting. So that, let's see, so do we want to do that? Or we need to financial. Okay.
Ms. Law,
Yes.
I just want to take, Ellen Townsend, liaison, page 49. There's a reg there. It actually mentions flag football, not just spirit. And it's it starts on 48,
Oh, yeah.
B.852. Go over to 49. See flag football in green.
Oh, okay, so you're saying that we should touch on 390?
You want to
because
touch
we
that
have
one?
Flag.
Do you want to do that one?
Yes, I mean, it is on the workshop and I think it is important that we add to this.
What page are we?
49.
Thank you. So, it starts on page.
Yes.
Okay. So NEC 35B852, this is about just the officials and when they have to register by. It was noticed when I was doing this edition for Spirit, doing the regulations that flag football was missed under 2A2. So please ignore Spirit, that would not change. Lacrosse has already been approved, that one is in blue because it's not yet, reflected in those regulations, but it is cast already. So that would just be to add flag football as it was missed when flag football was approved all those years ago.
Mr. Whipper.
I make a motion to approve NAC 385B.852 registration sign and use of non-association officials minus the word spirit.
First, we have second, any additional questions, comments, hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Thanks, Ellen.
Thank you, Ellen. All right, we're gonna go now, page number 23, we're gonna do the financials. We're gonna do that one, and then we'll hold off the other one. I'll say, because I think we're running out. That's it. Can I see for religion? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 8. That's. Yeah. You know what's. There's so many. Stuff.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sean, you with them?
I went that way. Yes. I got everybody, including Miles.
Well, then I know that.
Volume still on, guys, just for the record, you're still on.
Or two. It's two back.
Yeah. One of each. Then I'm gonna have Nolan come read it. One is the student council, one is the IA, one's thicker than the other.
Yeah. They're different sizes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we. You know what I mean?
Guys, again, Mike's alive. Mike's alive, what's your language?
It don't matter, it's anything, right, whether it's your thing, so next week.
You're on. Our lovely auditors gave us, they give us all the. Then I thought. No. So I don't know. I never have, I guess. Makes sense.
All right, Mr. Jackson, I'll turn this over to Mr. Jackson.
So a couple of things that have been handed out. First off, this is the audit for 24-25 for NASC and the NIA. You may note that he's getting it in April, and we're gonna head into the next audit. So he's walked you through the process here and a couple of things. Sure. I wish Dennis was in here, you could talk this. We went through the audit, they did it offsite. And so it took quite a long time. Everything was submitted to them electronically. There was some delays. As I stated before, in all the meetings, we ran into some situations with our accounts that were unique. First and foremost, all of the bank accounts we had were in Eddie Bone, I think. Well, that was a challenge in itself because the banking laws having been changed. I can attest to the time spent at Wells Fargo, at Heritage Bank. Was long and arduous. There's a process because all these banks set up prior to 9/11 when all banking laws changed. And that process took quite a long time. There were a lot of situations that we were not familiar with going through. Obviously, my first audit, obviously, Ms. Lots had been in that position and was not, and then Ms. Holmes came into the position. So we had to go through this for the first time with our auditors. I will tell you that on receiving the audit back from them, I received it back in, I believe, January, at the end of January, 1st of February. We also received a letter saying they were no longer going to be our auditors. That to me kind of went, oh, wait a minute, why don't you want to be our auditors? And they said basically it was cumbersome for our books, and I understood that. So I don't live with that, and I went out and I reached out to 4 different organizations, and I'll explain where we're at with those, and gave them auditor privilege and gave 2 of them auditor rights to our accounts to go in and look to say, do you see anything in it that would raise a red flag, like why an auditor would stop? And ironically, they both came back with the exact same answer, and it was almost instantaneously. Yeah, you were only paying them $8,500 a year. And I went, yeah, that's the way it's been forever. And what we discovered was, through the course of this, the typical price for an audit of an organization of our size starts at $15,000 and goes up. We were not cost. It was cost prohibitive for them to continue with us. I think that was very evident. So that being said, the audit for the NIA statement for 25, 24, 25 is there. You will see we did very fine. We did okay. Our liabilities and our assets increased. End of year, we posted a profit for the year of our first year together as staff, which I'm very happy with. Considering where we were the year before and where we are at the end of that first year, a safe estimation is a swing of about $300,000 into the positive. That came from a lot of different managerial decisions that we made as a staff, implementing different policies and procedures, reducing our costs, reducing our overhead. We actually showed an increase in cash disbursements out, but we also showed a less cash flow loss. In other words, the way I look at it is we went from $153,000 cash flow used to $28,900. So I'm very happy with those numbers. But there's the audit for you. Obviously, you'll want to bring that back tomorrow. We'll let you guys have that tonight. Take a look, but you go through and see what sports made money, which sports did not make money. Obviously, non-fund generating sports do not. So we don't have ticket sales. We're not going to make money on cross country. One I found very interesting though is on page 33 of the audit. If you will take quick flip back there. I think the fact of the matter is we saw a $24,000 swing to the positive in flag football. It showed the growth of that sport overall. So we did really well there. Most of our sports that lost money did not lose as much as normal, or if they did, they were right along the normal lines. So very happy with our audit. However, moving forward, so you know, I have 2 service agreements that I'm reviewing for our auditors for next year. We have 2 companies that have submitted bids for the audit. They will, I will review that. I haven't got through those yet, but they are very expensive based on our books and everything we do. We are looking at around $27,000 for the 2 audits next year. That is a substantial increase in cost of nearly $20,000, but it is what the market states it should be. It's not like it's out of line. If one would have come in at 20, another came at 15, I'd have been like, what's going on? for another bid. So, with that being said, I will let you take the financials with you tonight, profit and loss, our budget statement, where we're at right now, and where we think we'll be moving forward, and bring this all back tomorrow for a vote like we always do. But I wanted to get this in your hands tonight. So enjoy it. You don't have anything to put you to sleep tonight while you want to go to sleep. But nothing better than a good art report that'll show you where we are and how we did. So that's all right. We want to keep going. Yeah. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna bring Brady up. All right, let's go to number 11 on page 32. Brady, I'm gonna bring you up. 32.
Good, so let's keep asking about. I love it.
That's cool, you want to.
Just pick one.
That'll be fine.
All right, it's good to see everybody. Brady Raggio, I'm DM at NIA Sports Properties. This is just a partnership report for the board meeting on 414. In front of you, you have a little packet with some info in there. So right now, today, we're at 768,455 as of today. On there, you'll see NIA received their guaranteed payment right now, plus an additional $76,460. So the total amount today, $356,460 partnership sales. And at the bottom there, you'll see the little rev share chart. Yeah, right now, the next page, our current partners, just listing them out. We have 37 total partners. That's the most we've ever had. So that's a real positive. We're gonna be adding to that. Opportunities, new partners and prospects. Not a lot of time left in the year, but we are looking at some partners for the rest of the year in spring. Having a great conversation with Raising Cane's on a multi-year deal. Our digital ticketing partner, we're gonna be doing something there in the next couple weeks. US Air Force is a multi-property with our Lake Fly States, which is gonna be happening soon. And Game Changer for the spring is very interesting. So there's still some stuff out there. We're estimating being about 815 to 825 by June 30. And list the new partners there, and then there's prospects. But what I wanted to touch on, what we're doing, highlighting some schools and some kids and some teams. So what we're doing now, we have a team of the month in the north, we have a team of the month in the south. Team of the month in the north is by IVW Local 401. And then the south is Maluna Local 872. And then up in the north, I have a performance of the month by Swift Orthopedic, Swift Institute. So you can see on this, I put some pictures in the back. I put some pictures there. We put that out on social. But it's a really good way to highlight. We're getting a lot of good feedback on that. So I'm trying to come up with ways to highlight kids as much as possible, highlight teams, highlight schools. Jiffy Lube's doing like school of the month. They're sending me a bunch of coupons and everything that I'm getting those. We select those up in the north. But we're definitely, it's cool because we're having programs that go both north and south. So partners are looking for that. So you can highlight more schools, more teams, and then also athlete of the weeks out there too. We can do north and south with that as well. Just as many kids as possible.
Any questions?
How much did we make last year? Do you have last year's numbers?
Yeah, I don't have them on me right now. Sam, what were we at last, like 720?
720, we made $45,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so say $45,000. So he had to be at 100, so probably 580 you gotta be 120, 725, 726.
Okay. I wanna make sure I understand this, so the rev share, every dollar over $5.50, we make 35% of that.
Yeah, so if we finish it, like, let's say, then that 20,000 would be split into over 800.
Right, so I guess what I'm struggling with, so the 76,460
Yeah.
is where we're at currently at 768. That's at 35%, is that correct?
Yeah, that's all, because we're not at the 800 yet. Projected to be between 815, 825, right around there.
So I did my math wrong, but I thought we should have 93,959. Right, because it's 768 minus 550 and then that tax 35%, is that the way I'm doing the math there?
No, so you get the 280,000 guaranteed up into, then once you hit 550, from 550 to 800 is 35%.
Anything, so whatever amount we make, okay,
It's
over,
280 no matter what, until 550.
and then anything after 550 is subjected to the 35%.
35% all the way to 800.
Got it, so if I made $1 of 550, I would get 35 cents.
Yes.
Okay,
Let's hope that doesn't happen.
no, I understand, I'm just making sure I understand the math.
Yeah, so that's it. So anything of 800 on is split 50.
Okay, Tammy?
And to get to that 800 is by June 30th? Is that the date?
I mean, we could get there next week.
Nobody knows that have to be by, like, when does it start?
June 30th. June 30th. Our contract.
Questions for Brady? Anyone? All right, Brady, thank you for your time.
Thanks for.
Right. We can go to item number 12 right now, Mr. Lombardo, NIAA Legal Counsel. First of all, welcome again.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
I just want to publicly say it's been so helpful with me in these last few weeks. I've had a lot of questions for him. And welcome.
Well, thank you. And so legal updates, I don't have much other than I think your team's great. I've been impressed with working with every one of them, and it's been a steep learning curve. But hopefully I'm catching on pretty well. No legislative updates. And then regarding hearings, we've had one level 3. Keep in mind this just in 1 month. And I also want to thank Bart for giving me a candy right before this, so I'm sorry that I have that. So that we had one level 3 hearing last month, which the NIAA's decision was affirmed, and so the student was not eligible. We also had a level 2 hearing if we're waiting for a response on. And then we had 4 hearings related to coaches' sanctions, 3 of which supported the sanctions, and 1 hearing supported a warning. There wasn't quite enough evidence there. So so that's what we did in the first month. So it's been a lot of fun. And so thank you again for the opportunity. So, and if you want more details, I can do it, but I don't want to talk about specifics because I would violate the open meeting law. So just high level stuff.
All right, we're all over the map today. All right,
Where do you want now?
let's go. I don't want to miss anything. Let's see that.
Yeah, I know for McDonald wants to get that one done. We'll do that one first. You wanna, we still have plenty of time. It's like 2:51. I don't do the date.
Yeah, let's do that. So we're both losing. Let's go to item number 15. Please go to page 58. And I don't like border control meeting dates.
As we start this discussion about the board meeting dates for next year, I'm gonna make a request to the board that we, keep the September date in the same realm, but we need to move this date. April meeting back into March. And I'm gonna tell you the reason why is we are in the middle of March and we have another board meeting in 5 weeks. Yeah, so we're in the middle of April. I've got so much on my thing here. We need to move it into March. And in doing so, I think we may want to also look at moving the January meeting into December. Early December. Because right now what we do is we go from June to September, then we go September to January, then we go January, April, June. So we really stack them up at the end. And I think that, and I'm not telling you guys what dates, it's like, it's just my view of it. But I think it might be beneficial to move them into a different realm because that's tight. That's tight at the end with state championships and everything else going on. We just moved them a little bit differently. With that, I will speak to the president and she can walk you through the dates and we can start to look at what they correspond, what dates you would be interested in. I do believe Tuesday, Wednesdays work the best.
And typically, I gotta be honest with you, there's dates given. There are no dates.
That's right. There are no dates.
So what are your recommended dates? Because I'm looking at the calendar. Because I believe that we need.
September 22nd, September 23rd. Let's start September.
Give those dates again?
September 22nd and September 23rd are the corresponding dates. We go
All
to
right, trustees.
Who cares?
It's right there. Yes.
Hang on, Mr. McNutt.
Just calling it out, Regent Board, just, I'm gonna throw something out there, it's probably not gonna land. But I'm gonna throw it out there nonetheless. That we just, like, we meet too much, is my opinion. Like, I just think we have so, and I know I know we have like emergency.
Yeah, we're only supposed to be 4 times.
Yeah, but like, that feels like too much too. And so, like, is there a possibility, and I can't find it, but I mean, how much do we spend a year on these meetings? Just like, there is a thought here.
Way too much, Mr. McNutt. I'm on page with you. I
Yeah.
would recommend that if we could move forward. There is absolutely no reason we need to have 2-day meetings.
Yeah, or in person.
And we do not need to be in person all the time. I would recommend to the board that we look at doing 2 meetings a year, full virtual.
Yeah, and I am in full support of that, because we just do, like, just the amount of money we spend on travel.
Yes.
I can't, I don't know if you can tell, I am like exhausted by these meetings, like, it's just a constant war. And so like, the less, the better would be great for like my mental health, but, and we
all-
you
we
would
all
probably
agree.
be on supportive of it too, so, oh, good, oh, good.
Yeah, you all agree, because they're exhausted because you haven't talked.
Yeah, finally, and it's never gonna change. Finally, I have been throwing something out there that the majority of you like, great, that's. So anyway,
Yeah.
like, as we're talking about dates, like, I just wanna propose, I was actually going to say, let's just do 2 meetings a year in person, 1 in the north, 1 in the south. And then we can do maybe 1 virtually and not meet with, or something like that. Regulation requires, fine, so 2 virtual, 2 in person. That would be a proposal. It doesn't say how we do it, all right? So we could do 2 and 2. I would be strongly in support of that. We can save a lot of money.
That is true. Yes, part.
President Sloan, I'm gonna rely on you and Mr. Stallworth on this. It was a time when I was covering this board for a local paper, where the conversation came up of actually scaling it back to 3 meetings a year, and then it suddenly disappeared. I don't remember why it disappeared. Part of it, I know, is it's written in the net, right? But we could have made that process go. It's been several years back, probably 8 to 10.
I don't think it ever came out.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the meeting, and then
Other things.
never went any.
Yeah, it didn't go anywhere. And I agree. I agree, we could easily do 2 in person, 2 online. That's nothing to abide by the NAC. And then if you want to come forward and rewrite that, absolutely. But we have to abide by the NAC.
I would recommend you December virtual, March in person, and June virtual.
Is that something we would have to like vote on, or we just decide?
We just set the dates and then.
And then we say like virtual.
Virtual,
versus
yes.
like this.
Well, we would have to demand a site. whichever location, we banned office. That way, in case if someone could not appear virtually, they come to the office for that.
It has to be a physical.
Physical location.
Sure.
We do that for many.
That already
Do that anyway,
exists.
yeah. Okay, so let's start with the September 22nd, 23rd. Any conflicts, trustees, no leaning on you guys? I want to see that. You fly fishing or you just be sitting with the? Never mind, we're live.
So you said 22nd, 23rd?
Yeah.
If you do,
I know, just.
Oh, sorry, I'm being distracted. Yes, Tara.
I was just gonna point this out, because some people dropped off, this date avoids both Clark and Washoe board meetings. We made sure of that ahead of time.
if you move it to, December meetings in December, make sure it does not go on the first week. We have NASB annual conference starts on that. Well, it's the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, so if you stick to the Tuesday, Wednesday, it'll be okay. But that's all the school board members attend. State.
Are we setting the location here? It's like
South.
just not like south.
Yes. So September 22nd, 23rd will be in the southern location.
Your recommendation for December?
I would recommend 8-9. It state, they're off the NAVC, right?
Yeah. That's on a board meeting day.
It's a virtual.
That's
Okay.
Russia.
Okay, what day of Washington board meeting?
8,
And why don't we go 9-10? If it's virtual,
Wednesday, Thursday.
Wednesday, Thursday.
That would be the Clark, that'd be CCSD 14.
There's this, I thought 17.
Okay. We could go 15-16. We'll fill in session.
National.
National, never mind.
Hold on, Mr. Grace. So you're saying that.
I forgot to get us on Thanksgiving, Christmas together, correct?
Yeah, so it's actually, that avoids Clark, so we do 9-10.
Okay, yeah, she's right.
All right,
December 9th, 10th.
okay. That's virtual.
Third recommendation?
I would go March 9-10. We can't figure that one out. That's,
It's not.
I don't know. There's too many spring breaks. Some of them are 2 weeks now.
Well, man, for administrators, we work all morning. The liaison will not be present.
Yes,
September, you said the 21st, 22nd?
22nd, 23rd.
Okay, thank you.
December 9th, 10th. March.
So I was on the 25, 26, 60 calendar. I just went back to the.
So is September 26th, 2nd, 23rd locked?
Yes.
All right.
Well, once they vote on it, it will.
Second to the third.
Right now it is 22, 23.
Got
it.
December 9th, 10th.
And what were the March dates?
9-10. Is that the way for everybody?
That's in the north.
Yeah.
That's actually virtual. Oh, I'm sorry, that's north, I apologize. Yes, north.
March.
Okay, if we have a conflict right now of 9-10. Let's go 16, 17.
For March.
Mm-hmm.
It's also 16, 17.
Spring break.
March 16th, Washoe, yeah.
No, we have March, we have not March 9th is Washoe.
Washington's the second and fourth Tuesday of the month. The second month of Tuesday is the 9th of March. That's something that's meant wrong.
I had it on repeat, but we can look at it.
16, I think the 15th through the 19th is spring break and. Okay, school district. Thank you.
Yeah. Was there an issue with 2, 3, 3?
Yeah, Washington, they go first Tuesday of the month.
What about 3, 4?
Oh, second, fourth, so it's 9/23.
Or 2, so 2, 3 would do.
Okay. Apparently, my daughter's paying attention to this. She reminded me that her birthday is on March 15th, and she would not like me to have work being on her birthday.
Not on Monday, so it's.
So it's not on Monday, so I guess we could go back to 2-3.
March second and third.
No, oh, well, I'm sorry, that's real tight for us for postseason.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
was just gonna
okay. What is 10-11 look, March 10-11? That's cool. Am I on CCSE now? Yeah. Okay. 17-18? One. I do. I think Sean Dunn Green.
That's still spring break, so could we go back and do 16, 17 instead of 17?
The question about the, there was some,
No, it was just.
oh, okay.
Tuesday, Wednesday?
Yeah, 16, 17, fuck it, every good with it, no matter what we do, we hit that week, something, no matter what, we go over hit something.
St. Patrick's Day, I need a drink.
Okay.
That's gonna work.
What's the date?
16, 17, go back to the original.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's in Reno.
That's in, Reno, yes.
And the last one?
Would be. Get two choices there. We can go June 8-9 or June 1-2.
Be the second on Washer, right?
Yep. So probably June 1-2. We want to stay away from any later in June because of fall ban.
Yep.
So June 1-2.
That was virtual.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I review. September 22nd, 23rd, in person in the South. December 9th, 10th, that one will be virtual. March 16, 17, that one will be in the North in person. And June 1 and 2, that one will be virtual. Questions, comments?
I'll not read a full motion.
Okay,
I'll make a motion to approve, the dates just stated by President Sloan.
we have a first. Ms. Cavazos?
Second.
We have a second. Any additional comments or questions? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. So, yes, sir.
No, no, just quick questions. Here at the precedent we just set, maybe the June meeting could also be virtual this coming. Is that something we could modify? Would we have to modify it? Or could we just do that?
We could just do that. Can we look at the agenda to see what we have coming up? If there's anything like heavy discussion type items that we want in person.
Yeah, I mean, I think just for the purposes of planning, when would we have to make that? I think we should probably make that decision sooner rather than later, right? Just.
Yeah.
See,
Yes, I haven't booked anything. If flights allegedly go down and I start booking, so the sooner the. better.
is there opposition to that?
I defer to the president. Oh, there is. I'm sorry, there is. The June board meeting is, we do the presentation of awards for people who are blowing up board. So a little bit more regalia at that one meeting. Which means we would just move that one to March in the next year, but yeah, I think we need to stay there then. And we have quite a few members that could potentially be wrong.
Can't get awards printed tonight. I got a guy.
I got a guy too.
Yeah.
Alright, well, that's fine.
Yep.
For next year.
Yep.
All right, 18-19 will be tomorrow. Let's go to item number 20. Spectator policy, let's go to page 110. Mr. Jackson. Yes.
This is the second draft of the spectator policy. I've sent drafts of this to you guys a couple of times over the course of the last few months. Been a few revisions, some revisions I for visual appearances I removed, not because they were structured. I'm a bullet guy. Some people like numbers. Some people like the numbers and bullets. As a former English teacher, stick with one and stay with it. So that this is our guiding principle for spectator policy. This has been reviewed at the last board meeting. The revisions recommended there were sent. And any revision that were sent to me from that point forward have been added. But here it is. This is just no more than a policy that we can enact and allows for us to have a little teeth and provides our schools with a little more substance without going down the regulatory path which we were denied by in previous times. So.
Mr. McDonald.
Oh, not Region 4. Just to clarify, this is just essentially what we try to do in NAC replaced into a policy, right?
Yes,
That's
sir.
essentially what's going on. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to play the part of member Woodley today, so I'm ready to make a motion if we are ready, but we can talk about it if there needs to be discussion.
I would just commend the NIAA staff for putting this together. This is a long time coming.
Years.
This is years. This is, three past executive directors, if not more. So this is a long time coming and finally we have something to bite down on. Because we're actually dealing with this now. So, thank you again.
Was that a motion?
I just put myself in the motion queue.
In the motion
In case there was a conversation. I
Anybody else?
Sorry for virtual.
All right, I'm gonna turn over to Roland.
think he's gonna second the motion queue, so it's gonna make a motion. Totally not Region 4. Thank you for the work on this. I appreciate the support of the schools. I will make a motion to approve the spectator policy as presented on page 111 through 113.
Thank you, Mr. Whitman.
Second the motion. Yeah.
You had to crank down. Yeah. All right. We had a first, we have a second, we have a 0.5 with Whitman, 0.5 with Rollin. Any additional comments and questions? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? You guys have it. Thank you very much. All right, we're gonna keep on, go to page 114. Regulations return for the LCB. Let's turn it over to Ms. Sebright.
Okay, so we have three LTV docs. The first is RO 2025. This is a compilation of scheduling type regulations regarding the NFHS sanctioning for tournaments and schedule submissions. Again, just to reiterate, when these come back, that means the board has approved. We sent the language, and now it's just come back, possibly rewritten a little bit from how we initially sent it. I will tell you, there was very minimal changes to this entire file based on what we had sent language wise. Like the link, for instance, was updated to a link that doesn't expire. There was an expired link that they had included there. So things like that. But hopefully you had a chance to kind of read through each of those sections for that first file. Regarding all the stipulations, mostly just amending schedules to ensure their full schedules, including the league, non-league schedules, following all the sanctioning regulations for the tournaments, in-state, out-of-state, FHS guidance there. And yeah, if there's any questions, let me know. I will go over details since it was already previously approved.
Yes.
Not Region 4. Okay, just a clarification. I'm looking at online because again, say it's the money on the printing. So is the blue mean that the LCD changed it, or it's just what we sent?
That's what we sent.
Okay, so just a quick question on the procedure here. If the LCB approves what we send, does it have to come back to us, or it doesn't in that situation?
So they always send it back to us regardless, because they put it into a file number. So if this is the first time we're seeing it back, then we just sent it as a reg.
Okay.
And then it comes back as a file number, and then with approval here, it goes then back then to go to the legislative commission hearing for final approval and all the signatures.
Okay, so they always come back
It
to
always
us.
comes back no matter what, so you the official file number.
Be ready to make motion.
And we are actually doing on three separate A, B, and C, three separate. Yes, sir.
In first on page 116. Section 3. The school that participates in the sanctioned sport shall not attend or participate in a tournament for the sanctioned sport unless the tournament is sponsored by the association or sanctioned by the National Federation of State High School Associations if required by the standard of athletic sanctioning. So we just did something in football and we had the word tournament in there. Does that in any way violate what we have right here?
Mr. Jackson.
No, it doesn't. So we are a sanctioning body. We sanction, so we would sanction the event.
Okay.
Yep. We can sanction our own events in our own state. Anything that goes out of the state or has teams swing that do not about against Nevada would need NFHS sanction. In other words, a big tournament for a volleyball to bring a team in from California, we can sanction it. The tournament, big volleyball tournament, bring a team in from Georgia, they would need NFHS sanctioning as well.
Okay,
So,
yeah, thank you for the clarification.
Any other questions, comments? Anyone else? Mr. Whipper?
Just a quick question. So we had put in on page 119 at the top subsection 3. We had put in penalty of $100 against each, $100 against each school. They took that out. Do we have a penalty structure for this already? And I'm just not remembering it.
Yes, we put it in a new fee structure a couple of many months ago. They thought a continuum and it changed the numbers.
Got it. So there's already structure.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Look for a motion for number 8. Mr. Whipper?
Or let someone else do it. I'm making sure if I'm right.
Mr. Cardin?
I did.
Ms. Rocket?
I motion that we approve letter AR 020-25. From what was returned from the LSB on base, what is it, 115 per one.
Mr. Whipper?
I second. Thank you. I couldn't find the.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second. Any additional comments, questions? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Kate, let's go to B.
LCB file R 03326. So just one single regulation. This is our regulation that allows for another liaison to the board as a legislator appointed by. It did change who it was appointed by, as they said this is more appropriate, the legislative commission versus the interim education committee we had. And they changed the language there, but I trust that that's the appropriate language for the right person that would be appointing that individual. So I'm not really going to question them on that. But they did slightly change the appointing body essentially of that individual.
Yes, Ms. Kavas.
I just wanted to confirm, so are you saying that the person that had originally indicated interest, I believe, in being that liaison is not that person anymore?
So we don't know who that person will be. We just wanted to make sure we had someone who had interest in doing it.
Right.
So then they know that person exists. And then the person who does the committee appointments.
Actual
The appointment.
Got it. Thank you.
Ms. McDuff?
Calling Article 4 on the motion to approve R033-26.
We have a first. Mr. Whipper?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first, we have a second. Any additional comments, questions? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Thank you. The ayes. All right, Kate, number C.
Okay, the big one, RO 2125. This is our one-time transfer as well as AV 24 compliance file. This was what we met in February, our special meeting for. So all of the language came back pretty much exactly as we would need it. There was one additional regulation that through the process was found was missed when combining all of our files. And that is C6, C6, C3-5D702, a roster regulation, which is find it, bottom of 129, section 7. This is something that was approved a long time ago. It was added in those files. It's nothing new. It's basically just related to our process for rostering and ensuring that we have specifications on what that roster looks like, such as jersey numbers, and all the information has to be accurate and updated throughout the season when necessary. So there was no changes really to that regulation that we originally sent back over a year ago. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of regs here, so take a second if you need to refresh your memory on anything here. I think they did a really good job incorporating everything and ensuring that the language was appropriate. So there were very small changes just to the language to ensure that it meets. But nothing.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you for all the work you put into this as well. Yes.
So essentially, just to recap really quick, our regulations, we're changing so that our general transfer rule is now that any student, regardless of what type of transfer they're making, is ineligible for any sport they were optioned in within the past 180 school days or an additional 180 school days. So that is any type of transfer, any And so what that means is, you know, if you only played football your freshman year and you transferred from 11th grade, 12th grade to a school, that doesn't matter. You're eligible in football because you have not participated in the last 180 school days. This changes our transfer rule. Our transfer rule was that you're ineligible in all sports for 180 school days, regardless of what participated in or not. And we had all these different stipulations for different types of transfers. Now everybody is treated equally. You're all ineligible only in the sports that you rostered in. On top of that, you are granted one free transfer, any transfer type, any type of school, any year. So it's coupled with 8184. It doesn't give an additional transfer. So basically, as you'll see in there, the language is that if you have not already used the provisions of 8184 to get your free transfer through there, you are allotted one free transfer. So it evens the playing field, all transfer types, all school years. Good things.
Thank you, Vivian. All right, looking for motions, any other or comments, questions? Yes, Tim.
You know, we're gonna get bombarded with questions. So if we will, if we pass
Let's
this,
get Kate back here.
sorry, no, you're fine. If this passes right now, it goes back to the LCB, so it's not technically in.
Has to be signed.
Right, so it'll go to the legislative commission hearing whenever the next one is. They usually meet, I think, every other month. So hopefully, I don't know the next one, I could look it up, but they should have one in the next month or two. And if they approve it then and there, it goes to the Secretary of State's desk for signature. Once signed, the LSB was sent back, and that is when it's adopted, the date that they stamp this, it's a go. So it could be pretty quick here in the next couple of months. There's no changes, just so everyone's aware that need to happen and activate. Everything is already in place and rocking and rolling. So let's say, just as I know this question is going to come too, let's say this happens June 30th. And we've opened registrations May 10th. Just like we did with 8184, we have submission for second determinations. If I denied a kid on May 30th, and now they should be eligible based on our new regulations, you just send me that information and I will change and make a second determination to give that kid eligibility. So it will be retroactive.
I think that it's not just the date. Just fielding questions, there's so many misconceptions about what this actually entails. Like, I think the majority of people assume that it's free for all. You know, they don't understand that you still have to have some soul. They don't understand. So is there, as knowing that this is getting sent and is most likely it's coming back at some point, is there any way we could get guidance? So that when we're answering questions, I mean, I feel very comfortable because I sat on the policies. So I know I feel comfortable answering questions, but not everybody in my position feels the same way. So there's somebody we can get guidance with.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Mr. Jackson.
We are planning on doing, make you get everything out.
Okay.
We'll send it to every school.
Okay.
Matter of fact, excuse me, pardon me. If I have to, I'll send it to every coach. I can go through final forms and just send it to everybody. Get it out, we'll post it, and then the intention is to discuss it at the meetings. Kate,
Yeah, I mean, we have a meeting scheduled for April 23rd, so depending on this and hoping that everyone would agree to move forward, I was gonna go over pretty much where we're at, the process, the timeline, and the specifics of answering questions there. That would go out to other people as well.
we're gonna bombard you with information,
Good, it's okay, yes,
because this is very,
it's big.
it's big, because what it does is it takes 184 technically and expands it to every kid saved in Nevada for the most part, right? Wouldn't you say that?
Yeah.
We love the playing field.
Yes.
That was the biggest concern. And then perhaps we can also dispel the misconception that NIA policy and district policy are the same. And we can help dispel what the difference between NIA policy and district policies are, so people understand that, well, I should not be denied. Well, that's a district policy, or I should be approved. No, that's an NIA policy. So we're gonna work on dispelling that as well.
Hey, looking for a motion. Mr. Stallworth.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have first, looking for a second. All right, great. Second, we have first, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Any not approved? All right, that motion passes. All right, we're gonna do two things and then we're gonna call it a day. All right, we're gonna go to 22. We're gonna go to page 151, the 2026 Hall of Fame inductees.
So you'll see the release of the Hall of Fame inductees committee. On page 153, there's bios. The stellar class. We tried to, as a committee, the committee tried to put together a class that was representative, but it also put together an interesting group of individuals that were qualified and put them together because of all the work they did over the years. Jay, Donnie, and Paul putting together. But more importantly, this class represents a diversity of abilities, ranges of expertise, and people that I will tell you making the phone call to were, I'm a firm believer that when you make a phone call for the Hall of Fame induction, the person's reaction tells you more than anything else. From tears to you gotta be kidding me, to who nominated me? Because that to me, and that's exactly what happened. There are some people on here that are names that go back far, a lot of years. And we're very happy with this class. So any questions, please let me know.
All right, I just want to make a comment and I think the committees through the course of time have done a phenomenal job in selecting the Hall of Fame. Tim, can you tell me why in the document, I know this probably goes back for years, why it says that the board has to approve?
So I don't know why. I will tell you this, Sloan. I went back and looked at after our conversation. Mr. Nelson chose to bring these to the board for approval. Then there's a gap where Mr. Thompson did not. Mr. Thompson did one time in 2000, I believe it was 17, and there's not been brought before it. No other committee is board approved aside from the realignment committee, which is done by regulation. The rest of the committees are at the discretion of the executive director, and they're formed, they're created, and the board is informed who's on the committee, but there is no board approval of their committee or their actions. Because if the SMAC committee, say, for example, wants to make a motion, something, it is sent to the executive director to be put on there at their request. But that's where this was. That's why I did not put it on as an initial action item for information. We will go in after this board meeting unless there is some reason and delete that line. Because I do not believe this needs to come to the board. I think this is operational that we continue. No other committee has this happen that we do it. I do believe the board recognizing them is important, which is why I think it should be informational item that we recognize them publicly. But that's where we're at.
And I could just talk historical. And I don't want to question the integrity of the committee either, because that is really not disclosed. Of who committee members are, and I can tell you that it's past board members, coaches, administrators, and it's, yeah, really good individuals.
And I, as the executive director, don't vote.
That is correct.
I don't. Or confess to that, he's there with me.
Yeah, Mr. Thompson. I mean, Dave.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Sullivan.
We tried
We
that.
had together, and I'm not gonna mention any names because they haven't given us permission to reveal who they are, how they voted. But I walked in. I'm de facto historian now of our staff, right? I've been here the longest at the grizzled age of now 5. I walk in with a group that I want that you consider. They bring up others that predated my time in Nevada by a whole heck of a lot. There's the first or two on this list, could have picked them out of lineup if I had to. But our committee did a wonderful job. I give away somebody 4 seats to my left who was part of that committee, Mr. Stallworth. He did a wonderful job of that.
I think about it.
About even one.
Okay,
That's all.
can you keep it at that?
I will.
Thank you.
But Mr. Jackson and I were all part of those meetings. We didn't vote on this. We present the information that we have. You know, in the past, that he's looked for somebody to fill out a packet, fill out information to vote on. We've had people slip through the cracks when that happened, because nobody filled it out for them. And we want to make sure we recognize this. And it's the one part of Mr. Jackson's job that I'm extremely envious of, that he gets to make that phone call and hear those reactions of those people when they realize they've been recognized for all the work that they did and never sought recognition.
Yes, sir.
Paul, you mentioned earlier that, you, one of the things that, you told Mr. Jackson, is this what you were talking about? Was that paraphrase, you were talking about that? That he violated? Is this one of the things that you were talking about, is that he violated this?
Yes.
Okay, I was just wondering. But it was that, you were just talking about the ones that are not talking about how they picked.
What was it? Oh, that the board's supposed to approve it, that's all.
Okay.
Yep.
Correct, that is right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't understand that earlier. so
Yeah.
I was trying to clarify where that.
Yeah, column and not before. Yeah, the website says that, and I know the website is a whole nother situation, but the website does say that like it's approved by the Board of Patrol, right? So that's
Correct.
the confusion there, I suppose. You know, I do think it's kind of similar. It's not similar, I don't mean to say that, but like we approve lifetime pass type situations, right? So like, I just think this kind of treads into what Mr. Moore was saying earlier about like, we lack policies that of like, what do we approve, what don't we approve, you know, and like, Superintendent Holmes and I have talked about that as well, of like, we just, I think, need to, you know, we either do or we don't, and then that's our policy consistently, right? I would be in support of the board continuing to approve, because I think this is a pretty good deal. But yeah, so that's the genesis of this, where I believe that, well, I read that we were supposed to approve it, and that was why I pushed that issue.
I'll bring up a point. So typically they used to not start the planning for this until about now. If we just moved all of our board dates and you want to approve it, that's gonna push some of that back too. So if it does need to be approved, and it's a giant event, you have to have the meetings and things like that. You have to be able to make the announcements, give them adequate time to provide materials to move on. What is basically a wedding? It doesn't give me enough time. And we don't start meeting until December.
Sure, yeah, I just, timelines can be adjusted, like we can do what we can do, so that's all. But
Yeah, I'm just gonna reiterate. As I may or may not have involvement in this. I don't believe this is to be board approved. I just think it needs to be informational, because I don't see it need board, because no one's gonna sit here and say, wait a minute, I don't think that guy ought to be in there. Because I may happen to know the individuals in the South, and like I said, they are stand-up individuals that have been involved in athletics for years. We have a lot of historical knowledge and individuals that are on that committee. Yes.
Sorry for the phone call. No, just for clarification purposes, because I got this question a lot. I just want to make sure the public knows that this moves north-south each year, right? So
That's correct.
that's why it's only people from the north on this list this time, because each year we switch from north to south. So
Correct.
just want to make sure people heard that, because I did get that question a lot. How come there's no southern people on this list?
Yeah,
That's the why.
that is right. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay. That was for. I got to the next one, got excited or going forward. All right, I'm looking for a motion. Mr. Beckerman.
Motion to approve the people put on the Hall of Fame as
Okay.
listed.
We have a first, Colin. We have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Approved, thank you. All right, this will be our last agenda item of the day. We're gonna, yes, tomorrow, let's go to item number 29, go to page 171. HR improvements, Mr. Jackson will lead a discussion on operational implementation for the HRM system. Mr. Jackson.
One of the homework assignments the board gave me was to come back with improvements to the HRM to alleviate any of the concerns that the previous implementation caused or raised. So we've been working on this for the better part of 4 months. 4 months. One thing we have done is in coordination with the regulation change requiring the score being recorded. If you look on page 172, we'll be sharing this out with everyone at a later date. This is across the board with score reporting and monitoring. By regulation, all schools must enter their final scores for every sanctioned contest into the designated reporting platform. In most cases, it's either match prep or something else. Within 24 hours of the game's completion, scores should be verified by the head coach, and any corrections or disputes regarding the reported score should be communicated to the opposing school and the NIA and result within 48 hours of content. This is not something we're going to sit around and hammer schools on. This was a question that was brought up to us at the education interim committee wanting to know, or not, the LCB was like, question was made, well, do you guys just sit around and do this? And like, well, yes, we do. We do monitor the scores. And then the question was then asked, would you guys work on Saturdays?
Yeah.
Most of our contests happen on the postseason on Fridays and Saturdays. So we do. Each school is responsible for entering its own scores. Athletic directors and athletic administrators have access to max preps. The change results to be reported to NIA for verification for our staff. We are also monitoring as well. Max preps compliance and notification. Reviewing the max preps data weekly is very important. We get reports every now and then of a score that's incorrect, or we find a score that's incorrect, and we make sure we communicate that. But we're putting into our processes a reporting and monitoring system. The other question was about postseason seeding tiebreaker procedures for HRM. The protocols are putting into place for that. The HRM tiebreaker procedure basically ties this between two teams. Obviously, head-to-head competition among the two teams will always be the first level of tiebreaker. If the tie remains, each team will receive 1 point for every 3 HRM categories in which it ranks higher than the other team. The team with the higher number of points will be rewarded the higher seed. So if Keith Whipperman High School has 10 Harbin points and Jay Kenny High School has 8 Harbin points, Mr. Whipperman's High School would get 1 point. The tiebreaker has a higher Harbin point total. If rubric points, that would flip. So Mr. Kenny's team would get 1, and then Mr. Whipperman would get 0. And then the max prep ranking, Mr. Whipperman's team was in 11th place. Mr. Kenny's team was in 12th place. So therefore he would get the higher, he would not get the higher point because Mr. Whipperman was ranked 11th. And therefore team A would get the 2 points to 1 point, breaking the tie. If by some strange chance, Harbin points and rubric points were tied, is on the next page. We would then go to the max prep ranking because max prep rankings are never tied, they're never split, they're always going through whatever the number is. Tie between 3 teams or more, we would do the same thing there. You would see that, breaking the tie with mini standings to 1, 1 to 1, 0 to 2. And then we would revert back and then do this, the head-to-head tiebreaker. So a 3-way tiebreaker only eliminates 1 team. Then you revert back to the 2-team tiebreaker to break the tie between the 2. So you may win the 3-team tiebreaker, but you could lose the head-to-head tiebreaker, mathematically speaking. So we have those ready to go in the situation for Harbin and max preps tiebreakers. So we're
Sorry, 3-way tie, team A wins Harbin, team B wins rubric, and team 3 wins max preps. You're still tied 1-1-1, but did you say you did that?
then we go to the max preps.
Okay, so even though you already had
it max preps,
you use max preps as the rank if they tied again.
Yeah, if all 3 of them remain tied at the end, you go to max preps.
And then
Then,
go back and start
then we would go back and start over with 2 remaining.
Thank you.
It's process of elimination. So. And then the NIA scoring process. So,
Sorry.
yeah.
And this is, so this report, this process now.
Mhm.
This is for the 26-27 season?
Yes.
Okay.
My thought process on this was to go over this with the board today. If there are any major issues or not, I would bring it back for board approval as a policy. Okay, that we move forward on. The question may be brought up, well, you only have 3 teams in the 5A and 4 teams in the 4A. The board approved it, we're following it. Okay. Even though the head-to-head will break all ties because we're playing head-to-head. Everybody playing everybody, so we'll break the tie that way. The NIA score reporting process. So what we have created, and then I'm gonna actually divert off of this afterwards, is we have created a reporting website for schools to go in and report their scores. They go in, they click the link, it's live, it's not live today, obviously, because we don't want it out there. They go in, name of the school, opponent, date, score, submit, and we move forward. I didn't like that. Did not like it, because I did not want to rely on Google for everything. We have schools that say they don't like Google. We have schools that say they can't function with Google. We have an assistant director who is concerned every single day that we're going to break Google. So I reached out to my counterparts across the country. And if you remember, back in December, I expressed the concerns we had with Max Preps. We're not just solely in Nevada. What occurred in Nevada with Max Preps did not occur only in Nevada. It occurred in 4 other states. One of those states was Rhode Island. Rhode Island had the exact same thing happen to them that happened to us. They had their scores, they reported them, Max Preps reran the rankings, changed everything. They were in the same situation we were at a more drastic level. The anecdotal story I was shared was that they actually had a court hearing on Friday before their state football tournament started. Teams were in buses in their parking lots, waiting for the order to come out to tell them who was playing who, where. So I talked to him at length. Art was a part of those conversations. And he said that they went with this company called Fusion Point Sports. And I said, what do? He said, they do all the calculations and they do them transparently. So we reached out to Fusion Sports and we've been talking to them for the better part of the last 3 months. They are right now running in the background as a beta test for us, our baseball softball standings for the entire state. Pull it apart. There it is. Okay. This is what it looks like. It's not live. It is closed, just us. So as you can see, we are dealing with 5A baseball north. Bishop Minogue High School. Their current record is 10-0. They have wins against Spanish Springs, 6-4. North Valleys, 0-10. Carson, it has all of their information. Every team is listed, every standing is listed. Every game they're going to play is listed. Every result is listed. Or would you click on one of them? I don't care who. Every game listed, every result listed. Time and ID submitted by the coaches or whoever the school decides to submit it to. Or can you go to any other part of that, like maybe standing? Standings.
Or in standings.
Okay. Oh, that's his standing. Okay. Pick another division. Go 4A something. I don't care. 4A. Okay, there you go. 5A Mountain. So they have all schools. It shows you what games are remaining. It shows you everything you need to know. We started with baseball and softball. They're running volleyball. We gave them football. We gave them the HRM, and we had them run it without telling them what our results were. And they ran it. We got it. So we were very happy. They can handle it. They're putting in the tiebreakers for other sports. They will do non-standings based sports across the country, swim, wrestling. They will do all of our sports, but more importantly, any parent wants to go see any of their results, they're posted, they're public, and the map is shown. So our envision for this is that this and more importantly than that, they go and grab the information from Max Preps. They go and grab the information from. Please.
Or Davidson and staff. They'll pull from anybody that we can work with that they work with. For instance, a lot of our baseball, softball people use Game Changer. From that. They can pull from a lot of places. The gentleman we've been dealing with is, his name is Jason. And he has been, I don't know, what, 8 times, 9 weeks with him. He's been fabulous about this. He has asked a million questions about how do we do what we do? How does the rubric work? They put it in, come back with a math, matches what we've got. They're using different areas to pull results from. Right now, what they're doing is they're pulling a lot. Many of you know, I keep a Google sheet with standings, with schedules. They're pulling from that every 10 minutes, all day, every day. So when I update a score in there, within 10 minutes, their standings as well. So if I'm updating baseball scores at 7:30, watching the Big Bang Theory, I can go on there at 7:35. It's already updated. They will run all the calculations. I don't have to rely on Google anymore. Hope like heck Google doesn't lose results or suddenly come up in a loop.
I have a question for you. So with that, you said Max Preps. Schools for Max Preps. Is it live? So in the event that a school reports their score as a W, and then as time goes on, and for some reason they're the forfeit. Okay, and you smile, bring ear to ear. Thank you very much. How is that corrected? Is that reflected on this?
The API that they have built will pull every set amount of time. For us right now, from my sheet it is 10 minutes. For Mac Preps, it is 15 minutes. They have it set up within their API, so if something does change, it goes back and pulls that information in 15-minute intervals. Whether or not anything changed, 15 minutes, it's still gonna go back and forth.
So if it changes, it's gonna pick it within 15 minutes of the change.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, question you should ask is, what's the cost to the schools?
What's the cost to the school?
0.
Cost to association.
We're working on a price right now. But if I'm going to be honest with you, the cost of the association to me, it's worth it. Because the number one thing I've heard is we didn't see the math. The number one thing I heard was, well, I got these numbers and came up with this. Understanding that at that time frame, there were 3 sets of numbers floating around. This would eliminate that questioning, but it would also provide the transparency and the availability and, more importantly, the visual response that a school needs. You'll be able to pull up your own school, just your school, from your school site. We have access. This is just, understand this is still in the developmental stage. So, but they use this in Connecticut. They use it in Rhode Island. They use it in Maine. They use it in Massachusetts. Yeah. And they use an RPI ranking for football. Some of them use an RPI ranking for all of their sports, which is more intense and more detailed than any age rubric system or rubric system we have. So they are very versed in this. They are also working to be a partner with the NFHS, which is going to help us in the long run. But we are looking at this as a strong possibility. I'll be honest with you, I'm gonna be hard to convince that this isn't something you want to use from a staff standpoint, because it does provide that visual information to a school. Because if you remember correctly, one of the questions was, well, how come you didn't know this? Well, because we didn't know that was there. Or why is this game not on here? Or if a team goes over their game wins, we are able to see that in a more live action moment. We can identify tournament games as opposed to regular season games as opposed to conference games. We have all that ability. The brackets will advance immediately. No more Ms. Sloan calling us saying, have you updated the brackets today? The minute that game is reported as a win, Keith Whipperman High School over Jay Kenny High School, Keith Whipperman High School moves into the semifinals immediately.
All right, Mr. Whipperman.
So two questions. So you
Yeah.
said as a school, we would be able to see the overall rankings and our own individual school.
Yes,
That's question one. Question two, ballpark on a cost? Do we even have a ballpark on?
I have a number from him and it was his first number, and I'm gonna be honest with you. But you know what? It's public record. He told me $30,000 for the year. Now, I don't know if we can afford $30,000. I know that it doesn't sound like much to me, to a big budget, but I'm also considering the costs of the accounting that we're gonna have. So I wanna make sure we're okay with that. We're going to talk to him again next week. I have another number in my mind. That if, and I don't want to insult him. I'm afraid if I say the number I have in mind, I don't want to insult him because the amount of work they're willing to do for us is huge. But I do not see a reason why we should not go down this path. Thank you.
Okay, let me get it through and then I'll circle back to you. Avery.
For the 30,000.
Yes.
Is that all classifications, all sports?
Everything across the board.
Ms. Brock.
Okay, I just have a couple of questions. So I know schools will be able to log in. Is it an open system so parents can look at it and anybody can look at it anytime so that they can stay current on standings? Then I would guess with any sport, it's that what we're looking at. We're not looking at just football in this case.
Correct. This started with the football conversation.
Yes.
It's all sports, open, but scores in.
No, so they can
Okay,
see,
they
yeah,
can see.
that's what I was just wondering,
Yes.
so they'd be able to see like the 5-minute change in real time, right?
Yes.
If it was 5 minutes later, and then I just had one more question, it was in regards to football, kind of related to this, kind of not related to this. Because obviously to determine playoff seeding and whatnot, with playoff structure for next year, again, like you just mentioned, like the 4A is gonna have a few teams, so it's more on the seeding part than what we're looking at, right? Do we have a structure for that playoff, and do we need to go through, since is that part of realignment, like the playoff structure?
It's already been approved. And so we have a playoff structure for football for next year. We're all set. So, yeah. I don't know how much more I can say. Yes, we're all set.
Is that in order?
Gotcha, okay. Maybe it's a little further clarification after then.
Do we have brackets for football is what you're asking for?
Yeah, the
Yes.
actual playoff structure for afterwards, because it was different with the smaller number of teams.
Yes, and it's on the website. It's already put on the website.
Oh, gotcha.
President Thomas, kind of first part of Ms. Brockett's question. This would be living kind of as its own website that we would link to through it. So it'd be available to the public to see standings, to see where the public sits, all of that information, but they don't have to spend a special login, just go visit it the same way they visit MLB.com. We can restrict who enters scores. We have the ability to even create 129 logins for 129 member schools. And stating you, Ms. Brock, as president of El Dorado, this is your login for El Dorado. You disseminated the coaches that you want to disseminate it to enter those scores. If we have situations where, because again, that's prepped, any Joe off the street go in and enter a score. That's been part of the problem. We can restrict that portion of it too and say, nope, gotta be entered by an administrator or a coach from that school.
And that's why my question about the public have access, because I was thinking you had to have like a login to get access. Does that make sense? Okay, so
It's a
yeah,
public
that clear.
use site. It's not a public input site.
Yeah. Mr. Jackson, this company, they have other clients. How many high schools what's the largest volume of high schools are doing currently?
Doing part of New York.
So they're doing part of New York. They've got all of Connecticut, so that's over 150 member schools on all their sports. I know a little bit about Connecticut. They're very similar to us. They have 23, 24 of our sports. They're doing all of those. They have Rhode Island, which is, while it's not geographically as large as us, it's mathematically very close to us. Number of schools in sports. Matter of fact, I think they're bigger, actually, the number of sports in schools. So they have a large volume. The one thing I didn't want to get into was a situation with a fly-by-night, somebody who was just not going to be able to handle what we need. I don't feel that way at all. As a matter of fact, the executive directors from the states that we've talked to about this have all offered to say, if you need us to come out and tell you how good it is, we'll come out and tell you how good it is. I said, no, I said, a phone call is enough for me. And in fact, you're still using it. So if you want to go look at it, you can go to Rhode Island, you can go to Connecticut, theirs are all up and running, and you can see their RPIs and how visual it is, and it's, you know, Bart and I have two different visual acuities. I like color and lines, straight lines. Bart hates the color and he hates certain fonts. So, but we both agree that we can't find fault with this. We can't find fault with it. It's 100% transparent, and it's to me the key.
It's more a clarifying question because we have 129 member schools and they are already running this in different states with sometimes a lot more schools than them.
Yep, and they're running the background for us right now in baseball, football.
Is there a way that you guys could send us those sample of those states to board and liaison?
Sure, I'll give you a link.
Yeah, send us some links so we can visually see it ourselves.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Dodd.
I'll not reform back. I do want to address the second part of Over Brocket's question. So this is coming back as to vote on, this like procedure.
If it needs to, I mean, I don't know if it needs to be voted on. I mean, this to me is operational. It's operational.
Discussion
The
item.
discussion item, and then the board would say, oh, we don't want you keeping stats or something, but.
No, sorry, the HRM thing.
Yeah.
The modifications to it, okay. Because I do think that the playoff changes. I think we learned last time that they have to get a red board. Like, because it feels like a change in alignment, and what we've done with the playoffs, because we've taken like. Because my understanding was that the procedure we approved was that the top 4 teams in the 4A go to the, or 5A go to the open, right, and compete in that, but. I've seen the playoff structure you're talking about that's on there, and it's different, right, where like. The team that doesn't make it to the state championship in the open drops to the 5A and becomes like goes to the 5A championship, which I think is different than the alignment we approved. So I'm just I think I know it's not an agenda item, right, but it is related to the HR changes, I thought. So maybe I'm wrong about that, but I do think it probably needs to come to the board for approval.
We'll keep that as a comment. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Whitman.
No, thank you. I was gonna say the same thing. I know that most times we've had to do realignment, we've had to vote. I want to make sure procedure didn't have to vote on that item, but that change.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, so where do we want to go with this? And again, I'm gonna ask that you guys send that information to all of us so we can take a look at it.
My question is there anything else you would like to see as part of the update for that moving forward? If not, we'll move forward and we'll continue the process and make sure everything is in place and ready to go for August. The one thing we have stipulated and they're giving us the reassurance that they'll be ready to go. We will be running it in the background on our own platform, just to be safe in case there's anything that we see, because they said as we go through the first season, if there are any errors or corrections, we want to make sure we attack them immediately.
Okay, anything else for the good of the order before we conclude today's meeting? All right, with that said, tomorrow, don't forget, meeting begins at 8:30. Right here, meeting